futures downside to start here this morning as we get going on a happy Canadian Thanksgiving day here. It's a holiday on this side of the border today. Markets giving back a little bit of that impressive move that we saw to end the week on Friday. Remember, if you were maybe taking a long weekend, it was a initial move downside off the jobs number, and then nothing but just straight rocket ship all day long for not only the S&P but the NASDAQ. Individual names across the board look really, really good going into the weekend. But downside on these refreshed geopolitical tensions coming out of the Middle East this morning. So we'll keep an eye on how things are setting up as we head into the new week. As far as the economic data is concerned, nothing really significant until Wednesday. We get PPI, and then Thursday, the big one this week, is CPI, the inflation print coming this week. So we'll touch on that, I'm sure, coming up. Tesla, Chinese delivery numbers out, a little bit worse than expected. We'll talk about that. Travel names downside across the board. Oil on watch as well, moving around here. Ton to get to start the week. It's Monday, October 9th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There you go. That's how things are setting up this morning on the daily chart. Anyways, you can see we are gapping down here a little bit this morning after that huge move on Friday off the lows once again. And I wanted to leave this on here on the daily time frame to highlight the fact that there was a ton of volume behind that rally that we saw coming off the jobs data on Friday morning. If you remember, again, the initial move was downside in a pretty big way, and then it was just nothing but straight higher right across the board throughout the entire session on, as I mentioned, heavy volume there. But yeah, more unfortunate and pretty disappointing headlines to come this morning as far as geopolitical tensions over in the Middle East and what happened on the weekend. So we'll keep an eye on that, obviously. More importantly, I think, as far as the market is concerned, maybe inflation data coming up this week in the form of PPI, and then CPI, the big one, on Thursday morning. So I'll focus not only on inflation still, but on what is going on over in the Middle East. It is, as we said, a holiday Monday. Good morning. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving.
Oh, it's very good.
It's you're jumping the gun. I was going to say it's always nice to come into work here. We obviously are here on a holiday in Toronto, so it's very, very quiet in the city this morning, to say the least.
Yeah, I drove instead of taking the subway because nobody's on the road, so definitely going to take advantage of that. Yeah, Middle East tension is not looking good. I mean, airlines all down as a lot of airlines cancel flights into Israel. Also, oil in focus. Hopefully, this doesn't get out of control, but Iran's name getting dragged into it. If their supply gets taken offline, you're going to see a big jump in the barrel by about $5 to $10, analysts say. So all eyes on that, but definitely keeping a focus on CPI and PPI. Since when do we get PPI before CPI?
Wednesday.
I know, but why are we getting PPI before CPI?
Yeah, it's usually the other way around. But yeah, for some reason, this time around, we get it the opposite. Yeah, 3.8% right now, as you were mentioning, crude oil. Big move to the upside. It was 2% initially, but we're just grinding higher here. So oil stocks on watch overall. The market, back within the range from Friday, but just a massive move to the upside. Off of that initial spike down on the jobs number, which, if you missed it, was a lot, to say the least, higher than expected, which caused that negative reaction. But they bought it up in a big way. So we'll see how things play out here this morning. Sean is back in the building. Great to have him as always. Neil off today and tomorrow. Obi is back with us as well. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Good morning, Obi. Good morning, everybody that is tuned in with us today. It's bank holiday in the United States, but full out holiday here right now for us. Look, we're excited, man. I hope you made a boatload on Friday. Like, what kind of a crazy day was that? Wild. I hope Neil and Obi really guided you guys through that, because like to sit there and watch those stocks go from those bottoms and just rip like that. I saw that you had, I was watching the show because it's what I do. I saw you had that long on the TQs in the morning. I don't know where you wound up getting out of that, but that was a good play there. And then, of course, I came in today thinking that we would be selling everything. Like I'm obviously, I'm not shook by all this Middle East stuff, but I don't. It's really sad to see all this. I mean, I don't. you always hear the doom and gloom, right? You open up the Twitter machine or something like that, and you see these crazy videos, and you hear what people are talking about. There's obviously a lot of, I don't know, strife, conflict. Like, it's just crazy because does this lead to more Chinese issues? Does this lead to Russia maybe having some more confidence? I just don't know. And then I'm not, oil's only up 3% right now. I thought it would be up a little bit more. I thought Bitcoin would be up a little bit more. And quite frankly, I thought all these stocks would be down a lot more than they are right now. So I just put out this sticky note. I'm looking short for some names, but we got Disney going to be a nice long. Meta was up $16 on Friday, absolutely ridiculous. Google and Microsoft have some nice levels in case we move to the downside. But I honestly thought I was going to come in today, liquidate everything, and be like, let's just hit the short. So I don't want to change off of that. Let's see how the market opens up. But, just be safe, everybody in the Middle East. And honestly, it's just tragic the way it always seems to play out. And I don't know if there's ever going to be a resolution to this, but I guess that's kind of a rhetorical question. I guess there is not going to be a resolution to this. So.
Yeah, definitely, heartfelt. Our prayers definitely go out to those who are affected by the conflicts, and yeah, definitely the market reacting to the news on Sunday. I don't know if you saw.
Yeah.
Futures kind of gapped down almost 100 points. Oil was up, so I'll be curious to see how this week kind of carries forward from now. But yeah, it'd be an interesting week.
Thing is, so as day traders, if you take away all the stuff, we always say this, right? The one or two things you're looking for is catalysts, volatility, reasons to go one way or the other. I think those are all going to be lined up today. We got those big economic numbers coming later on. So, we can always turn everything a little bit around here. The market has a real funny way of being super resilient, and only going, can make it back. We were sitting here, you guys were sitting here, and like I said, I was logged in at 8:30 on Friday. I wanted to see that jobs number. I wanted to see how you guys were doing, things like that. And it was doom and gloom, man. I saw the chat. Everyone was like, this is it. This is over. Sell everything. Sell your wife. Hide your kids. Right, Fabian? All this kind of stuff. And then it was just like, boom. I logged in an hour later, and the market was just like, we gone. Yeah. So let's see what happens, man. Hopefully we can turn our frowns upside down with this market. But if you're short, I think you're going to be pretty happy with the way today's going to unfold. So let's go. Let's go back over to the big desk. It's going to be a big day either way, long, short. Let's look for that volatility, and I think we've got it.
Yeah, lots to consider here this morning. I was just reading a headline here on Amazon. Amazon UK saying they're going to spend 170 million pounds, or about 207 million US, on 2 separate pay increases for frontline operations staff over the next 6 months. Didn't really react to that, but I want to mention this one as well. It's analyst ratings day for ARM Holdings. I can't believe it's been a month already, but ARM has been a public company once again for an entire month. So we get everyone, literally every single analyst on the planet coming out with their opinion on what to do with this stock right now. It's mostly positive right across the board. The interesting part of this is the price range, or the price target range on these, is wide. Anywhere from, I guess, 60s, the bottom end, all the way up to 85 from Rosenblatt, liking ARM up at 85. So, better part of $25 there in range for price targets.
And the thing that stood out to me the most here is about 10 or 12 of those ratings, Brendo, are buy or outperform or overweight. About only 3 are peer perform, hold, and market perform. That comes from Wolf, HSBC, and BMO Capital Markets. But the majority liking this one to the long side. So that was, pretty much standout.
Yeah, so still nothing really negative about that hold or, maintain as far as ARM is concerned, though, guys. Not a lot happening here so far.
First of all, I have to address the elephant in the room. Sharif, that didn't take you very long to grow back that beard.
Yeah, I thought it took him 20 years.
You know what I'm saying?
But it seems like that beard grows back in 2 weeks.
I thought we had a confirmation the beard wasn't coming back.
This is just a 4 o'clock shadow.
Okay. So are we getting a clean shave tomorrow or what?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to address that because I think it's handsome either way. I was just I could see it coming back. The beard club. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. What do you mean?
We're here.
Yeah, exactly.
But the most handsome of them all, Sharif, decides to go clean shaved. So, okay, I just wanted to address that. I don't. No one was talking about it. I just wanted to myself. Okay, so right there, I mean, ARM has been holding up actually pretty well. I mean, we can always look at the second or third day of trading here on ARM and be like, oh my God, like this has fallen from graces. But we know what happens on IPOs, man. They go insane, and then you have to wait for them to try to find a bottom. Well, it looks like today they may have exactly done that. I mean, not today, but recently they've done that. I think this 52, 51 area here, if you like the name, today you're getting that, that positive reaction. Well, it's not positive, but positive reaction by these analysts, upgrades popping in here, market down, ARM will. I mean, I feel like everything's going to be down today if we get that surprise bump up like I was just talking about. I don't feel great about this market. I don't know how people could, but here, like what just happened to the NASDAQ, by the way? It's not even down that much, but it's just, this is a 1 minute chart. It's every single minute the last 15 is red. But anyways, down here for ARM, I don't think I'll be looking at it. I'm not on a day like today where there's going to be so much volatility, but if you're going to look at that crazy move on Friday, so you came into 51.50 there, right? Everything came in. So this name dropped from 53 down to 51.50 and then took off. 10%, right? So let's see, 51.50, where did we close? 54-ish, so okay. So about 7% to the upside. Nice move. Probably other tech names a little bit cleaner than that, right? Seems a little bit choppy here in the afternoon. But if you're going to get a dip buy, I mean, I'd like to just see it hold from Friday. So I think 51, 52 area into here. The only problem is if this market is going to fall, there's not a whole bunch of liquidity on this name. So I feel like you don't want to chase a falling sword with ARM today. If it's going to come in like the rest of this market is, which I feel like, that's why we wrote on the sticky note, a lot of lower bid levels here to see if we can catch some lower bids. And I think if you're going to do that on ARM, I think you want to look at 51, 52 bucks. I like the name. It's in the right space. It's got all the analysts now on board. So yeah, you buy it, you hold it, and you see, because it hasn't broke 50 bucks, right? I mean, and if it has, it was for a minute. Like, broke down here. I don't even think we did, man. I mean, 49.80. I mean, we might have hung out there in the pre or post, but, it's really held these levels. I like ARM holding, and I think that if it's a name that you're in, I think you're all good right now. Good report today. Let's see if these analysts can hold it above water, especially if the market can. I think the NASDAQ can go down 2 and a bit today %. So if you can pick up some ARM around 50, 51, I think you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, I like that 50 level as well. I kind of have some of these levels charted from, of course, when it IPO'd and we had that first week of a fade. But something I want to note, as Sean said, take a look at this kind of this double bottom support here at that 50, and we are kind of making, as of right now, with the limited information that's been printed since then, we are making higher lows. And let me just throw my levels back in here, kind of just these first areas of where we saw some interest. And yeah, right now we're consolidating right around this 54 area. That 52, 51, definitely great prices it would seem, as we're trading and consolidating above that. But yeah, I'd be curious to see where we go from here, whether we step up towards that 55 and hold this 54, or we kind of step back down into the 52 and towards that 51 as well. So.
All right, let's jump into it. Michael Noss is going to join us here in a few minutes. We'll touch on a few things we were discussing last week, but also want to mention this real quick before we do. Oil names, as we said, across the board, 3+%, on the back of this, 3.74, this is the oil itself, back to 84.50. Huge gaps here across the board. They're not really doing anything. Went through a bunch of them, but all just kind of gapping up and going sideways right now. You were just saying, we might have seen the lows as far as gas prices anyways for the foreseeable future here with what's going on over in the Middle East, which is unfortunate to say the least, but I mean, it is what it is. We got to look at these today. Yeah,
well, I filled up as soon as I saw that price on my way down, 147.9, guys. That's per liter, and that's Canadian dollars, by the way. Filled up right away. But in all seriousness, let's talk about what's happening in oil here. None of these countries that are involved in the conflict right now are oil-producing countries, but they are on the doorstep of one of the major oil producers in the world. We're talking about Saudi Arabia and some of the Gulf states who also produce a large amount of oil. So We'll see how this all turns out. But another interesting article that I read this morning from CNBC is basically the war of words between the IEA, the International Energy Agency, and OPEC Plus. IEA sees peak demand for oil coming in at 2030, while the OPEC Plus is talking about 2048. This basically has to do with how much they're investing in oil infrastructure. They're talking about 14 trillion that they need to invest, Brendo, if oil demand is to cut by 2048. The IEA sees completely differently. This obviously affects the cost of the barrel. If there's no investment, you're not really going to have the prices that we need.
And part of the big move down last week was OPEC coming out, or OPEC Plus came out last week and said end of 2024 now they're going to maintain these current daily restrictions or cuts, 1 million plus barrels per day cuts. USgas.ca is a really fun website. Here, I'll give them a free plug here. USgas.ca. You can literally enter the per liter price, and it gives you right away a calculated version in US. So $1.47 per liter is still $4.06 a gallon in the US. So it's still pretty expensive.
How many gallons are in a liter, though?
Like 4 points.
3.7. So 140, that's not right, that website. 147 times 3.75 is already $5.55. Right, so that's 551 times, right, times the exchange rate, which is 1.32. So right here in Canada, it's actually, Brendo, $7.27 a gallon. A liter right here if you convert it over. Right, so that's how much it would be a gallon right now. $7.27.
That website's
I don't know. I've never seen that website. Maybe there's something. Yeah, there might be something there. But anyways, wow, absolutely. That's why when I read it, I was like, that seems low. But anyways, 76.5. So if you're going to look at U.S. oil, you can look at the CL contract. You can actually look at USO as well. For me, I understand what Sharif's saying about Saudi Arabia's there. I mean, Iran, everyone's very, very interested in all this conflict, right? Obviously, it's going to be Middle East. And then when you hear Middle East conflict, you're instantly going to hear about, about oil. And I just feel like the media, mass media, like I said, man, you can't even open up Twitter right now without seeing some pretty, I've blocked, I mean, I don't even, sometimes, Twitter, for example, if I see like crazy videos on there, you can obviously block those people and get rid of them. But it's a fact what's happening. So I just feel like the more and more we talk about this, the worse it's going to be as far as the more I think about it. But if you're just going to look at price action here, USO is up 3.7%. So let's just go back here and have a quick little look at what we expect to happen here. So, any sort of dip buys into this 75.50, forget about all this down here. Like down here, this is going to be some nice support down here. $75, $74.50 down here. I would love to see those prices. I don't think oil's going down today, but if it does, then you're going to have 75, $75.50 right there on USO. Definitely to be looking at. Again, USO is just going to mimic what's going to happen. This is the United States Oil Fund, so this is going to mimic the price of oil. So you're going to have to sort of not really look at this as individual price levels, but if you can get going, I mean, the top of the morning right now to everybody is 77.20 right there. I feel like when this market opens up, oil's going to go. So if you like the oil trade today, take this 77.20 long and maybe hold it back to 76.50 where we were in the pre-market. So I like this trade here this morning. I'm going to watch it. I have USO up. I don't want to miss it. XOM has been a great little long as well, swing trade long. We've actually talked about this. I wasn't here on Friday, but we did talk about buying some XOM into weakness. We had Randy over here. Oh, by the way, we haven't really changed these bulls or bears. I'm putting those into bears when we're done this, obviously. But look at this market, man. It's a nice little bump up there, too. The market just went up about 20 handles there. So, maybe there is some resilience. But XOM down here, same kind of play, right? There's the bump up. So I kind of want to say that all of this, if you're going to be right on this trade, we really shouldn't pull back into Friday's levels, right? So any sort of a pullback here and take 108, then I would say that, okay, this trade is over with. People want to continue selling these names. But you should be able to sort of hold on to 109 down here. And then if you really want to play the danger game, I mean, 108.50, 108.75 or so right down there could be a good level. So I think you want to pick up these names on any weakness here today. So US oil taking out the top at 77.20, XOM down here at 109-ish. I think these are all great longs. Let me just check the imbalance locator here quickly, just real quick, right there. All right, so again, really surprising. Like I don't see any energy names on here. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. There's going to be something on here, energy, but nothing. Actually, I don't really see anything. PBR, Petrobras, they're in Brazil. I mean, I don't know. They're on there every single day. I'm really surprised by the lack of interest here on some of these names. I thought we would come in today, Obi, and honestly see oil way higher than it is, see some of these names higher than they are. So, hey, the market does have a very, very interesting way of just keeping, you know, sort of a level head until we open. So let's wait to see what happens here. I'm surprised that it's not a little stronger than it is.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think we're just we might just be getting started, right? Like you said, that volatility can be expected once the market does open up, and I think I'm just watching this USO as well because we pulled it up. The 79 level right here could be decent. That little bit of a fade. Now I don't really trade oil that much, so I don't know if I'm the right person to speak on this. But in terms of just price action and prices that we've seen over the past couple of weeks, I feel like if we are going to revisit or discover some prices, the 79 looks kind of interesting to me as well. Kind of the start of this area where we start to sell off and consolidate on top of the 74. So this consolidation is also interesting. So I got a couple prices on both sides. Now let's see what that volatility out the open will bring in today. I'm definitely gonna try to keep myself from anticipating too much and trying to react to market structure as much as possible today. So.
All right, Michael Noss, as promised, CMT over at Trade Ideas to kick things off on a Monday. When last we spoke, Mr. Noss, we were thinking that things were in a bit of trouble, but oh, what a difference a couple of days make. Oh, what a difference one trading session makes. Meanwhile, what a move that was on Friday. Very unexpected, but tell us what we need to know here going into a new week.
Yeah, so first of all, that was a great gym visit. So I left for the gym after I did the presentation. Because I kind of said, I don't think any of my stuff's going to trigger. There's going to be no trades. I come back and everything's, you know, the market's bottomed and it's everything's turning green. So it was perfect timing to come back from the gym. I know me and Brendan, we were just chatting on Twitter about it. And so I thought that was funny. So it turned out that everything worked out. It just took a little bit, which is good. You stick to your plan, right? You don't jump the gun on anything. But yeah, yesterday or Friday, I was talking about how the relative strength algo that we built over at Trade Ideas was pumping out these big tech names. So my idea was, okay, if that's what is relatively strong, if the market was going to hold that 420 level, that we were going to start to push off. And the first slide I have kind of summarizes that thesis that I had, where the top chart is the QQQ, and I just kind of drew a line under the low from the, call it May, that May low, and you could see we were right there. But if you look at the S&P 500, we were well below that, just showing that it was certainly tech that was holding up that market and that looked to be the strongest if and when things bounce. Now, you know, with everything happening on the weekend, I decided I'm just going to lean on that same relative strength algo again. It got me into big tech names, and they did great on Friday, and they seem to be holding up okay today. So I want to go to what it's showing me was the highest on Friday, and I'm going to look for trades for that. So the next slide is just, you know, these are the names on it, and for people who are really good at just reading the tickers and knowing what it is, I highlighted XLC, which is the communications ETF, the subsector of the S&P 500, and then also ANET, CDNS, NTNX, PanW. A lot of these names are all cybersecurity, cloud computing names. It seems a little, I don't know, strange that that's what was Friday evening. Most people, the big institutions were buying, as picked up by this algorithm. But, you know, it is what it is, and I need to go where the money is flowing. And right now it's into these cybersecurity and communications type names. So next chart I have here is the XLC, which is that communications index. You can see the big green candle that happened on Friday, bigger than the other ETFs that are out there. relatively strong when it came to that. So I went through that list and I said, okay, which of these do I like the best? I've got two. I've got one expensive one and then one kind of cheapy guy. I know some people don't like the big expensive names if they have smaller accounts, that kind of thing. So the first one here is PanW. And really loving these new charts we have over at Trade Ideas. Again, Trader TV 20 saves you 20%. But basically, we're putting the fundamental data right on top of the chart so you can save a little screen real estate, have one big chart with everything you need on it. Now, PanW is a big cloud computing, cyber security that works with governments and military institutions and all of this. Massive company, very profitable. But what was very interesting to me is even though the short float's not very high, the days to cover on this one is pretty high. So days to cover is essentially just how much shares are short versus how much volume is normally done. Basically, if every trade on the stock, every buy on the stock on an average day was a cover, it would take 8 days for all of these shorts to unwind those positions. So it's another way on top of short float to look at how quickly shorts could get out of a position if this thing keeps moving. And this is a weekly chart we're looking at. You can see a nice high tight bull flag at the very high of a multi-year range. This is kind of what we want to see as trend traders and strength traders. And even though the short float percentage isn't crazy, could be a couple nervous shorts if we start to get going here over these highs. So into the daily chart, the next chart I have here, just a nice breakout on Friday. Everything broke out in some way, all the tech names, Meta and a lot of the names that we were talking about on Friday. This one very particularly had a very strong day and did so on not a whole lot of volume, which is interesting to me because it means that there may have been some institution or fund or something that knew something and started to buy this all day, trying to keep their trades under the radar the best they could. So pretty decent move there. Next chart is just the 60-minute chart, and this is how I'm going to kind of plan the entries or the exit on this. Big level at 224 or 240. And then another one at 250. So if we get a pullback in the market today, we hold 240 and then we turn and start to move higher, then I am interested in this one around that 240 area. I would need to see some support forming, a couple 30-minute candles or something like that forming at this area, showing some support. If we just blast through 250, that might be the momentum play. You just buy over 250 and then you're wrong if it breaks back and holds under 240. Now, just quickly with the other one here, I don't know as much about this, but it was also on the list and it's a lower price name. I know some of you guys like when I talk about the lower price names, about $34 on NTNX. So nice bull flag here on the weekly chart. It's got room. Those prior highs are all the way up at 45 or so. So that's a nice percentage gain if we get there. And just a very classic bull flag on the weekly chart. And then into the daily chart, you can see there was this earnings gap that happened. And ever since that earnings gap, just in the next chart here, ever since that earnings gap, we've just been chopping sideways. It's been digesting this range. Whatever good news or good earnings happen, the market is digesting and the market's kind of chopping sideways there, again with a big candle. So this one to me is a pretty easy clear. That top area is about $36.60. So you could say $36.50 if you just want to do the whole number. If we get and we hold above that, because we've rejected from that a few times, that's where I'm going to get involved. Probably $35, give or take, will be my stop loss. So just to summarize, there's something going on in the communication space. Just like on Friday, there was something going on with big tech. These are swing trades, so I'm looking to hold these if they get going for a couple days to a couple weeks. But it's interesting. You would expect more of that big tech name, but this switch is actually coming pretty quickly. And rotation is the lifeblood of a bull market, which just means that as things kind of move in a bull market, you have money flowing from one industry to another, and maybe communications is next.
Tells a clear story when you compare, individual names or a group in this sense, to what the overall market is doing. That Qs versus the S&P chart alone, I think that's very important for people to understand that we are still seeing it is tech right across the board that has been in charge and continues to do so. Great stuff. Michael Na, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a great week.
You too. Talk to you soon.
So I really like that. Hey, what's up, Michael? I hope you're doing well. I really like the PAN-W. I mean, I've talked about that for a while. It's been in my account for a long time. And I think some plays like that, although Michael's going to talk about maybe swing trades and things that are setting up and looking great. He gave you a couple different ideas there. I actually really like Palo Alto. I feel like this is just another Kramer name, and I feel like you want to buy best of breed here. You know, with cybersecurity, unfortunately, I'm going to keep on going back to all the conflict that's out right now. You know, like there's terrorist attacks happening. And I mean, these attacks can also happen, obviously, over cyber, right? And so I feel like this is going to be a very, very big topic moving forward forever. Cybersecurity isn't going anywhere. So I really like PAN-W. The problem with it is we're already near a top. Not that we are at a top and not that we can't have some more room to run. Michael was talking about days to cover there, not a super big short interest. But what about CrowdStrike? I mean, CRW, CRWD. I really like this name as well. This has been another one of those names. I'm just going to find out what the short float is on this. Again, if you want a name that has already broken out, you can play with the trend, and this name is a little bit more exciting to me than Palo Alto. Palo Alto, I feel like you can buy it, hold it, and it's going to be a good one. I do think it's best of breed, but you have broken out on CrowdStrike through this 170 level now, looking to take out higher highs. And I mean, if you keep on going, you have a beautiful base down here at 140. This high has already been taken out, so what's the higher one? 178. So I think you're looking to take that out right now. I like CrowdStrike. And again, I don't have a big short float on this either, only 2.9%. What did Michael say PAN-W's was? Okay, so PAN-W is actually much higher, 6.7%. So if you're going to play that game, then maybe you do want to look at Palo Alto. But CrowdStrike breaking out and starting to take names. So I really like this name as well. You know, buy it. I also like, I think a name that we give a lot of, I don't know, Cisco doesn't move in the same way as a lot of these names, but Cisco's been under the 50 period for a while. I don't know if it's actually, yeah, see, still not going above it right now. They actually had a pretty decent quarter. I'm surprised at Cisco's pullback. I think if you want to buy a name, this is going to be one to buy as well. CSCO continues to impress me anyways. So watch out for 52 as a potential bottom here for Cisco. So for me, I think Cisco and Palo Alto in the longer term account. I think if you're going to play something with strength, CrowdStrike's already breaking out. So that's the name that you want in this space.
Yeah, I like that kind of this
I just keep the mic on the desk.
Yeah, okay,
so
yeah.
you don't have anything to worry about unless you're...
I got up for coffee earlier, yes. Okay, so yeah, that 250, I was just saying that 250, I like that strength that came in on Friday there, and we stopped almost to the T right there, right underneath that 250. Definitely an interesting area, but looking a little left. Since earnings, we've basically been doing this sideways churn in and around this 225 and that 250. So these 25 points, kind of an interesting range there since earnings. I threw up some alerts here, kind of this shelf that we've had in the past couple of weeks, right on top of 240, and then now we've pushed above that 240 mark and pushed all the way to 250. So now let's see where we go from this this about 10-point range. That's what I'm curious for. But yeah, pretty strong hold post earnings there on PAN-W.
Back.
All right, yeah, just getting some comments here from Fed's Logan. Seemed to be that move in the overall market to the upside there. Bottom of the screen there right now is the comment that kicked that off. But yeah, a little bit more positive anyways from Logan. It's worth noting we have a ton of Fed speak coming through today, so just be prepared. Could be at any time. They were scheduled, most of them were scheduled to be later on this afternoon, but here we go. Already getting some comments. Let's get into everything you need to know here. Worth noting, dollar just tanked on that as well. Sharif's going to have a look at the futures.
Yeah, let's look at this, guys. We closed out at 43.41 on Friday after that huge move up after the jobs numbers and non-farm payrolls coming in higher than expected. We thought a sell-off would come. We got the complete opposite. We got to a high of 43.59, but the closing print, 43.41. This morning, it looks very clear. 4,300 is the support level on the ES. Look for possible bounces off there. If we stay above there, look for a possible long. For resistance, let's look at Friday's levels, 43.41. Look for possible resistance in and around there.
All right, let's get into everything that's on the watch list this morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you go to watchlist.tradertv.live. You can scan that QR code as well. It'll take you there, and you enter your email address and then get that in your inbox every single day. Tesla, top of the list this morning as we get these Chinese numbers that were not great, to say the least here. So September down 10.9% year over year. Kind of in line with what they reported beginning of last week with overall quarterly numbers. But I think, more interesting, anyways, there was images. I'm going to grab one, but there was renderings, I guess, of the Model 2, or a proposed version of the Model 2 that were floating around over the weekend on social media. Who knows if they're legit or not, but
yeah,
it looked pretty cool.
They look pretty cool. I think they'll be great for the European market. I'm not really sure about North America, but who knows? In any event, interesting news coming out of Tesla from China with lower production numbers there. I still am of the opinion that these lower production numbers are the consumer holding out for the revamped Model 3. We saw a lot of pictures about that. And if you're in the market for one, I think you may be holding your money on the sideline until that's out and then making the purchase then. We'll see when it's debuting in North America.
So I saw two. I saw actually two different versions of this. This was the first that I think was like the more legit version of it. Kind of looks Model Y-esque, but with a lower, more chiseled front end, obviously. But there was also a version that was floating around that I saw that it looked like a Cybertruck. Like it had that squared off front as well. So who knows? But cool to speculate.
Interesting looking model there.
Yeah, no, I was. Look, I'm always surprised by Tesla's ability to continue to kind of just roll out the same looking car. Like honestly, Tesla hasn't changed the look. I mean, I know they've added a little bit to it moving forward here, but they've really kept the same look for a very, very, since its inception. Obviously, people that are Tesla people are going to say, well, they added this, they added that. And sure, they did. They still got that Cybertruck, which is obviously a pretty unique build for anybody's mind. But yeah. Look, Tesla today getting hit here. I wrote down that we have the China slowdown in sales numbers, right? Some of this, it's on our watch list as well. It's pretty brutal day here. I think we could be facing a bad day in the market, but then Fed's Logan just comes out and talks all about inflation, and maybe we just have to forget about everything that's happening. And like I said, man, close Twitter, close your eyes, and just buy the best companies. Well, then I think Tesla's going to continue to perform and perform at a high level. Thing is, Tesla's right now looking to break below that 250, which is the 50-period moving average. So if we're looking at any names today, I think Tesla's going to be one of those to look at. I wrote down here 262. If we get anything, I don't think the market is in good enough shape here to take anything out. So I would like to fade pops in certain names and buy dips in others. So if Tesla right now down 1.67%, and again, let's just get back to what we're talking about here with the market, right? Tesla today, what we posted out there, 10.9% year-over-year decrease in China-made electric EV names, particularly noting 12% decline in sales of the China-made Model 3 and Model Y. 12% is not a nothing number. So I think a downside push here is probably evident for Tesla. You're just kind of barcoding at these levels. So I'd like to see a pop up to at least 258, which is where the 200 period is. Then you're going to look at a close of 260 for Friday. So anything up in here I think is a fade. And this is on my radar for a breaking down. So like if we miss the stock and it absolutely breaks down and the market is absolutely falling, watch out for 250. Maybe we take 250 and go lower from there. But Tesla's going to be on my radar. It's one of the weakest tech names right now, down 1.6%. So this is one that I'm going to look at for weakness, Tesla today. I hate to say that because I do like it, and I think we could buy some Tesla stock here at 250. But if the market really does fall, hey, man, China, not great production, not great sales numbers, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, definitely. I think I do agree with you on that Tesla being poised for a fade. We've seen how heavy it's been selling off of these previous tops from before. We saw that 300 test, and we can't really get past that 275. And now we're playing in and around that 250. So we are making lower highs relative to what we've been seeing over the past, I'd say about a year or so, right? Definitely that action coming in since July, that 300 test. So another thing I also do want to mention is that it kind of makes sense to me that their sales are lower year over year because of the competition that Chinese EVs have, right? I was at Yorkdale over the weekend, and I saw they had a VinFast a setup there, and their vehicles don't look too far different in terms of like quality, like build quality than the Teslas. I'll be really honest. Like they might even have better seats.
I mean, I think like I was saying, man, I think the Tesla still gets a lot of people buying it because of Tesla. Yeah. And you got the charging
it's
stations.
A name thing.
Everybody likes it. The durability, the reliability, maybe, you know. And I just think, and as Sharif and we've all mentioned this before, Chinese companies have still a ways to go as far as image and things like that. Yeah. Tesla's built, I mean, the fact that Tesla can produce a car like every 30-something seconds is still absolutely unbelievable. And they have enough demand to actually meet that. So until you get VinFast, and I mean, VinFast just reported earnings there on last Wednesday or Thursday, right? Stock had some nice moves in it. I don't know. I just feel like all these EV names are so crushed from their IPO prices. Yeah. They really need to get going. Rivian was another interesting one. We saw that flying high, then absolutely tanking. Yeah. Actually, what did Rivian do on Friday? Because Rivian, okay, so still down here at 18 bucks. I think if you're going to buy any name, I don't mind buying or taking a look at Rivian down here at some of these levels. Like Friday, like I said, where were we on Friday? Because this should have been bottom too. Yeah, $17 bottom there, ripping up to 19 at the close. Rivian down. Wow, Rivian's down pretty bad here today. Also down that 3%. That seems to be something to pick up if we drip down into 1750. I like Rivian longs down here as well.
For one, more Cybertruck influence coming through on this Model 2 rendering. So I don't know. It's cool to speculate, as we said. Let's go on. Big tech downside right across the board this morning. I mean, I think we got to consider the fact that a lot of this is just going to be profit taking. Obviously, the overall market is down. Some of these a little bit more so than the rest of the overall market. However, there was a couple of individual notes on Microsoft specifically. Regarding a software update that was going to come along the lines of NVIDIA's AI chip. There's also a couple of positive analyst notes on Microsoft specifically. The entire group under pressure here, though, this morning.
Yeah, very interesting, especially what we heard last week from OpenAI with respect to wanting to make their own chips. So we're going to have to wait and see about that, especially with the association with Microsoft. But yeah, some of these big tech names are all down, especially the ones with close connections to Israel. We had NVIDIA basically canceling their conference. They had an AI conference scheduled for next month in Israel. That's been canceled. Intel also investing $25 billion in a foundry in Israel. That's also down 1 1/3% today. So the Middle East conflict definitely having an issue this morning on big tech.
I just saw this as well. I didn't even realize this, but apparently OpenAI CEO on Rogan.
Yeah.
So that's a must listen. I haven't yet, but I will. Good to know. I don't know. What do you think about this Cybertruck looking model?
I like it, dude. Put it back up. Is it?
It's not bad.
It's
got some, Fabian and Ramin were just making the point that it's got some Prius-esque looking angles to it, but I don't know. I don't mind it.
I like it.
Obi?
I don't know how I really feel about that look there. It's a little.
I don't like that front.
Yeah, it looks like it's like a Lego car, right? It's very blocky. It's like I don't know how I really feel about that. But yeah,
is that an official release or that's just?
I think it's just a render. It might be just an idea of what may be yet to come. Hopefully not. Seeing as some of the other, like the existing Teslas, definitely look much better than that one, in my opinion. But
you know what? I'm not even sure how it looks matters, to be honest with you, because you and I could sit here and not like the look of it. It doesn't.
Oh yeah, it's not going to matter like whether it sells or not. Like
yeah, I think it's about time that Tesla produced something like that. I wanted like a hatchback type of model, so I think that kind of fits the bill there. And whenever you're getting cheaper prices, I think that's great. Like you talk to kids these days, anyone in I guess late teens, early 20s, some of them don't even have plans of buying cars. Like do you need a car?
Not really. No.
Right. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Sharif drives his car once, twice a week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, unless you have a family or like reasons to carry things somewhere, nowadays, especially if you're in a big city like this, Uber is not, I don't want to say it's cheap because, you know, it's going to be different. There's surge pricing, things like that. But I just feel like Tesla has a lot to go for it, man. I mean, pretty soon you're going to have that full self-drive is going to be everywhere. People love full self-driving there. Ubers are going to be all Teslas, I feel like, at some point. And I don't know, just as this world's going, I like Tesla. The more models they can come with, especially the cheaper ones, I think that's great because you got to have a happy medium, right? Like the rich people can buy certain models, and then those of us, myself, that wants to not spend $150,000, $200,000 on a car, you priced out that full self-drive Model 3. It was $99,000 or something Canadian. You know, so that's pretty ridiculous. So if we can get something in there where you can maybe get $25,000, $30,000, I think that's pretty reasonable. And I think it does fit a niche market that exists pretty strongly right now in today's economy. So, you know, buy Teslas, guys, hand over fist.
Yeah, definitely. We were just looking at some big tech here as well. NVIDIA, Amazon, Apple, Meta, all of these big tech names kind of down, but as Brendo mentioned, a little bit of a tailwind from the market move as well, right? So let's see. I'm looking at the hourly here on NVIDIA. It did gap down, but we're well within range, right? We've been making some higher lows off of this 400 area level bounce, right? We just got into that 400, and since that 400-ish area, 407, seeing the lows here, we've been consecutively making higher lows, and even off of this gap down, we are well within last week's range. We're just testing the lower end of last week's support as well. I know I'm watching Amazon as well. Amazon a little sideways, and we know we got the gap down, but we didn't really negate Friday's crazy run up. But again, it's yet to be seen there, Sean. I don't know where we're going to be going when the market opens, but it seems like this pullback, this kind of a gap down that we've had, has left a lot of these large caps kind of well within the range. Nothing too crazy in terms of negating last week's price action.
Right, so yeah, if we're going to talk about some major tech names, just go over to @TraderTV, Sean, right here, or grab our watches.tradertv.live. We have a whole bunch of notes on there. Microsoft, I just gave some levels, 322 long, Google 134 long. I really like Meta 108 long. We're going to get to Disney soon as well, and then Oracle. So I have a bunch of big cap tech names that I like on here. Let's just go with Google. Right now, if you want to go back to some other ones, I really feel like, again, some dip buy opportunities coming here. I'm nervous, obviously, about this market today. I just changed these guys over to Bears. Randy's not here today as it's Canadian holiday, so he won't come over and jinx this thing. But look at this 134, right? That's where we opened up on Friday. I was honestly thinking, like, coming in here today when we wrote this sticky note, I thought the market, like we were down here, I thought we were going to break, and then you'd have this 135. I thought that's where we'd be at, more like around open, and then we'd be dipping into these levels. So I still think you want to buy the strong names, man. And right here, look at this huge move up, and it really supported 135. So maybe we're going to change Google over to 135. I just tweeted out Microsoft on their very first AI product lost money. Now, I don't know what it is. I saw it come up on Twitter, but AI right now is not an actual profitable thing for a lot of these companies. They got to figure out how to monetize it. I know that there's ChatGPT, you can pay a certain amount of money per month to get to like version 4 or whatever it is. But other than that, a lot of these companies right now putting money into AI, obviously dropping down tons of money to NVIDIA. We've seen NVIDIA's future forecast for revenues is absolutely huge. So as they build this out, I thought maybe Microsoft could have a chance to dip down in. And we wrote down 322, again, into somewhere there's some consolidation right here. If we get dip downs, I like these names. If we start to rip up today in this market, it's going to take me by surprise. So I'm going to actually wait for pullbacks back in. I want to be short today. I don't know, Obi. I feel like I'm way too... Like, should we be looking like, I don't know. I don't want to be too bearish. I don't want to be too negative. But yeah. I feel like part of me is just the feelings I get whenever I'm opening up this media stuff, and I just feel like all the stuff coming out of Israel now, and I'm reading it. They're selling US dollars for the first time. They're talking about like completely changing the landscape of the Middle East. Like that's not good talk, man. And
yeah,
I feel like we could be sitting here trading. Like I'm already getting a little bit of goosebumps here. Like I feel like I could be sitting here trading, and then we just hear horrendous news about something. And I don't you got to keep our ear to the ground today is all I'm saying. I don't know if layering into longs is going to be the right play. And I don't know. I see people on here, it's a trap. And you might be right. You know, maybe this is a trap. And all this negative talk, we have potentially a pause or a complete Fed pause, shift. What's that thing that they always say? Fed pivot.
Yeah, Fed pivot.
That's a real thing happening right in front of our face. You know, you had the Fed come out right now and say, oh, we're getting closer to the target, might not need to do anything. What was that, Fed's Barkin? I don't know who that was that just said, Logan, who just came out and said that. You know, so maybe there is a little bit more positivity. Like, we're coming in here and talking negatively, and the market ripped everyone's face off on Friday.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know. I want to be an active trader today, and I think I will, but I kind of got to let this thing settle down a bit, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think there is some precedent to kind of going with your gut to a certain extent, but at the same time, like you said on Friday, like you could have had an opinion on the market, but the market just gonna market, right? So we just kind of like had like a slow grind up all day on Friday, and yeah, if we are expecting volatility, which I think is a very astute assessment there of like we could get unexpected news randomly in the day. So I think for today, like I said before, I think it's important to stay as nimble as possible with these ideas and just react to how the market structure kind of takes us, regardless of how we may be feeling one way or another. But yeah, I'm just trying to stay as unbiased as possible when it comes to a direction and price action for today. I think I want to just look at structure, look at some consolidations, see which way we go from there. And yeah, definitely going to be expecting a lot of fugays and a lot of traps. But that's always going to be the case, right? Those are almost always there. But I think today is definitely a day to kind of stay reserved and just react.
Yeah, I just saw, here it is right here. So shout out to Chill Vibes. I mean, I think that this is what, you know, it's very, very easy to trade with emotions and stuff like that. You know, and I think that when you are a trader, and just let's put in, you know, not just trader, but like put in like the words human being, it's hard to trade outside or to act outside of emotion. But the strongest players out there, and we talk about this all the time with baseball, and we just talked about it, how Neil says there's no such thing as clutch hitting, right? I mean, if you could take away all of the emotions and every single at-bat, whether or not it's preseason or Game 7 of the World Series, if you could take out your emotion and just be like, this is just another day, you know, at the plate or here in front of level 2 screens, and we just trade what we see, then yeah, you know, I think let's wait for levels. Let's be that trader who we think we are and just continue to basically have confidence in our abilities to read the tape, in our abilities to trade the stocks, and in our abilities to read the news. And I mean, as long as that is continuously the case, which is what we've built careers on here, that's what's going to continue to work out for it. So again, you always want to have that sort of spidey sense out there that there is negativity in this market, but at the same time, there's also positivity. Like, we're getting good stories coming through here as well from the Fed, and we're going to watch the U.S. dollar here today. And remember the whole thing about how when oil goes up, you know, the market's supposed to go down and vice versa. That's been disconnected for a little while as well. So maybe we're okay here. But we are running out of time here. So let's go over, talk about ARM.
Yeah, let's get through a couple here. Disney on the board there as well. Nelson Peltz back in that, getting a big position. We'll try, I mean, travel across the board, downside on these Middle East headlines as well. So in case we don't get back to it. But ARM here trying to tick higher through that pre-market high. This is, I mean, only part of the list here. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I see analyst moves this morning, 14, I should say. Analyst moves this morning. It's a month since this thing has been public already. So positive across the board. Price targets anywhere from 60 up to 85 is a wide range.
Yeah, Rosenblatt with the highest one there, Brendo. But yeah, basically what they're all talking about the same thing. The dominance in the smartphone market and the possible expansion into data centers. I mean, if you have not heard anything from the banks with respect to ARM, that was by design. I mean, they stayed quiet and they saw how it traded for about a month. Recall they raised $4.87 billion in the IPO. So we'll have to wait and see. It's a good look today, up, you know, counter trend to some of these other microchip names. We'll keep an eye on ARM.
Thoughts here, guys, for ARM?
Right, I was looking at the DXY. I really just think that we got to watch out for the dollar here today, obviously. So we're going to have a chart up of the DXY to see what's happening right now. I do have thoughts on ARM, obviously. Here's the DXY right now. Up 0.23, so it's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. We'll have to watch this. Up 24 cents right now. This, of course, is the dollar. We're going to watch it. We don't have it in our platform, so we'll have TradingView up right now. Neither does Trade Ideas. So you can watch UUP and things like that as we go. But look what's happening. We talked about this as well. There's going to be pockets of strength in this market. And ARM today, I just retweeted this. Brendan just talked about it as well. ARM came out today. Like, look at all of these upgrades, right? I just tweeted out right here. It is right here. And Brendan just talked about this. Buy at Citi, buy at Deutsche, buy at Jefferies, buy at Mizuno, market perform, outperform, Barclays. Like, everything is right here. So grab that. Look at what ARM's doing, and this is probably the name that you want to get long today. So with all these upgrades, and again, it was just at 0.8, now it's at 0.5. So as this market gets going here, we do have the imbalance locator that just came out, so we'll look at the market on open orders. But I think you want to buy weakness, right? So if this market does come down, and we're worried about, like I said, some of this economic turmoil here, or worldwide, we're going to have to wait to figure out what happens. So $53 looks like a good spot to me, man. We took off from there on Friday. We kept going. If you want to really look and get like real close to an open trade, maybe you look at this. I just think this could break, that's all. 53.50, something in here could be good. But then if you're going to take 53.50, maybe you take a small piece and then wait to see if you can get into here. Look, 53 on Thursday was the top. Once we finally bounced off there, we went down about 80 cents, then took off and retested and held. So $53, I think that's a good level. Then 53.50, maybe off the open. Stand in front of a potential fall. But again, I'm a little more negative than maybe I should be right now. We've already talked about why. Right there, nothing again coming on the imbalance locator. Lucid, maybe. With all these names down so big today, Lucid might be something. We just saw XOM as a small buy. Thought it would be bigger than that as well. But let's go. What do you think about ARM?
Yeah, we kind of covered this a little earlier today as well, right? So yeah, definitely that 51.50 we talked about. And let me just pull up some of these levels I have charted from before, and we have been kind of pinballing between these levels, give or take half a point or so. But yeah, no, take a look at this kind of this resistance from the end of last week, actually all of last week, as Monday comes in, that 54 stays heavy. Wednesday you have that nice rally, but you can't get past that 54, and then comes in Thursday, you can't get past that 54, and then you sell off, and as well as Friday on that rip right back up, you come into 54. Now we're trading above that 54 resistance from last week, so definitely that 54 will be an under over for me going forward on ARM for this week at least. Let's see where we can go from here. We've also mentioned that we are making higher lows relative to kind of like this. So we IPO'd here in and around this 50 above this 56 mark right here, right there, 56.28, kind of the opening candle I see right there. We blasted to the upside right into 70s, came back down, consolidate, but I like this hold on top of that 50 and then making higher lows as well. So that kind of gives precedent to the upside.
$2.5 billion here for. I was just reading this Nelson Peltz note, Wall Street Journal reporting that. Peltz going to $2.5 billion worth of a stake in Disney to the upside on that, and it seems like that's about it today.
Yeah, up from 6.4 million shares, what he had, to 30. By just to put some perspective, there's about 1.5 billion outstanding shares for Disney. But you'll recall this individual, Nelson Peltz, he was looking to shake things up earlier in the year when Bob Iger came back, and then Bob Iger, they made some cost cutting, about 7,000 jobs they cut, and then Nelson Peltz kind of toned down his activist sentiment. Now he's back and he's looking at more than one board seat, Brendo. He's looking for a few here. So we'll have to wait and see how this does.
Coming off not one, but two straight days, guys, going into the weekend of upside action. Nice look on Friday with the overall market rally. Here we are back to 84 for Disney.
Look, let's just make this quick because we only got a minute left. Who's going to be on the bell? First of all, we're going to have someone over there. We've got to light that place up right now. $83. I feel like this is the only name that I have a bid on right now. I really like this sort of catalyst moving forward here. Nelson Peltz, again, big fund coming through here. I say buy it, man. Looking at these dips, if we can buy anything near this $83, I want to buy it. If we lose the bid there at 83, then we'll just get out. 82, 85 there, the close on Friday. I really like it. I think this is going to be a big move. Whenever you have an activist like this coming through in, looking to take on board seats, I mean, obviously he sees some value in the company, and who am I to say no? So it's the Trian Fund, TRIAN, looking to make some moves here on Disney. Great move from the bottom end. I don't know. Have we seen the bottom in this name? Potentially we have. All right, here we go, man. Only 20 seconds now. Obi, I don't know if you had anything quickly to say right there, but we are getting ready to run here on
Bit of a
open.
downtrend.
So, okay,
Bit of
yeah.
a downtrend on Disney overall.
Yeah, big downtrend on Disney. You may want to fade any sort of a pop-up. Here we go. With only 10 seconds left there. And Obi, and as the market opens, we'll talk more about Disney, of course. 3, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. All right, there we are. We are now open and ready to rock and roll, so let's wait to see. And as we sort of thought, the market is looking for a little bit of a downside move here, breaking back into the 50 period. Watch out. The thing we talked about is the NASDAQ is also at 15,000. So watch out for the NASDAQ down here at 15,000. I'm going to let things settle down just a little bit. Right now, Disney not really moving around. Apple as well could be something. Let's zoom in here. Yeah, a little bit of nothing right now. Tesla, Meta, Disney, Oracle, Google, Microsoft, all on watch.
Yep. Just taking a quick scalp here, just off of some potential Momo there. 126 holding for now. Let's see where we can get here on the Amazon. That 15,000 also holding, and it seems like we are breaking to the downside just underneath that 126 there, Sean.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were talking about that Disney. That Disney definitely a little bit of a downtrend if you take a look at a higher time frame there. Just on like an hourly, I have up there on Disney. So take a look at this daily. Definitely kind of a downtrend, holding that 80 mark as well, and we're kind of trending up a little bit. So let's take a look at a 15-minute real quick. I just want to show you guys what happened last week. We kind of dipped underneath this 80, kind of a consolidation, can't really follow through, and we've picked right back up into the top of that downtrend. We are seeing quite a heavy downtrend. 100 rejection happened a few weeks ago there, and we've just been slowly bleeding off. So yeah, any of these pops are really not sustaining for the most part there on Disney there, Sean.
Okay, so we have a position on right now. First position alert, we have Intel short. Let's just see what happens. I was looking at USO. There goes Intel, so we are short right now at 88. We just got some out at 83. Let's just see, man. The market's trying to hold, which is making me a little bit nervous. When you come up to these levels, our out is 36 bucks. We've already been here. It was a nice move to the upside. Let's just short Intel and see where we can go from here, right? This is going to be something that we want to look at. Intel to the short side. I do have another bid in the mid-70s, see if we can get something out. But we'll start it off right now. Drop down a little bit of cash here for a quick little Intel scalp. Right now, 7 cents in the money. Let's see if we can push a little bit here on Intel. Get that down a little bit more right now. There's the tank city that we are looking for in this market. Where are we right now? Let's look at Microsoft. So 322 is what we wanted to look at. Is Apple giving it up a little bit right now? Yes, it is. So there goes the market. Let's just cancel. Let's still take a 76, but we are making some nice cash here on Intel. As here we go, baby. There goes the move to the downside. I hate, honestly, man, this is what I talked about with trading. I hate this feeling of going short when I know there's so much goddamn turmoil out there. But you know what? That's my damn job, is to give you guys some good trades, put some money in my family's pocket, and there it is, a nice downside move right there for Intel. So here we go again, guys. Let's wait to see what happens.
Yeah, might be fighting for the long a little bit there as we kind of crush that 126 mark. I got SPY on watch as well. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna give that piece right there. That's fine, and then we're gonna let it consolidate there, Sean. I got VIX on watch as well. We wanna be wary of any volatility moving around as well. So VIX on watch, we can take a look at what VIX has been doing over the past couple of weeks. We talked about that 20 level as well being a little interesting. So we've been holding just underneath some of these levels from before. So I was looking for a bit of a reversion off of last week's crazy fade on the VIX. We saw how the market kind of was, and then we did get that a bit of a reversion right now. And let's see where we go from here. That 1965-ish area definitely going to be interesting. But yeah, I'm going to be keeping an eye out just to see whether or not we get that volatility pushing around.
We are bouncing. So right now, Logan is running his mouth, which is fine. I don't mean running his mouth, but well, I do. But just talking right now. So let's just see what this market could do. I do have a new position here. Looks like we're going to get squashed on it pretty soon. It's okay. Like, we're short Intel, but we are also short Tesla here. I was trying to give this one to about VWAP 255.50 here for Tesla. So like, I was just saying to myself, like, let's try to find something that we wanted to short, right? And I looked over at my notes, and the only real name that I had on here as almost looking at a short initially was going to be Tesla. So a little bit of a pop up here right now gives us that short at 255, only giving us an average price of right here, right now. So there it is, nice downside move. We just take 40 cents there. Let's see if it will continue to flush down. We do have a decent position here in Tesla. So let's take something out in the 70s again. Yeah, let's go. If there's a nice flush in this name, man, this will be the one. But for right now, we're holding on to this. We're just going to bid something in the 70s. We're now short at 43, as you can see. So right there, now 70 cents in the money. But you know what this is?
Wow.
It is close to one at ease. We are now 80 cents in the money on Tesla. Let's see if this can get into the dollar club right now as an early one. So we just took out 20% of Tesla right now. We're obviously short in here in the 50s. Let's see if it continues to go. Let's go, baby. Let's get down to the downside for Tesla right now. Targets, I mean, I wrote down here, well, no, I only wrote down short targets. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a pullback. We could take some more out right now. This is a nice trade. Yes, sir. Nice trade on Tesla right now. I don't know if, I mean, I know you guys must have had some bangers there on Friday, but here we go. Let's go. Let's get to the downside right now.
Yeah, I do feel like I'm fighting this pressure a little bit here. I got long on top of that 125. I was a little too early there, but that 125 definitely coming right in to a little bit of a previous consolidation from Friday. But I'm going to be, like I said, I'm going to try to stay as nimble as possible there. Not so great on that first position there, but we might be catching a potential bounce here. But take a look at something I want to note here. The NQ and the ES definitely very, very distinctly disconnected today, definitely, because that NQ kind of bidding very strongly to the downside underneath that 15 thou, and the ES is actually trying to push for its highs there. So that's definitely an interesting look. I got SPY as well over here. SPY definitely going to be looking a lot more like the ES, and I had that 427 level kind of marked, and we've been holding that level as well and pushing towards that 428, that 430 kind of interesting as well. Now, Sean, I know I kind of pointed this level out to you earlier this morning, that consolidation on Apple on top of that 176. Apple seems to be holding as of right now on top of that 176. This is clean consolidation from that pre-market session there. So I'm curious to know whether or not we're going to stay above that 176, or we're going to continue to fade a little bit further there and consolidate. So I'm curious to know. I'm just trying to stay on my feet today. A lot of selling right out the open there. I'm watching Alpha as well. Google, very, very strong, just ripped right back into pre-market consolidation levels. Let's take a look at that as well. Google right here. Take a look at that wick. This is an hourly candle. I know you can't really see it that well, but take a look at the 3-minute right there, kind of quadunk 136, and then rips right back up into this pre-market range. Let's see what Google is going to be doing here. Amazon still churning in and around this 125. We are a little bit long on top of that 125. Might have been too hasty by a few pennies to try and catch that bounce. But take a look at this range on the NQ that seems to be holding. We did a bit of a lick grab into the bottom of that pre-market or that Globex session range there on the NQs, and we're ripping right back into there. So that's definitely an interesting look. Google seeming like it is the strongest out of the bunch right now there, Sean. Now Meta as well. We talked about about Meta last week. Wow, take a look at Meta, Sean. That's crazy. 311 all the way to 314, straight to the upside, looking distinctly different from the rest of the market here. A lot of these other tech names selling off.
Let's just go see what Brendan has to say quickly.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that you guys were just talking about this. What a move for Palantir, right through to 17 on a heavy volume here, guys. There is a couple of analysts talking positively on Palantir today, but I don't see any significant news. But nice look, 2% for PLTR.
Damn, Daniel. That stock is just going crazy right now to the upside, PLTR. All right, so I'm a little bit stuck here because Intel, for example, is saying, Sean, what are you thinking about going short? Because we're now short at 90s, and it's up here at 96, actually going to take out $36. So we just took a 96 here. We're going to try to get out of this if we can, as Intel right now is going one way, and it's kind of following the market here, trying to go back to the upside. But what's really been working out for us right now is this name. Tesla continues to hold short, but at the same time, we are battling this level right here, 250, 350. It doesn't look like it wants to break it. We're a dollar in the money down there at those levels, but we've already taken out 30% of this name. We have actually 3 outs right here. As you can see, we actually took an out. We've already taken 3 outs at these levels, so let's just let it break. Let's see if we can get Tesla to break lower. We already have our target getting out, a little bit north of 255. So I'd hate to lose on this name here today, especially when we've had a dollar in the money, but the market is really resilient right now. Like the minute we broke down through 15,000, I actually thought this was going to be a wrap. Right there, but no, man, the market's really holding up here, holding up through this 15,000. So watch out, man. There it is. Looks like the NASDAQ wants to take it right back again. So that's VWAP. We're underneath for now, but maybe not for long, as the market still being real resilient here on certain names. And Tesla is just one of those names, holding this bottom, but it does look like it wants to go. The name that I'm most surprised out here is Intel. Short now 90s. I'm trying to bid some out here at 91, just because this name is not the one.
Yeah, that definitely changing up there. I'm watching that tape speed kind of start to accelerate there as well. Take a look at the ES. ES is blasting towards its highs. We know we were teetering in and around that 43 last week, and it seems like that was kind of that support in and around, what is this, around 1 a.m., 1 a.m.-ish. So what is that? That's about 2 a.m. here, our time or market time as well. So that 43 definitely held, and we made a higher low relative to that 43 hold, and now we are pushing above this this structure consolidation here at that 43.22 area-ish on the ES. So like we said before, I'm going to try to do my best just to. Neil and I were talking about this on the recap show there, decision-making points based off of what the structure is showing you. So I'm really trying to take that home and be like, okay, if I want to stay unbiased and just go off of price action, I'm going to try to do my best and just base it off the data that I'm seeing, right? NQ is holding within its consolidation range here for now, but we did wake up quite strongly back up into that 15. And I guess the question I'm asking right now is we haven't even printed that first 15-minute candle, about 3 minutes left, as it's 9:42 right now, and we are getting quite a bit of a bottom wick on that 15-minute candle, which may give us a bit of that direction. Take a look at the SPY right there. We talked about that 427 hold and that 176 on Apple. Apple being the market leader, of course. That 176 on hold on Apple, I think will be very crucial to give us a bit of a direction on the day. And if we can use that level as a bit of an under-over, because that pre-market consolidation I thought was very peculiar on top of that 176. So if we give up the ghost, as we like to say, on top of that 176, then I think we may have our direction for the day. But it seems like as of right now, this 125 area on Amazon is holding, and we're pushing back towards that 126. And the ES can't stop, won't stop, straight to the upside there. The NQ now pushing towards its consolidation highs as well, in and around this 1530. Let's see if it can kind of follow in lockstep with the ES breaking highs as well.
AMC, guys, 2.5% already. Just took out that high from Friday. Nice day on Friday as well on those Taylor Swift numbers that came through. So here we go again for AMC.
All right, so we're just getting out. Yeah, we'll look at AMC in a second here. We just got out of Intel. We sort of sensed that one, as it started to go up, man, we started to sense that was a little bit off on that. So we'll have to watch out for AMC possibly now. Or sorry, for Intel possibly heading to the upside. And there goes, again, we got, that. We didn't mean to, well, we did mean to get stopped out. I actually do want to take a little bit more here on Tesla. Give it to 256 right now because it is starting to go. So I'm just going to put this stop in right now. We only want to get out of 75%, so we didn't get out of everything right there on that move up. But we're going to give this up to 256 now because, again, we've taken some profit on it. It was good. We'll give it back, obviously, there just a little bit. And now we'll have to see if it wants to continue to work out because there is a downside move coming through. So let's get ready and see if there is going to be a move up here in the market that holds. If there's a move up. I mean, this is a strong move up. We had Fed speak happening all in front of us, so now we're just going to have to see if some of these levels can hold. And you mentioned, Obi, before we went over there to Brendo, you were like, oh my God, Meta just continues to rip up. I mean, this name, we had this as a strong kit. I mean, we had Microsoft, Google, Meta, Disney, and Oracle, all names that we wanted to look at for the long. And it seems like they're all really printing here. Nice, strong move in the market. Nice, strong move for Meta. I do not want to short this name. So, you know, Meta is going to be one that has a nice strong side move. So let's wait to see if we can get any love there on Meta. But for right now, let's go over. I see some talk about LMT, Lockheed Martin. Of course, unfortunately, again, we've all talked about what kind of a day this is potentially going to be here. Lockheed Martin is actually a perfect storm for anybody that likes this name because it's been pulled back so much into this level. I don't know if anyone was buying this, but that 400, 395 area down there, forget about, again, all the tensions in the Middle East, but this is a name that came right into support. And if you were to bought that, now you're back up to the 50 period. So a great move up, gave 8% all the way back and put some money in some traders' pockets that are off that level. So LMT, again, pretty good name here. The spread isn't too, I was gonna say the spread isn't too bad if you're sort of, you know, swing trading it. Maybe you can cross and get involved there, but it's still about 70 cents even right now on LMT. So for me, I think it's a stay away until we get a little bit of a better and a tighter spread on some of those names. Let's just quickly look at JP Morgan as we have banks coming this week, right? So I still think JP is going to be strong as we go. Are you going to go get coffee? Yeah, sure. 1 milk, man. Thanks a lot, Fabian, for that one. 1 milk. Yep. That'll be. Oh, if there is almond milk because that's in the fridge too. All right. What's up, Brando?
Gas name, guys, just popping up here. I have something in my eye. 6.2% here for Frontline on heavy volume. So just double checking on this one, but nice look to start the week here for FRO.
Okay, Frontline there. I'm a little bit obsessed right now with getting everything back on Tesla. The professor's got me saying that, but it is the right way to pronounce it, apparently, with a little bit of a Z action in there.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So there it is. We'll ring the register on that one. Of course, we did get stopped out there. So this is, I've been, you know, dealing with that. No, I think you're right, Professor.
No, I'm happy.
Oh, they got you on camera eating? Is that what it was? I think that's like one of Neil's things. They always try to get Neil on camera eating, but the professor's over here getting that energy. Okay, so nice move down to 254.50, man, on that one. There it is. It's like a reverse dollar club because we lost $1 the first. We gained $1, lost $1. Now we're back in. So Tesla right here, just a little sleepy action for me on this day. So we'll have to wait to see here. Intel, we've already taken our lunch from that one. Let's go over and have a quick look at advanced micro devices coming through right now again. Nice downside move. That got up to 106. Maybe the market now is making its move down. We are short Tesla. Oh, Rivian. Wait till you see this one. Rivian went right up to a wicked level there of 1875. Hit it twice, thrice. Whatever, man, you're here, Obi, so we don't have to say that. But there it is right now, 1880 for Rivian. Great short if you can get it all the way up there, but so far so good on RIVN to the downside off of that 1875 level. Happy Thanksgiving to all my Canadian friends out there. And I think the U.S. holiday, I know it's a bank holiday. It used to be Columbus Day, but I think they got rid of that. So happy bank holiday. I don't know. Maybe we can look that up. Is it, there must be a... a holiday there in the States. It used to be Columbus Day.
I think I did overhear that banks and certain government officials do have holidays today in the States. So yeah, no. Happy Thanksgiving, happy Canadian Thanksgiving to all our friends who are celebrating for sure. But take a look at Amazon. We're all the way back. We talked about that hold on that 125, and lo and behold, we're holding that 126. And we've talked about that. Let's see if the NQ kind of follows in step with the ES, breaking its consolidation highs. And take a look at that. That has come into a little bit of fruition there. That 1530 high, that local high, kind of coming in. We saw how hard and strong that wick was on the initial 15. Right? We did well, it looked like a lick grab while it was happening, and I was like, oh damn, we're really gonna bid back up above this consolidation. The ES is leading as well, and take a look at that. All of these tech names definitely getting dragged along with this hold. We talked about that 176 on Apple as well. Let's take a look at Apple real quick. We might be looking at a V-shaped recovery as with some of the selling that has happened in the morning. Take a look at that. If Amazon goes all the way to 127, oh boy, definitely not well weighted in that trade. But take a look at Apple. Apple is already doing that V-shaped recovery there off that pre-market hold. We got a bit of a lick grab, if you want to call it that, by a few pennies at least. But yeah, no, ripping right back up. There it is. Apple hella strong on the day. We saw this type of strength come in. That 174 was extremely key all of last week and the week before, and we consolidated and ripped right back up to that 177 with a crazy melt up move on Friday. And it seems like that buying pressure is right back in within these prices. So that 176 hold, like we said, definitely going to be quite directional here. Sean, it doesn't seem like this Amazon wants to stop either. SPY as well. That 430 I kind of have marked. Shout out to Sean, Sticky Note Nation right here. Yeah, got that 430 mark. Let's see if that SPY will hold. Again, I had 427 and 430. We're literally getting a level-to-level move here on the SPY. It's about a 3-point move right out the open, and it hasn't even printed the second 15-minute candle yet. And Amazon, let's see if that 127 comes in and follows in lockstep with the Apple move. V-shaped recovery. As I say that, take a look at Google. Oh boy. I'm so excited I can't even type it out. All right, so that 176, take a look at that. That 176 pulling right, sorry, 176. I'm still thinking about Apple there. That 136, bit of a lick grab, same story here, but a lot more strength happening. Now the next level, looking left, what am I looking at Google? This 138 gave us a little bit of a chop and sideways consolidation going into the end of the day after a very, very strong run up, right? So let's see if we can push through this 138 today on Google and see if the strength is going to kind of continue back to the upside there. We're seeing like, it seems like we're getting a bit of a pullback here, some selling coming in underneath this pre-market range on Amazon. So let's see how far this can get.
But we're still fighting this Tesla at 256, man. We're short again at 255.60 right now. It doesn't look like, oh, we just got out of 40. It doesn't look like it wants to go too far down, but I feel like maybe now we just have to scalp. I'm pretty sure Tesla wants to be strong here, but I'm just trying to refute back down into 15,000 right now. It's a nice move up, and I know I'm being pretty stubborn here with this. If we break 256 one more time, then let's get out. I want to be part of this move down if and when. We do have a new position alert right now. It's AMD off 106. Let's take a piece out here at 77 if we can. We just shorted the 106. We missed that initial pop up right there on this name. So let's go over to Brennan and see what's happening in the world of news.
One of the names Michael Noss was bringing to us this morning, CrowdStrike, guys, having a nice day, 3.3% to the upside. No real significant news behind this outside of cybersecurity worries. Definitely not from their Mercedes F1 sponsorship after this weekend.
Yeah, we're just talking about giving up some longs here early, which seems to have been wrong. Like the wrong seems to have been the right play here, especially off the bat. And like I said, sometimes you let sort of not just your emotions, but like, you know, some different opinions hit the market, and you know, you have to let them play out. But initially here early, as we head into 10 o'clock, it doesn't look like the story of short is going to be the play right now. We'll hold out on some AMD. We were just 30 cents in the money, roughly. Went down to 75 there. We didn't take it right there. So 75 was the bid spot. So now we'll bid a little bit ahead of that. Like we said, we actually just put bid 77 when it was down there, and it missed us. So hopefully now we can get back in and be able to take a little bit of that. Let's take a little bit more out here. I mean, if Tesla does fall, this will be obviously a great trade, but ifs and buts, right? It needs to go. So right now, Tesla just keeps on, oops, we're still on Intel, or still on AMD. Tesla still keeps on bouncing off this 50 period. So we're short decent amount of shares here, but we're only short at 70. So into the teens is where I'd really like to get this name. VWAP at 255. So I don't know how much further we're actually going to go than that.
Yeah, I'm watching this consolidation on the SPYs as well, kind of using that as a bit of a litmus today for sure. Like we said, kind of holding that key level, 427. Let's take a look. Let's take a quick look at the SPY. Seems like this market is looking pretty strong here. We are kind of wiping back up.
Upside again?
Yeah. So Google definitely strong. We talked about that 138 and that 138 potentially coming right back in. I got an alert there, 138.11. If we kind of push past that point, oh boy, we are headed to the upside there. This consolidation might be a little bit of a bus stop on the way to that 430 on the SPY. So let's see. I like the way that this tight consolidation is building right there on the 3-minute chart. Yeah, we may even see that 127 there on Amazon. That's what I'll be looking for. That's what I'll be waiting for. About 70 pennies away from that 127. We got long on that 125. Not enough. Gotta get more, but we are working on that. It is a work in progress, nice and slow. We are taking the trades that we think we should be taking for sure. But sizing definitely got to be next step, right, Sean? We were talking about this last week. Bit of a confidence with the plan that we have, or even on the gut feeling of like, okay, well, a bit of a confluencing factor stacking up deserves some more size for sure when it comes to that. But I'm looking at some of the higher time frames here to kind of give us some perspective, Sean, and I'm looking at the 30-minute to be specific on Amazon. Take a look at this wick right there. Really, really strong, and we only have about 4 minutes left to close. And if a 30-minute candle is going to give me this kind of wick, I'm going to be watching some of these prices at the open of the candle and kind of these pre-market lows to kind of give us that direction. Now, we could very well go all the way back down as well, but what that candle I think signifies is that we do have a bit of buying pressure right out the open. Now, whether that buying pressure will continue or not, that's yet to be seen, right? We could just kind of make a lower high relative to that 127 and continue back down towards that 125 as well. But what I'm seeing across the board here, Apple's hella strong, Microsoft as well, Alpha as well, Amazon as well, and Nvidia not so much. Nvidia kind of just holding within its range pretty tightly. Hasn't really gone too far. You did get that bit of a pre-market low lick grab that we've seen across the board on a lot of these large cap techs. But the thing is, it's not really following in step in terms of that pre-market high break, but maybe it's just lagging a little behind. We have yet to see. That 450, definitely key on Nvidia. If we can get past that 450, take a look at what we did on Friday. We kind of we popped above that 450, and as soon as we broke this 450 consolidation, which also happens to be that 4 a.m. initial reaction open high as well, if we can get past this 450 and kind of start to churn up, you can see this consolidation, a bit of an interest and a hold above this 454 on Nvidia. So let's see if that can come into fruition there. Nvidia kind of looking like the weaker out the bunch, but yeah, no, Google can't stop, won't stop, still pushing highs there, Sean.
It's funny you mentioned that about NVIDIA. We've just been doing quite well here on AMD to the short side there. We're short at 16.12 right now as we sort of switched up our gear, man. We did get stopped out again. Like, we're not even down that much on this stupid name as we sit here and talk ill of Tesla, because we just keep on going short. We scalped out some there. Then we got stopped out again on a 256 break. And now I just want to try to hold the short again here and just scalp out a little bit, but hold something in case there is some kind of a dream here on Tesla, hopefully to the back down into the downside right now. So I'm going to give this until the 50 period or the 200 period here on the 1 minute. Like I said, so that was a good take, right? And remember we talked about it up down here at 253.50. Looks like it wants to hold. Looks like it wants to hold. Well, not only did it hold, man, it ripped up 250 from there and just, I mean, not even ripped. It was basically one candle, two candle. Now we're kind of hovering. So let's just try to play off this 250, 650 area now. So that's where we're short. Like that last short we got was 30s. So you can see where are we short now. Well, we're short at 256 flat. But right there, we're going to see if we can get, you know, a little bit of a push down. 50 cents to hold this, I think, is now something well worth it for us right now. We do, just hearing, we do have some employment index coming out here for September, but we already got that big number on Friday, which of course was a big number that we thought was gonna sort of tank the market a little bit, and then we saw that maybe it signals softer landing, lack of a recession, so on and so forth. We've talked about that a lot. Here we go, let's go. Give me some 93s, and there it is right now. Let's go. Let's push to the downside here, AMD, as this is really making my day. Honestly, there's really nothing else right now that I've had real going. Intel we had going for a minute. We tried Palantir, by the way, at 1750, only gave it 10 cents up there, and then it broke lower, but that didn't work out either. So right now we have AMD keeping us afloat. AMD's a great one. AMD's now 40 cents, 50 cents in the money. We're tanking down. Let's go over to Brendo.
Yeah, a bit of a pullback for the overall market. What a rebound once again this morning, though, right out of the gate, straight to the upside. We had not one but two Fed speakers this morning, Logan and Barr, coming through with positive overall, pretty dovish comments. This one, however, not so much, suggesting, this is Fed's Logan, suggesting that the overall long-term neutral rate still might be a little bit ways away. And for anyone wondering, neutral rate is essentially just when the Fed funds rate has no influence either negatively or positively on interest rates or inflation overall. But if you're with us in the pre-market this morning, we'll see how that goes as far as the Fed is concerned. We were discussing a whole bunch of things. Tesla, ARM, Disney, all among those on headlines. I saw this as well. DraftKings down 2.3% here. There's a note out of New York State suggesting that sports betting revenue was up 2x over this time last year in last month. So DraftKings downside, Penn downside to start things off as well. XOM 3.3%, about to take out the highs as we get going with oil as well, back to session highs as well. First 30 minutes of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV to get 10% off.
Really? Really new highs, NQ? Really? You know, we said this before, man. The market has, and I actually tweeted this out in my sticky note. I was like, the market has a way of being very resilient. And despite what you may be thinking, okay, not resilient for too long right now, as there goes AMD. We don't even have any bids down here. It's so freaking low. So there it goes, man. Tesla, give me that money back right now, 255. Let's go Tesla. Now 70 cents in the money on AMD as it is cranking, baby. So there's the move to the downside. And wow, what a different a minute makes, I was going to say there, as this market keeps on being the one, man. It keeps on making those moves back, forth, up, down, and around. So we just cashed out pretty nice, Lee, right now with AMD. So let's put some more bids on there. And that was the day saver that I was looking for.
Yeah, we were just talking, and I was like, "Oh, look at how everything is strong." And I was like, "Oh, take a look at that sudden increase in tape speed and aggression." And suddenly we kind of start to pull back a little bit on the NQs, on the ES as well. We make a new high on the NQs, and right away, as soon as we push that new high, straight sells. You can see below the like wiping on the book below the bid. So I'm like, all right, well that's a decent reason to sell for me. So I got out of that Amazon there. We took, I think, about a point there. We had our hands on about a point and a half roughly up here in the 126.40s, but that is fine. We're trying to play the move, not the points there, or not the PNL. But yeah, definitely looking like we're going to do a bit of a pullback there. Again, we were watching Apple and Google as well. I think those two tickers definitely leading us in terms of that strength. We're seeing them hella strong right out the open. And if we're gonna catch a bit of a sell in and around 10 o'clock, right? If we're gonna change a bit of tape around 10, I want to respect that for sure. As you know, a lot of the times economic numbers and stuff come out at 10. I don't think we had one today as per se right now, but yeah, definitely we are seeing a bit of a turn there, kind of wiping right back into that 15. So it's a good thing we got out of our longs as those reasons to sell kind of showed up. Google as well, kind of turning back. I have Google right here. I had that alert at that 138, and take a look at where we start seeing some problems here. This consolidation churn right at the end. What's going on there?
I mean, what's going on? I mean, this AMD is now $1.30 in the money, and we're green on the day here, despite having to fight Tesla. Tesla's now $1.50 in the money. As there we go, man. Sometimes you want to continue to play the shorts where the shorts lie. So, thank you, Tesla. Finally, man. As if that couldn't have happened a little bit earlier. Okay. Anyways, we were patient with it. We should have given it a little bit more room there. That's my last stop out. We said we would try to wait for this. I do have now a bid down here at 253.50. Let's go on that one. And honestly, man, the biggest, we don't have to talk about this because we're in AMD and you guys can all see sort of what's been happening right now. AMD is the one, the short is the one here as it just continues to make it move. Yeah, you are 100% right there, M. Allen. Yo, let's do a little bit of a roll call here. Who's in the building right now? Oh, did we miss some fan funding, by the way? Yo, what's up to Lamont, man? Thank you so much for becoming another member for 20 months. Okay, you know what? I just got to get back to this. I'll do that after. I will do a roll call for everybody because we do appreciate everybody coming through one more time today.
Like and subscribe today.
Make sure you like to subscribe. Yo, okay, whatever, man, everyone's here. Yo, what's up to No Flow? What's up to Harrison? What's up to Natalia? What's up to Aspect, your boy Sean? Obi, we're all here for you, man. Yo, the sniper is here as well. What's up to Kirk Brooks? What's up to Hamster? Everybody that's in the building, let's go right now. It's been a big morning here for Obi, for myself, so let's just keep this train going, man. Bye-bye, Tesla. Let's go. Spin it around now. $1.50 in the money for Tesla. $1.40 in the money now for AMD. Let's put another bid down low 90s and see if we can't keep this train going. But we need more, Obi. We need more. If this market's going to come down, we need more than two names, don't we? Nice move to the upside. Just took out 15,000. Is this market overcooked? Maybe, but at the same time, let's trade what we see. We noticed a little bit of weakness in AMD, right? So that's the name that we went over to, hit it to the downside. Look at this, down almost 2%, market only down 0.75. Those are the names that you want to look for to try to take advantage of early. So nice move there on AMD, never stopped out of it at all, and actually held for this move back down. So far, so good on that. Let's just check out I was going to say our friend, but Disney's not a friend of too many people here right now. There's Disney right now looking at a 83.50 or so level, back to that day's low. I was going to go long at 83 as per Sticky Note Nation, but I'm going to hold off on that just for a second. I feel like this market needs to do something. Remember when it was up here and I said, well, we need to get back into VWAP? Well, that just happened. Yep. So we put ourselves back into Greensville right now with that move. So all is well on that front right now, but would still like a continuation down. Cash out, make sure that you're right? Take out some money. We didn't do well enough on Tesla. I still think Tesla falls. So you know what? Let's just bid 254 flat. Instead of bidding, 253.60, which is where I'm at. Let's just sacrifice about 50 cents there, get out on the even dollar if we're able to. Maybe we do get one more whoosh down. Tesla, weak name. Like, look what names I'm short. Tesla down 2%, market only down 0.67. AMD down 1.7%, market down 0.7, right? So I think we've got the right names, but here's a nice little battle back. Wow, it's a good thing we took that out. But the market's a little bit more resilient here than even I thought. So, yeah, man, let's go.
Yeah, so on that dump back down, again, we saw how strong that 125 hold was, and I was like, okay, well, definitely reasons to sell show up. Let's see where, if anything, we get a little bit of a slowdown there. So I did get a little long on Amazon, kind of to looking like watching a bit of that turn on the tape there, and we're getting quite volatile here, Sean. Definitely, we're seeing this like a bit of a what's it called? That tape teleportation. You're getting into this tape, which is just flashing above and below like 10 pennies at a time, just wiping the book either way. So that's very interesting to me that we're doing that after quite a sell-off there. Let's see where this kind of goes. Holding that 125.5 for now. Let's see if we can kind of make a higher low as well. That kind of strength, whether we're going to get that continuation or not. We held that 125.5 bid up into 125.80s as well as we kind of teeter in and around this 15th thou on the NQ. So I'm watching that very closely. This could go either way. Like we said early on today, just trying to react to some structure and trying to do our best in recognizing and maintaining our mental at the same time, right? But yeah, definitely a lot of volatility and a lot of wiping of the books here. I'm seeing a bit of a VIX spike as well in that moment that we got, but we're gonna kind of slowing down as well, just about underneath that 19 mark I'm seeing on the VIX. So we're long here, 125.50s on the Amazon. Let's see if we can hold this 15th thou as well. Bit of a nice healthy pullback, very strong and aggressive to the downside, but then all of a sudden, as we retrace about 50% of this up move, all of a sudden that kind of that buying pressure steps in a little bit as well. I am looking for low or higher lows to be formed here on the Apple and Softy and Alpha as well, and it seems like that's what they're doing. SPY holding that 427 as well. So we talked about that 427 kind of being a level of interest, kind of a key, and we have a pretty strong uptrend out the open. And take a look at where we kind of slow down here, 127.70s. I'm seeing a bit of consolidation that we slowed down on, and now we're bidding back up. So now the question becomes, where are we going to go from here? Is Amazon going to push 126 off of this kind of quadrunk and pick back up, or consolidation hold, or where we're going to go from here? I'm going to be watching this 126.40 where the tape kind of sped up and got a little aggressive to see if that comes back in. We did technically, as of right now, make a higher low on the markets as well. Pretty aggressive to the downside, but seems like that 15th thou keeps getting scooped up.
Man, we were a dime away. Too bad. Or no, actually, we were 20 cents away from getting, it only went down to 254.20 there, as now we're starting to rip back up to the upside here on Tesla. AMD holding fort, though, at 105.40, so that was a little bit of a level there for Tesla. What's up to Havana, Woody, and everybody out there asking for a few different names? So we'll do this. Meta making you go crazy, eh, Hampton's trader? Yeah, Meta making many people go crazy. We'll look at that in a minute. Rocket sirens heard over Jerusalem, not a good sign, but I feel like that's been happening for a while, like I was saying there. Still hate all talking about that. All right, so TTOO right now, 15.8%. It's just, you're never going to get world peace, but that would be amazing. All right, 28 cents. Nice downside move there for TTO, but bought up. So that's what we're getting at. Nice move there. Bought back up. Nice downside move. Bought back up again. Watch out for 29 cents. Take two. Looking to break through the 50-period moving average as well right now. So 31 cents. Nice move to the upside here. 17%. So again, nice trade, man. If you're a part of, I guess, low float or it's not a meme, but these kind of stocks. Good mover here on TTO. Looks like 20 cents has been a nice little bottom pick for that. Moving to the upside, I would say, just based on the daily, 34.35 right into there looks to be pretty decent right now. All right. Hopefully we do get a downside move here in Tesla. I am not pulling my bid from 254. So let's go on that one. Hopefully that can come down. Let's go. Right now, we almost shorted some more AMD, but we still got some in the pocket. So we're going to take a chill pill on that one and wait to see if AMD retraces back down, man. This is the one. Just like we say all the time with Justin Bieber, you are the one. This is the one right now. Oracle, maybe at 110 we want to buy it. Come on down, Tesla. You're the next contestant on Let's Tank This Stock. Tesla down here at 254. Right there. There it is. Yes, sir. Spin it again. That's 250 on Tesla. Right there. Ciao. Nice going to the downside. Shout out to all my family and every family that's out there celebrating Canadian Thanksgiving today. But I think most people had, do you have any turkey this weekend? I think a lot of people did it over the weekend rather than today, but today is officially Thanksgiving. So
no, not over the weekend. I did say we had family over, so tonight we're going to be having some dinner. So maybe hopefully some turkey.
I like that.
But a lot of beef and chicken. Definitely a lot of meals.
Yeah, so I had a great, man. My mother-in-law makes this pot roast that, oh, it's so good, man. Some little pepperoncinis in there. It's amazing. Her pot roast. So shout out to you, mother-in-law, and thank you for that. I'm coming back. Let me know next time it's on order, and I will be there. So, but yeah, your family's in, you said, so that's nice, man. It's always nice to have, like I said, in what is a crazy environment out there, it's always nice to be close to the ones you love. So. There we go. All right. Yeah, let's go. Tesla, I know I'm already short. People saying watch out for Tesla. Yeah, I'm short. So I'm watching out for that side of it right now. We just did get another dump off on AMD, but a retracement back upside now. I'm going to put some bids, Obi, at 105.10 or so here on AMD. Just got to make sure we capture some profit when it gets down. But we did get that Tesla trade. So $2 and change. Wow,
strong. Hella strong. Look, Google is pushing highs. Right, we got long on Amazon on the 125 half hold, and it does not want to pull back. I was like, oh, does it want to go to 126? And we start getting some troubles in the 90s. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to piece off a little bit here. We did get a little lucky catching the bounce here. Not always going to be clipping these bounces, these bottoms and tops, but we got in on the tape turn, and that 126 giving us a little bit of a problem. So I sold some, but it seems like it doesn't want to pull back. So if Google wants to break towards new highs, take a look at this. It's the only other ticker I'm really watching right now. Softy as well. I do have the other large caps here, but Google, very, very interesting to me. Very strong. That 138 coming in as we speak. 138 breaks. I should be watching the tape on this thing, Sean.
You should always be watching the tape, I thought we decided.
On the Google.
On the Google.
On the Google. I don't have the tape for the Google up right now. I do have, I'm watching Amazon and SPY tape there. But the Google, that 138 kind of just clipped right through with some strength. And we might be pushing into high of, yeah, maybe there's no confluence. But I'm seeing a lot of confluence right now as Softy's up, Alpha's pushing towards Friday's highs, and Apple holding well above that 176, kind of teetering in and around that VWAP hold as this market rages to the upside there. So let's see if we can get another point here on Amazon, long from 125.45. Pushing 126s, and that, like we said, kind of this tape acceleration and this chop that we saw, 126.40s. If price can get above this 126.40s, oh, best believe with respect to what I saw. We may or may not get some strong buying pressure if that price is negated and we push to the upside, and if Google and some of these other large caps want to push highs, and if Apple wants to hold around VWAP and then push, and we get an Apple bounce as well while some of these other names are at their highs, I think we're going to get a bit of buying pressure there towards that 126.40 on Amazon, and SPY is still doing that consolidation above that 127.5, holding that 427.5 and holding that 428. A bit of a higher low, like we said. Now, something I do want to point out on the NQ, we talked about how this pre-market kind of consolidation has been interacting, and we've been doing a bit of a chop and churn around that 15 thou. But with the limited information that's been printed so far, we are churning on top of this kind of this range from the pre-market. So we're holding and churning above this 1530 we talked about earlier. So if we do hold and kind of sustain above this, and if Apple wants to hold its VWAP, and if Google wants to make new highs, and if Amazon wants to print that crazy 30-minute wick on the bottom side, we may get some buying pressure, and we may get some pressure to the upside. I'm going to be looking for that 127 on Amazon going forward today.
All right. So we finally got back in to Palantir, and we just took it out. Took some out anyways at 64 and 65 right there. That's it, right? We got 64s and 65. So we just took out a couple couple pieces there. We did get in and out initially at 50 on the break, but then now I've just taken out about, like I said, 8 cents, which is not that much, but here it goes back up to the upside. So now we can hold it out. I'm going to wait for something in the 80s, but there goes Palantir. Again, was it an upgrade today, Brendo? I think we came with maybe a little bit of a story there on Palantir, up 6.5%. The thing about Palantir is, honestly, we know that they have, and I hate to bring it back to all the same themes, but we know that Palantir has all of that, defense. They have contracts with many, many government agencies out there, border control, defenses, and that would make a little bit of sense now as big data, again, going to come into play as border security, all these kind of things, look to that. And on that kind of a name, let's go, we'll spin it. Whoops, wrong one. But there's been a lot of money coming into oil right now here today. So we're now long oil. You don't see me long too many times on this, so we're gonna go right now and not try to ignore what's been happening here. So there goes USO right now. I just took it out. I didn't take it out, I got in as we broke through. And I just I guess we were a little bit too, we don't have a great price. I was trying to go long on a break of 05 there, and it looks like we got 10. So I don't know exactly why that was such a big difference there, unless my order, I just triggered at the wrong price. So yeah, the trigger price was 06 and we got 10. So we're long USO right now. Let's just see if it can hold VWAP, 76.75. Let's see if it can hold that in. AMD, we did get a drop in there. We got some out at 55s as it's starting to go back up to the upside. So right now the shorts, a good thing that we cashed out of some of this. Look at that out on Tesla, 254. We talked about that when that came in. One more try here at 256. That's where we'll reload this at the 200 period and give it up there to 256.50. So yeah, it's a good thing we took out some of that profit, but it's been a pretty good day here. It's really going to be hard to complain as we watch out for AMD, we watch out for Palantir, and we also have Tesla on. Here goes Palantir. Let's go, man. Take it out to the upside. I just did hear that. Brendan put that in our chat. NVIDIA canceled, obviously, canceled its conference in Tel Aviv. So, that's going to be not unexpected, but obviously expected at the same time as we start to deal with some of these. You're not going to. Oh, we talked about AAL. I mean, AAL maybe a little bit less, maybe UAL down here, United, as you're looking for names that are in the travel space that maybe are not going to be able to fly over certain zones right now. UAL down 6%, and that really got started off the open as well. Right now, trying to catch a little bit of wind back up is UAL. All right, let's go over to the desk with Adara.
Trading news provided today by Benzinga Pro, the official news source of Trader TV and a game-changing tool for active investors. Take advantage of their Halloween sale now by clicking the link in the description and using the coupon code TTV for a whole 50% off for life. In terms of small caps today, we're going to start off with one that was also running last week, Parazero, PRZO. So it looks like they're still trading off of last week's news on Friday that an Australian regulator has approved the first commercial drone flights in certain areas using the Parazero safety system. So that's absolutely one to watch if you look at these candles from Friday and for today so far. We also have Hub Cybersecurity, which has been trading higher. There's no news that I could find on this one yet, but absolutely keep an eye on it. Last but not least, we have another one that's been kind of running for a couple of days, as you can see here, running on Friday as well, MTech, Maris Tech. It had news on Friday about its AI-powered video analytics tool, and now it has been announced that it's set to exhibit at Millipool Paris 2023 for AI-based intelligence gathering. Keep an eye on all of those names heading into the rest of the day.
All right, PRZO. You'll see Adara in just about 40 minutes. She'll be live with the professor, and I'm sure she'll be looking at some of those names as well. So check it out. Thank you, Adara, for that one. All right, yeah. Wow, those Buffalo Bills. I think Neil might have took the day off because of that one as well. They lost to Jacksonville there. Wow, that was not great for the Bills, but we avoided them in our suicide pool, so that was a good one there as we went 5-0 again. We put 4 of our offers on, or our bets on Miami and the other one on Kansas City. So, so far so good on that one. USO not really doing anything. It's kind of hovering up here. Its high right there was 15s. I was actually waiting at something, well, I was actually waiting at 16s. How funny that is. But if we do dip down below, man, we got to just watch out here. I was thinking about watching out for this 20-period moving average, so 76.90 or so as a stop here for USO. But here it goes, trying to get back up to the upside. We have really been not doing much. I'm waiting still for, ooh, that came close. We were at, for AMD, near O's, 95s, trying to get some shorts right there. That came to 92, so we just missed out on that one. Palantir, nah. Still going, but bounced off 75. I'm waiting at 80 for a fill on that one. There goes USO, so we get a little bit there. Small trade, but again, you know, not really trading this name too heavily in the past, but we'll trade it now because it's on watch, right? So we'll watch out for USO. And then just quickly on Tesla, because we got out, we're gonna average into 256. So if 256 can come through, that is what's going to happen very, very soon as well for us to regain some of the short. But once again, man, happy Turkey Day. We don't have any Thanksgiving animations. Maybe we'll get some for the US ones, but happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there in the lovely land. Oh, we have this. Canada. Right now. So have a good time with your families and make sure that you enjoy that for sure. There goes USO, nice move to the upside.
Yeah, so I pieced out of that Amazon long because I saw some trouble underneath that 126.20, and then I was like, okay, well, we are holding just on top of that 126, so I kind of a bit of a chase there, but got along again. We talked about kind of the structure break that might come in, and if the NQ wants to be strong, I'll be looking for that 126.40 to kind of break, and we talked about that potential buying pressure that could come in if that level does give us a break here, that 126.40 kind of strong selling that came in, and if we can kind of negate that price, and if the NQs want to stay strong as they are kind of looking here, that 127 could be well within the stars here. I'm seeing the SPY bid up as well. This 126 churn is a little concerning for those shorts. Definitely, if you are holding, this was a lower high on the day, so definitely a good place to get in short. But if price action dictates, right? If price is gonna push past kind of that mark where it was a good place to sell, definitely we're gonna get some buying pressure added to us as well. As take a look at the NQs right here, we are kind of pushing and churning up above this range. Let's see those 126.40s coming in as we speak right now, there, Sean.
Yes, sir, and. What's up, Alex? Alex Carp. Right there, 1780 now. So it's a good thing we just sort of drew our attention over here to Palantir because up, and away she goes right now. So again, man, Obi, the one thing is you want to trade names that obviously have something behind it right now. And up, and away goes Palantir. Brendan just talking to me that oil now at day's high just a couple minutes ago. So obviously we have USO on board. So here it goes upside. I'm just going to keep on piecing these out as we continue to go up. Get some out, play the flow, play the movement, play the momentum to the upside here on OIH. We're not in OIH, on USO right now. Nice upside mover happening right now for us. So good trade there on USO. Let's just continue to hold it. Intel, wow. Took our lunch right there and then came right back in. So we'll have to watch out for that one. We are now a little bit loaded. Not a lot, but we do have AMD. We are waiting for a lot more. We're waiting up here in the 20s. That didn't come through, but like we keep saying, no worries about it right now until we get that final move back in. We're going to start bidding in the I think low 80s right now. Yes, we do have a bid in the low 80s, and then we have another bid in the low 70s. Again, ahead of VWAP, ahead of the 50 period. We're taking a little bit more of AMD right now. We took it against us. We just got it at 105.95. We talked about that. So 105.95 current short. We're actually short here at 03, but that's an average price from here. And as you can see, man, we took a lot of this out. It went $1.30 in the money there at one point. So you gotta be, I don't want to say frugal or anything with your trading, but you know, when a stock gets in the money like that, it is well worth taking. We did do the same thing on Tesla, and we are out of 80% of our Palantir as we just hit 1780 on that one. So I'm a little bit on the longs And it's been wrong so far because the long has been right. The market's up from the open, as you guys can see there. We're going to get ready to draw the initial balance highs and lows right now. Shout out to Dan. So it looks like the low is probably going to be right off the open right there, that very first candle that came in. And for now, I can draw it here. I don't know if we're going to take it. If we do, then I'll get stopped out on some of these. But right now, you have the high of 15,067 roughly, and the low of 14,950. So you get about 150, 160 handles worth here of news. As there goes AMD. So we do get that mid 80 print. So again, man, we're starting to really print again. And look at USO. Obi, man, we don't trade oil until it matters.
Yes.
And there it is right there, USO. Let's go.
Right there.
Let's go on USO. So there it is, nice upside move.
Yeah, I'm still kind of playing with this Amazon here. We did get that push of that 126.40, and yeah, I did kind of add in on that push. And as soon as we kind of pulled back, I took out most of that position right there, barely holding anything right now. Let's see what this 126 will do. Right, we saw that 15,000 hold as well, but yeah, let's see if we are going to kind of double top here, that 126 area. If that 126.40 wants to stay a little bit of a sell, we're getting that bit of a pullback here on the SPYs as well. Apple couldn't necessarily get back towards its highs, so it seems like, yeah, this is definitely looking like a bit of a sell here. But the question I'm asking right now is that we have made higher lows on the day right here at that 124.5. We're barely holding anything right now from this position, but if we can kind of come in and make a higher low as well, and I'm watching the SPYs, I'm watching some of these other names at the same time, Google especially, take a look at how Google is consolidating, right? So if Google wants to consolidate, make higher lows, and if Amazon wants to pull back a little bit, I want to get most of my shares out and wait for that pullback to kind of get into that core and churn it back up if we are going to see that 127 on the day. But this 138 is now what I'm watching. If this is going to serve as resistance on the day, I'll try to stay as nimble as possible in and around that. But that 126 hold seems nice as well. I'm looking for this 125.80s, maybe even 125.50s to see if they base to get back in long here on the Amazon. If it does come in, Apple holding underneath or actually churning above VWAP there. So let's take a look at Apple real quick to give us some direction here. We'll throw up the VWAP as well. This is a 3-minute chart, so take a look at this. We did do a bit of a lick grab of pre-market lows, and we're making higher lows, and those higher lows are also kind of confluencing with a bit of a trending VWAP to the upside there. This low right here, very interesting. I like that, Sean. That 176.30 hold is right above that pre-market consolidation hold as well. So let's see if this VWAP comes in as support on Apple and gives us some higher lows on the day. This strength kind of reminding me of what was happening on Friday, where the dips kept on getting bought up, and you guys saw, if you guys were here trading on Friday, how aggressive some of that buying was. Absolutely no significant relief, and it seems like out the open we did get a sell-off, but it seems like that buying, that aggressive buying, or that defense of certain levels is definitely there. We talked about that 300 level defense on Meta. I'm curious to know where Meta is at right now. Oh boy, not even close. So Meta already gone, pushing past Friday's highs right there at that 316. Definitely a lot more. We were talking about decision-making points, so this is definitely a decision-making point for sure, and that 315 for sure there on Meta. So yeah, let's see what that brings for us. Getting a bit of a pullback, that 126 kind of getting violated as well. Not too much size here yet, but I'm looking to kind of push into this position if we can hold above this 125.6, 125.8 area here on Amazon. And I'm watching as well. We talked about this pre-market consolidation is holding on the NQs, and it's still doing more of the same as we're churning in around this 1530 right now. So I'm curious to know where we'll go going forward, but the ES looking hella strong as well.
All right, props up to anybody. Wait a second. There's the props one. That reloaded the AMD short. Because there it is right there, short at 106. We just talked about it. And we just covered some at 60s. Well, first of all, the first cover was 80s. We did talk about all of this. So we covered 82, 73, 65. So hopefully we have a nice little downside push here. But we do have some crypto talk with Adara at the big desk.
Some crypto news coming today. Deribit, which is the world's leading crypto options exchange, has announced that it's going to list XRP, Solana, and Matic options. It also seeks license in the EU, so that is of note. That's something to keep an eye on. In terms of Bitcoin itself, we are seeing a candle down. We have been trading down in general for crypto, probably still reacting to Friday's drop in equities in general. So yeah, as you can see here, we've got Ethereum down just below that 1600 level, down about over 2% right now. Bitcoin's at about 1.3%. We're still above that 27,500 for now. Everything else is trading down, different degrees for the most part. We have a couple things that are up, you know, a percentage of, like, but it's generally, we are down overall for crypto today.
All right.
That XRP, I was like, yeah, definitely.
That, yeah.
So I pulled it up because we do hold some ripples in the ledger. So
some ripples, is that what they're called?
No, that's what I call them.
All right.
Hold some ripple, but yeah. So I just looked up some XRP. We can take a look at. I mean, I was looking at that. I was looking for the Coinbase, but it seems like they're not really on Coinbase. But yeah. Okay. So we can take. Okay, that's Tether. XRP. I just want the USD. So we were already on that on the Bitstamp, but let's go with Binance here. So no real reaction to that move. We got a bit of a sell-off there, this morning, but nothing too crazy. I haven't looked at Ripple in a while, so let's take a look and see what type of action it's been having. Some craziness right here. We saw that that move with Bitcoin as well. A bit of a pop and some strength in and around July. But take a look at this kind of a churn that we're getting, respectively, higher lows, kind of holding this 30-cent point. So yeah, nice look for the Ripple. This is crazy. This thing was up at a $2. But yeah, no. I always like to check on my crypto every now and then. Let's see what our friend Doge is doing as well. Wow. Okay. So okay, I like that. Was that us, or was that on TradingView? I didn't even realize that.
What happened?
But a little Doge animation came up and started dancing right here in the corner of this window.
No, I don't think that was us. We don't have a Doge animation, do we?
Do we have a Doge animation? Is that what that was?
No, just refresh it.
Yeah, let me see if that comes up.
That's actually buy some more Dogecoin.
Yeah, if that's the case, maybe that's a sign. Is that an indicator or not?
No, I don't know.
That was an interesting thing. I don't think that was us.
That's what we're trading off of now. Random gifts that pop up.
Yeah, yeah. So take a look at this. That 126 holding as well. I'm watching Apple. Apple holding above its VWAP. We talked about that VWAP hold potentially coming in on Apple, and this 126 churning right now. We did make a bit of a higher low. I wasn't really paying attention to get that add in and really push in. But if we talked about decision-making points, there will be others along the way in towards that 127 if we're going to continue up with this kind of strength here. We were talking about the VIX earlier in the session today, and the VIX not really doing too much, just churning in and around that same level. Just a bit of a chop and churn here on the VIX, just holding underneath this 19. Let's see if we can kind of pick a direction right now. It seems like we might be pushing back down according to the ES here. So let's see, that 129 also looking a little heavy on SPY as we speak.
We are, look, we're happy, man. Today, Obi and myself, actually, you're doing quite well as well. We'll raise the trophy up right now for here. Sometimes it's, you never want to come in on a holiday and lose a whole bunch of money, but we'll come in and make a little bit right now, so we're pretty happy about that. I do want to say quickly right now, what's up to Dan McIsaac? You right on this one, that's for sure. Let's go, man. AMD, let's go. Tesla, let's go. Now to the downside. But okay, so what I was talking about quickly was just this. Dan McIsaac, flat bottom break coming on Disney. I don't think you're wrong at all. This is exactly what this looks like right now, to me, to you, to hopefully to everybody right here with Disney. Looking like a nice little break to the bottom side right there. I think this is good. The only problem with Disney, and it's not a problem, it's just we like the story long today. We got Nelson Peltz and Trian coming out and having a larger stake than once thought. I think 6 million up to 30 million or so, I think Sharif was mentioning there.
6.5 to...
Yeah, 6, yeah, exactly. So 6 to 30, thanks Sharif, for that one. And then also looking to make some changes on their board, so on and so forth, and calling the stock really undervalued. Whether or not you agree with that or not, I'm not sure. But I just want to bring it up because you are right, Dan. This does look like, you know, the move to the downside there. I just a little hesitant to smash it because of the catalyst to the long side. You know, if this market was up today, this would be a great, great buy down here, I feel like. Just a little bit nervous to myself on what we think for Disney right now as a break lower. We are already quite low. We have a great trade here, 30 cents in the money now. Well, as AMD's bouncing, we should take another piece here at 74. AMD to the downs, there we go. Just because, you know, we're at the 50 period, so we do have some good shorts on right now. We have $2 again back into the money on Tesla right now, so that's really working, kind of in a little bit of an undercover play there. We did get some more out of USO as we continue to go. So, you know, I hope that we're doing, you know, everybody justice here today. Taking some positions. I know Obi's just in the Amazon trade there. Oh, people also said that on TradingView, if you call up Tesla, you'll get a little action there in the bottom right as well. Huh. So shout out to TradingView and getting creative on some of that. But by the way, guys, ciao. See ya. Tesla. Downside right now. It's going. So there it is. We did have, what did I just get filled on right there? Oh, man. AM Dizzle, ride the B-Swizzle, the bear to the downside right now as there she goes. And we are, honestly, man, we have 30% left of USO. Bunch of outs up here. Pretty happy with the way this is trading. Our net go this way while market goes the other right now. As we believe in these shorts, and sometimes, man, Obi, you need some conviction.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like I am kind of fighting a bit of the long there, but from what I'm seeing, specifically on Amazon, we are making a bit of higher lows there. So I did get in a little bit here more on top of that 125.6. We talked about kind of this area being a potential level of hold if we are going to do a higher low there, and we come into that 15 and kind of pop back up. So again, a lot of confluence there a little bit, and as long as we kind of churn, I see that Sean's going to be hitting the bang every time I say confluence. So I like that. Every time what? Confluence? Okay.
What did you say? Sorry,
confluence. All right, so that 126 maybe potentially coming right back in. I'm going to be looking for that 15 thou to hold as well. Our average now just underneath that 126, kind of a key area there. But yeah, I said we didn't want to get in right away there. We did miss that push from the 80s, but when we come back in and we do a little bit of a churn, I am a little interested in adding to that position. Let's see if we can kind of continue back to the upside, or we kind of pull back in and we're wrong on the idea. That's fair as well. Like we said, we're just going to take it by ear and take it by one step at a time, just going off of some of the structure that's being presented to us here on some of these names, as well as these futures here. So a bit of a pullback there. I'm seeing that 15 thou coming right back in. So it seems like we might be a little too early or a little on the wrong side here on the long there, Sean. So I know you're short quite a few names there. You got the AMD and the Tesla short. That's real nice. I am watching Meta as well. Meta doing a bit of a pullback along with Tesla as well. Tesla, that 250, kind of a key area of interest in my opinion.
All right, so we'll, yeah, I mean, we are, yeah, we're doing some good damage here on the shorts. Obi, that is for sure, but we are buying some more Palantir right now against VWAP. So like I told you, we were out of 80% of this when it came to the upside right there. We are still going to be, excuse me, with this move down in the current position we're holding, we are red on Palantir because, again, we lost about 10 cents there and only made, I mean, we got out at 78, but that's only 17 cents and did hold, like I said, man, we did hold 20% back in. So like I keep saying, I just feel like being patient with this market. Like, it's only 1040. We don't have great news. We have bank earnings coming through as well this week. That could be a little spicy. The only bank that seems to be holding up quite well is J to the P to the M right now, JP Morgan, although well under 150, but still holding some of these levels. Like when I was last here on Thursday, BAC was 25 and change, and that's where it is right now again. So bye-bye AMD. See you on the other side as that looks like it wants to break. Tesla right now, we keep on hitting this, but hey, it's almost $3 now in the money on the downside. USO we're almost out of, and Palantir, we're gonna get out on a break of this 20 level. So we'll average it in right now. We'll take some more at 25 as it's coming back down. But again, because we want to be net short, let's not give back everything we're making on these shorts just because Palantir seems to be a sexy name today, coming back in a little bit here. So let's be very, very careful. You can't go wrong. You guys said take away emotions. We did stay net short. We did get hit a little bit on Tesla early, but now making that back a little bit as it's coming back down. All right, what's up with you, Adara?
Yes, sector watch today. It is a mostly red board, quite a few sectors in the red, but we do have some positive sectors. So we have industrial services, which is green across the board. Also energy minerals, which is definitely, reacting to oil uncertainty during the tensions in the Middle East. We're reacting to that. But yeah, oil names are definitely up right now. In terms of negative sectors, we have finance, retail trade, consumer non-durables, commercial services, mostly negative. Health technology, a bit more mixed. Also of note, we have electronic technology and technology services. So technology services, the two main green names here, both trading off positive information. Meta has received a overweight from Wells Fargo, been maintained there. And also there's an announcement about new threads features with regards to highlighting trending topics. We also have Oracle, which received an upgrade from Evercore this morning. But other than that, yeah, generally negative across tech services and mostly negative across the board today.
Definitely a nice, decent-looking map there. A lot of mixed tickers there. So let me pull up my FinViz map as well, real quick. I haven't really taken a look at the map for today, but yeah. So let's see what sectors are kind of energy sectors. We talked about kind of being up, of course. Kind of XOM up over almost 4% there, Sean. Take a look at that. That 15,000 bounce seems like it's the gift that keeps on giving, Sean.
Yes,
as soon as we kind of come back in, take a look at the structure here. We are making relatively higher lows, even though the volatility to the downside is quite strong. What's being printed is kind of, it's giving us a little bit of continuation off of what we saw in the morning, where you kind of lick grab pre-market low, you come into 15, you make a higher low, you come right, but you break above, you kind of push to the upside, and then you come right back in, and then you make another higher low, and you're getting strong bids that come off of that 15,000 every single time. So I think the thesis of buying pullbacks here on Amazon is working for now pretty decently. Not the best average on our part, but it seems like we are a little bit on the right side of the move for now. Let's see if that 126 can come back in, or we're going to continue back to the downside. We could be on either way, right? We're seeing this consolidation hold. I like that. Maybe potential to create a flat top breakout, like Sharif likes to say right there, on this 126.40. We saw that comes right back in twice now, and that area is kind of confluenced with that pre-market consolidation area as well. And yeah, so we're making higher lows consecutively and holding that 15,000 with respect to that price action. So let's see if we kind of continue this move, or are we going to get more of the same? Google kind of pulling back as well. Let's take a quick look at check the pulse, as I like to say right there. Apple looking pretty decent. We talked about VWAP staying strong, and VWAP seems like it's holding as of right now. Every time we hold in and around this VWAP, we pop back up past these 177s, pushing into that quarter above that 177 right there. We're getting a little bit of more of the same right now. Let's see if that strength can bring us right back in, and we get that sideways chop, a little bit of indecisiveness on the day there potentially. If we're going to just chop around sideways, let's take a look at soft Softy as well. Softy, these are 5-minute charts. I have that 327 kind of key area marked from before, and we're just churning using that price as a bit of a core, and holding above VWAP is something I want to say and note as well. Google, we did talk about that, and look at that, very, very strong, but a bit of a pullback there, still above VWAP, still very strong, and still holding above pre-market consolidation highs, and still making higher lows, even though as of right now we look a little bit heavy off that 138. What else am I missing there? I know NVIDIA. We can take a look at NVDA real quick as well. So okay, so a bit of a, looks a little bit heavier, making consecutively lower highs underneath that 450. So a little bit distinctly different from some of these other names there. But if we're gonna pull back on NVIDIA, we might be pulling back pretty strongly as well on the other names. But as of right now, this 445 and that 444 is kind of what I'm watching there on the NVIDIA. Let's take a look at Meta real quick and see what that is up to. Holding VWAP as of right now there, Sean. That 320 was the highest we could get past that 316 kind of push. We know that 315 was definitely an area as well. End of day and 314 as well. Look at that consolidation, nice and clean, holding resistance and very tight. And when that 314 breaks, we push to the upside, and we're getting that similar kind of price action there out the open today as those same levels kind of push back into the upside. So holding for now. Let's see where we go going forward. Maybe a bit of a sell right there.
Just asking my wife how my daughter, 9 years old, is liking her deeks and dangles camp that she's at. So she's learning to deke and dangle with the puck. So shout out to my family and everyone out there as well, because celebrate Thanksgiving with us. But celebrate it by hitting the like button. 969 likes, man. Give it up to Obi. We're all here on holidays. This is a statutory federal holiday here in Canada. So hit the like button. Let's get that going a little bit. We need to get this up to at least 1,200. Right now, how many do we have watching? 5,600 watching right now. Let's see if we can't get that like button pushed and pumped up just a little bit for everybody here. So I want to thank Obi for coming through one more time. We do have the professor and Adara is going to be coming up just in a matter of 12 minutes live for you on the midday show. And then Obi and myself will be back with a vengeance, like a lot of vengeance, coming back here on the afternoon show for you at 2 p.m. So that should be a lot of fun. There goes Tesla back to 254. I think 253, man. I mean, I'm debating putting a bid right there, but then I keep saying to myself, what has changed in my trading? And it's patience. So let's just wait to see if Tesla can give this up to the downside. I'm very much losing patience right now with Palantir, but we already have the play right here. Breaking back down below 20. We're right here right now. We've taken this. I kind of feel bad about this trade because I'm thinking short everything right now, right? Yep. So we're losing, we're giving some back. Like without this trade on board, we'd be at the highest spot we're at all damn day. And part of the reason is because look at that's coming in here on AMD. Wow, deeks and dangles on advanced micro damn devices as that's going down to the downside right now. This is almost a Dollar Club member. Okay, this is just getting to be, oh, first of all, Palantir can go into a Redsville here right now for me, because there goes Palantir breaking back below 20. But like we always say, man, no Oman, no cry. Right here, we do have a nice move to the upside, or to the downside for AMD, upside in our net as that continues to go to the downside right now, AMD. Let's check out AMC here because, you know, good little mover the last couple days, I noticed. I don't know if you guys were doing this on Friday, but it did have some nice little moves there today or on Friday from that bottom, but I mean everything did, right? $8 all the way to $9.40. Hopefully you guys had some of that. But $9.60 top again, fade the 10. Now here you go, trying to break down a little bit. Yeah, so good trading all about here. Bad trading obviously there on Palantir. Was that the bottom? Do we really want to try it one more time here on Palantir? Let's buy some 24s and just see if it does want to hold that one more time. 17.17. We're being a little stubborn. The thing is, we were pretty stubborn on Tesla early as well. Now this is a monster, obviously a monster trade now, almost $3 officially in the money. AMD 70 cents. Let's just see. Again, being stuck long on Palantir doesn't feel right. But if the market bounces off 15,000 again, Obi, then maybe this is not a bad little situation for us to be in. So we'll get something out 27, 28. Just trying to make a little bit back of what we lost here with Palantir. But let's not be stubborn, man. If we break below where we just hit there, that 17, 18 or so, then let's get out, because, you know, being sort of specific with your prices in a day like today, it just is going to suck. Like, there goes Tesla, by the way. It sucks to give up the long, give up some of your net on longs when you know that the long isn't right. But we'll be stubborn here with Palantir, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm definitely being a little stubborn here as well on the Amazon. We kind of pull back in, and Qs breaks that 15, comes right back into that low of range, and now we're kind of teetering on top of this 14,980. We were just talking about how we are kind of chopping and churning in this range. That pretty heavy pullback there on the ES as well. But here's something I am noting right now. This kind of we talked about that 43 hold, the 43.10 holds as well, and now we're kind of quadunking down into this 43.15 area. So now I'm curious to know if the NQ holds this kind of consolidation we've been doing all morning, and if the ES kind of makes a little bit of a higher low, where we will go from there. Bit of a chop and churn, bit of a consolidation, not really getting anywhere it would seem, especially on the NQ. Kind of do the lick grab of the lows, you pop back above these highs, the consolidation highs, and then you right back down, and that 15th thou kind of coming back in. Definitely a key area of interest, as a lot of liquidity in and around this 15th thou area. Wants to retest and churn and recycle this level multiple times over the past few weeks. So definitely an interesting level to work around and work with. Today, that 427 coming back in on the SPYs as well. Let's see if SPYs will hold that 427, and we get a pullback up above that 15 thou as well. So we did get I did add a little bit to this loser, a little bit of a degen trading for sure. But we kind of believe in the idea, there. So let's see if we can hold this consolidation range. Again, we talked about using a little bit of gut, using a little bit of a price action and tape, and a little bit of confluence with everything to make some. Okay.
You tried to set it up.
Oh, there. I got one. I don't know who that was.
Sharif did it.
Okay,
Sharif
all right, thank you.
Or someone did over there.
Yeah.
All right, so just because this market, again, bouncing a little bit here. We've seen Tesla breaking the lows. We're at the lowest spot for Tesla all day. So I'm sitting here at 253 now, hoping to get some out. And if we miss it, then we'll just wait for it. Hopefully we'll come back in just a little bit right now, back down in for this move on TSLA. But the thing is, we also have a good little take here, hopefully good, on PLTR. It started to rip up. So I do have an offer, not rip up, but I have an offer at 28. Hopefully we'll be able to get that fill, and hopefully we'll be able to get a Tesla fill. And not hopefully, we did get a nice little bottom pick there on advanced micro devices. It's Money Talks time, baby.
USD has just been kind of bouncing around right now. So we opened at 106.10. We're around 106.30 right now, definitely just bouncing around. We do have this slightly green wick on the day, though, so we're slightly positive on the day. In terms of news that might be impacting the USD right now, we do have Fed speak. We had some Fed speak this morning, including Fed's Logan saying that we might need to the higher yields might mean less need to raise rates, but generally we saw mostly dovish sentiments coming from the Fed. We'll have to see how this impacts the USD as the day continues and the week.
Yeah, I mean, I think oil is going to definitely affect, obviously, the U.S. dollar here, and then all this turmoil there as flight to safety will continue to the U.S. dollar. All right, it doesn't look like Palantir wants to go, but it does look like we should be able to get that fill pretty soon on Tesla. USO, we don't have very much left of USO. So, you know, I don't want to, sit here and... I mean, we got the last piece out there at 25. We're still in the money right now. I was debating, let's just put something here, maybe at 15s, just to see if we could take a little bit of profit somewhere. Well, we've already taken out 70% of this. You know, we are bouncing off the 20 period. Somewhere in here would be pretty good. A 15, 16, 17 kind of fill there would be real nice. It does, okay, so I just took some 25s on Palantir. I'm still waiting for 28s. Hopefully that'll come through. And it looks like we might have missed Tesla down there. So I feel kind of sad about that. Let's just see if it comes back in right now. I know it's going to look bad if we miss it, but I'm not so worried about how it's going to look. I just want to make sure that we have the right prices always on board. We just got filled on something, though. Oh, USO, okay. So USO did come up there and hit 15, so we did get a piece out. Only 20% left. We're going to end the day, despite not having Tesla out. It's because it's unrealized. At the highest spot we've been at all day. So like I said, man, hit the likes. Thank you so much. Now 1.2K there, Obi. So I know you've just sort of been battling with Amazon there, but again, great trading here today. Let's just see if we can hold some of these levels. I'm going to be here all day. People keep asking about what's for lunch. So you want to know what's for lunch? Let's go. There it is. I don't know. We don't have cater today.
Oh, damn.
So I'm probably going to go out. And grab maybe like a little flat white or something from Starbucks. Maybe see what they've got going on there. But that's kind of my initial plan. And by the way, there we go. I mean, what do you guys think? Also, we have a freshie there. The thing is, I don't know what's open. Like the last big haul, Tim's is closed. So Tim's is not opening. I was going to say Tim's has those like new bowls there that they got some salad action going on there. I was going to maybe grab one of those, but I don't know. I don't know what to get.
We are a little foodless. We'll figure it out. I'm sure.
Oh, we'll figure something out.
I gotta go grab something as well.
We'll figure it out. But
I'm sure there's something open. It's a it's a decently sized city, yeah.
But that's what I said. I'm pretty sure last time this happened, we did. Yeah, I should have brought leftovers. Yeah, you're right. But that'll be for dinner tonight. That's for sure. Oh, but tonight is the Green Bay Packers against. Oh, by the way, Sharif.
Yeah, look.
I didn't even talk about it, bro.
Yeah.
Is his mic on, first of all? Can we do a... All right, there it is. Yeah.
Dallas got wiped the floor with, but on the other side of that coin, Arsenal beat Man City 1-0, and now we're tied for first. So, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
But you watched the Dallas Cowboys game?
I watched a little bit. I got to wake up to be here at like 5 in the morning, so, you know, can't watch.
You do? Dak got... Man.
He said it was one of his most humbling games ever, Sean.
That was supposed to be one of the games that the NFL was looking forward to this weekend, and it was over in the first quarter. Right there. Okay, more of Sharif in just a couple minutes there. You're not a big football guy.
Go sports. Go sports.
Fail. On that one. Okay, all right, so we'll just go on. Yeah, it's Green Bay Packer Nation tonight, so stand up for everybody. Hopefully that'll be a good game against Las Vegas Raiders coming through. But look at that, man. There it is. No confluence there, but we have... I throw my pen. We have a nice trade because we just got out at $2.53, man. That's $3. We put $3.20 there on that last trade for Tesla. Small piece left right there. But you know what goes boom? Palantir go boom. We got some out there at 17.25. This name is giving it all back, it seems like. Nice downside push for PLTR. I guess if we're going to wait for the 200 period, we have to do that. 1680 now coming through. And by the way, I do not mind if this market wants to just continue to fall down because we've got it on board right now. So if this keeps on dropping, let's go. Let's drop it like it's hot, Obi. We just got 105.13 right there on AMD. That's almost $1 off the reload that we just gave everybody. So if we didn't have Palantir, we'd be really juicy here today, but we did. AMD by far, though, dwarfing everything for P&L here today.
Yeah, solid trades there, Sean. I'm seeing that very, very clean. You keep hitting that 106 area. Definitely seems like that is a key area to interact with. And every single pullback that we've had, we kind of revisit that 106 for the reload, and you had that reload too. That was nice trade there. On AMD, I am watching some of the chips here. We are holding kind of sideways. We kind of chopping and churning on top of this range, as we said before. And yeah, the Amazon trade is still kind of holding above this area, kind of in this range here, 126.40s and then 125.40s, about a 1 point range that we're kind of stuck in as of this open. The open, we saw how crazy it was. Definitely a little little bag there, a bag hold on my part as I try to hit the 126 and then the 125 and then get out almost. I think it was pretty crazy. I think it was a 60 penny loser right out the open. I was like, oh no, we cannot start like this. I was like, give it a little. I'm going to be a little patient and then try to see that turn of the tape to really give us that confirmation that we may be slowing down on the sell side, and we did get that. We got some significant tape action right here on that 125, and then we're making relatively higher lows as well, kind of a chop and churn as again. The key focus, we were talking about following structure today, and the structure that I was looking at specifically on the NQs was just this pre-market time, like the consolidation that we've had, and we're just interacting above, below, a bit of lick grabs that we're seeing, a bit of exhaustions that we're seeing, some beautiful price action there, but not really getting anywhere, right? Not really getting anywhere, sideways action. So a lot of range trading potential on this kind of price action there. Take a look at Amazon. We're kind of pushing right back up. Let's see if we can do more of the same, which is just a churn between. This is just a 1 point churn between this 126 half and the 125 half. And if it wants to keep on doing that, then we definitely should be trying to take pieces off of that price action on today.
All right, they've already switched over the bottom, which means we need to switch over as well. So, all right.
Overtime.
Yeah, we're doing overtime, so you can bill us a little bit for that. But I do want to say thank you so much to everybody for watching. Thank you for all the love on the likes. Good show there, Obi. Let's keep it going. We'll be back in the afternoon, so join me and Obi in the afternoon. But for right now, you've got Sharif and Adara, so let's throw over the midday crew. Thanks a lot, guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your girl, Adara. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. Adara, I thought we were definitely going to have a red morning on the day.
So did I.
And, you know, we've been up a little bit, down a little bit, up a little bit.
We've been like cycling. We've been yo-yo dieting with the market here today. Absolutely.
What do you got?
Yeah, so I have nothing yet. We're trying to get in on our friend Meta. And the reason we're trying to get in on our friend Meta, because so we did have some analyst stuff. We had Wells Fargo maintaining overweight. So, you know, that might be of note. We also have, I guess, news that Threads is going to get a feature that was basically, I guess, we just got in on Meta. Look at that. At 316 even. But yeah, basically, I guess like the whole highlights feature on Twitter or X, when you can see what's trending, Threads is trying to get that as well. So that news, although Threads has been, you know, kind of notoriously up and down since its release, that is of note. But yeah, I mean, we're in on Meta. We're going to see how we ride this out. And the reason also beyond the news that I wanted to get in on Meta, which I would like to touch on, is I liked the action we were seeing here. We were seeing a bit of a swoop, right, around VWAP. I liked the concept of the VWAP play. I saw this green bar. I saw a little bit of wicking upwards, decided to get in. I'm happy I'm in right now. You know, we're up like around like 25, 30 cents from where I got in. And again, like the big thing I'm working on, this was a big theme of my life last week as well, is just making sure that you're getting in at a good place. Because I did have a tendency, and I'm not saying I'm perfect, I'm still working on this, where I would get in like way too early or way too late on a trade. So we're trying to work on, you know, our entrances. I like where I entered this, and we're gonna let the good times roll. See how it all goes. Have you made any trades so far today? How are you doing?
I'm in one right now.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Dancing with this PRZO multi-day runner, small cap gapper du jour. Let's talk a little bit about the deets, and then we'll bring in the side chart and talk a little bit about what the macro look is. Guys, small market cap, micro, and I really mean it. 12.89 million market cap. The float on this bad boy, 3.1 million shares. Very dangerous stock, but it's up 81% on the day. Already got some profit out here. Long 208s, looking to take profit at 19s and 24s. Have my resting profit takers. The stop, the break of the trough. Simple. If it makes a newer low, the trade for me no longer valid, and I'm gonzino. So that's a look. You guys know how I trade by now. Now, let's bring in the trusty 8 side chart. Shout out to Nimit. He loves when I do this. All right. You guys heard about the Katina Man talking about Disney today. Nelson Peltz making waves as per usual on the Disney front. You guys saw him early in the year when Bob Iger replaced Bob Chapek. He wanted to shake things up. He wanted a board seat. And then he kind of ceased and desisted. once Bob Iger made the requisite cuts. And by that, I mean the 7,000 jobs that came after Bob Iger took over. And, you know, it was a layoffs for a lot of companies this year. Now he's back and he wants more. He's taking a larger share in the company. In addition to that, he wants more than one board seat. He wants multiple. He's setting things up to possibly get multiple board seats on the day. Anyway, Disney looking decent today. Somebody was talking about a flat bottom break early on. Looks like that's come and gone through the 83.25 area because now we're back at VWAP 83.75 and just broke through that crest over here, making a new crest, even though we did make a newer low. So some bamboozlement in that regard. PRZO, we already talked about. The other one that's been on my radar, HASI, another small cap gapper du jour. Let's talk a little bit about this bad boy. Hanon Armstrong Sustainable, 1.65 billion market cap, so not a tiny market cap. What is the float on this bad boy? Larger, 104.5 million. Anyway, it's got a headline. Here's the headline for it. Hanon Armstrong Sustainable Infrastructure. JP Morgan, I guess, cut the price target to 37 from 45. That's a little unusual. Is there another headline here? Or give me one sec. The economy matters for Hanon Sustainable Infrastructure. I know that came in yesterday. All right, I'm not going to belabor why this is moving up, but it's a fantastic move off Friday's close, 14.40, got up to 15.68. There is the move right back into 15. It holds 15 by all of 1 penny, goes down to 14.99, and there we go again, back up to 15.5. Bull flag continuation on this name. What is I wonder what the fibs show here from the breakout point. Like, this is the breakout point. How much do we retrace? Yeah, kind of a random area in between the 2/3 and the half. So yeah, sorry, fib heads, didn't work out on this occasion. If you were to measure from the bottom, anyway, maybe from the close yesterday. Friday beat different. Anyway, HASI moving. Palantir, the Katina man talked about this one on the morning show. Very strong off that. What was the Friday close? As per usual, my charts are acting up, so I don't know what the Friday close is, but started the morning off at around 16 1/3, 16 1/4. We get up to 17.80, and now we are retracing, coming down into 17. Do we hold 17 at these levels? We already broke VWAP and made a newer low through that 17 1/4 trough that we had earlier on. So this one looks like it might be giving up the ghost, maybe moving with the market, because the market retracing as well, especially the NQ. So that's the other look. Then a couple of weird ones that I don't really know why we're moving. Kellogg, I know Kellogg, they have, what's this, Kelnuve or whatever?
Kellanova,
yeah. So they've spun off their snacks. Their cereals are going to be in one area. The snacks are going to be another. Either way, Kellogg's running nicely on the day. KLG up 7.89%. Is there a headline? I'm looking quick here. Looks like, no, not on the day. So it looks like it's running from last week's headline. We talked about, the Ozempic, Wegovy craze having a possible negative impact on some of these names. I guess maybe it had been beat up too much and some, exhaustion buying here, but up 8% on the day now. 10.40 is where we closed out on Friday. 11 1/3 is where we got up to today, decidedly above 11. Only one red candle here in the 5-minute chart series. It's been a series of 5-minute candles to the high side, so very strong. And then last but not least, Weight Watchers, or I'm not supposed to call that anymore because that's not the politically correct thing to say. WW for whatever it stands for. You can make up your own thing if you'd like, but in any event, closed out at 10.44 on Friday. 12.05 HOD, trying to fight with that $12 level. Higher highs and higher lows, good sustained uptrend. Let me double check to see if there is a headline on this bad boy today. Yeah, okay, Morgan Stanley maintained Weight Watchers International with a coverage overweight and a price target of 13. So currently trading under that price target, but they've got it overweight. So they're all over that Wegovy, Ozempic, movement, and Weight Watchers benefiting from that today, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, so right now, of course, we get all excited. We get in Meta. Now Meta is taking a steep little dive off a cliff, and we're trying to get out at least half our shares so we can breathe easily. You know what? Because this was the thing I kind of started trying last week is when I'm getting a little frazzled in a position, just see if taking out half of the shares will make me less stressed. I mean, we're down though quite a bit from where I entered. Like I got in 316 even. We're hovering around the 315 area now, so we are getting a little bit of a panic attack. So yeah, I mean, the goal is to just kind of get out of, oh, now we're below 315. Okay, so we're getting out of meta. It looks like in general, I've got my side charts up for the NQ, and we are taking a little dive off a cliff in general with these mega caps right now. One name I do want to check to distract myself from my meta anxiety is ZOM, XOM. I saw a little bit of XOM on mentioned in the chat, and it was one I had my eye on from the beginning, just with the oil and the energy sector being up in general. Yeah, we're up like almost 4.5%. I'm gonna look at the 5-minute chart, because for me, for something like this, I would want to enter the long, but I would also like to think about a reasonable point of entry. Do you know what I mean? So we have kind of a steady increase. I would probably like to wait for, you know, a little baby dip and then see if I can jump into the ZOM pool, join that trade at a good moment.
Kill it, man.
Thank you. But yeah, so that would be when I would enter. At this point, though, I like the idea. I'm going to keep my eye on it, just waiting for a better opportunity to hop in and take a little swim in ZOM. One other name I want to look at is, I saw some mention in the chat, we know I always have my eye on AMC because I think that the Swifties have magical powers. And I am not one to clear up rumors, because it always comes up. I'm not a Swiftie. I believe in what the Swifties can do to the market, because we have seen...
That was Sean.
Yeah, I know. I apologize. You know, it is what it is. But AMC
Why,
is...
Katina, man? You like the Swiftie.
Yeah. I know. I knew that. I figured that's what it was. Yeah, I figured that was my failing. You know, I took the L on that. But yeah, so we're, again, two L's. Okay. So we're like trailing around that 1% mark, or 0%, like breaking even mark on AMC. But we had a huge surge in AMC on AMC, as Sharif christened it on Friday. Huge surge on AMC on Friday, as we heard that the Taylor Swift concert had more than 100 million. The concert movie, sorry, had over $100 million in pre-sales, which is nuts. So yeah, I mean, like, I like the kind of movement around VWAP we could potentially be seeing on AMC. Again, like ZOM, I'm going to keep an eye on the levels and see what a proper point of entry would be. How was the PRZO?
We're absolutely printing on this small cap gapper du jour, baby. You know, when you're celebrating a 20 or a 20 penny winner on a small cap gapper, that's pretty good. Yeah. It's a $2 stock. I mean, where do we get it? We got in 08s. We just got the print there at 26s. Next profit taker. Trip 233. What's life without whimsy, baby? $2.33. Kind of not a really solid level on the chart, but one that I like. I like 333. So let's go. Let's see if we can get that print, and we're knocking on the door of 30. But again, with these stocks, if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, and I'm going to continue to say it because it's prudent, because I'm trading it, and you know, you may be following along. These bad boys do not stay in the levels for very long, and if they do, it's an anomaly most of the time. It is not the rule, it is the exception. Take profits when you get the breakout, because this is intraday trading. It is not, you know, these big cappers where there's huge sums of money coming in for the longer term. This is mostly intraday money, okay? And it's here now, it's not here tomorrow. There we go, Adair, we get the 33 fill. Why not, baby? Long 208s on the double bottom of 208. Come look at the chart for a second. This was the skewed double bottom. Remember I want to call this the bullish double bottom, even though double bottoms are by definition bullish. This is the extra bullish double bottom when the right side of the W is higher than the left side. It's a chart pattern I'm making up completely. It's not one that I've ever read in a book. I'm going to just be quite honest with that. The extra bullish double bottom where you get a higher V on the right side of the W. In any event, we get long 208s before the neckline break here and the confirmation of the double bottom. First profit taker, 415. Then a couple of beak wetters there at 20, a couple at 25, 24, and 26, and there's a top at 33. How much am I still holding? I'm still holding about half, a little bit less than half the position. Where do we find resistance? Well, clearly, we have a 248 high, a long period of consolidation, about 25, 30 minutes or so at that 240 area where we really couldn't get any closing prints north of 240. Sure, you have wicks, but the closing prints are all south of that 240 on PRZO. What is the name of this company? I know that
I think it's Parazero.
Parazero Technologies.
Yeah.
Thank you. What do they do? Israeli-based. Oh, it's an Israeli.
Oh, sorry. I knew they had Australian regulator stuff. That's why. Yeah. So yeah,
Interesting.
I guess it's
If this
Israeli.
is running. Usually we saw most of the Israeli stocks moving counter trend today. This one moving in the opposite direction. Israel-based aerospace company that is primarily focused on drone safety systems and engaged in the business of designing, developing, and providing autonomous parachute safe. This is very interesting because I think drones are probably going to play a major role in this, problem that we have there at the moment. We're really going to not try to get into it because we hate politics around here. But the fact of the matter is, like, we live in the real world. And, we're probably going to have to talk about it someday. There we go, Adara again at 240. This one is running high. PRZO, we get that resistance level look. We talked about that $2.40 being a resistance level. Comes right up there. We get a beak wetter right at there. So we'll see if we can get possibly now a 250 break, guys.
Nice. Yeah, we're going to look. Let's take another look at Meta. So I got out half my Meta at 315.40. So we were 60 cents out from where we got in. Not, obviously that's not perfect, not a great time. But you know what? We did what we had to do. Like I said, my way of kind of managing some of the mental stress will just sometimes be dumping half the shares if I don't love a direction of something. I'm happy I kept half of mine in, though, because it looks like we might be pushing above that 316. And this is a situation where, at first I was happy with where I got in. Maybe I got in a little bit too high. I should have waited for it to dip a bit lower. But you know what? All's well that ends well. We're not going to complain. We're not going to, sit and regret and ruminate just yet. We're going to go with the trade, go with the flow, see what happens. I have some mentions, RTX in the chat. Oh, we're above 316 now for Meta. Woo, woo, woo. We're going to let him, roll in, take a little time here.
Wow.
Roll in the dough, roll in the deep. Shout out to Adele. RTX, okay. Oh, okay, some VWAP play with our friend RTX. I'm going to switch to the 3-minute. I like to kind of look between the 3-minute and the 5-minute. Okay, so yeah, this would be, again, this is one of those ones where, like I said, where it's generally kind of a swoop up. I like to find a good level of entry, right? But generally, I don't dislike what I'm seeing here. We have a 2-cent spread, which I can't really fault. We have a volume of 4.13 mil. I want to see if we have any news on RTX and what company it is before I can make like a firm verdict here. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely like the chart specs I am not hating. RTX. Okay. So it's just trading amid the tensions in the Middle East from what I can tell here. Oh, I guess it's a defense stock. Let's look here. Yeah, so it's a defense stock. Okay, so it is trading on news that. I mean, like general news, but still of note here. So I'm going to definitely keep my eye on our pal RTX, see if there's a baby dip for me to, hop in, take a dive here. And then I also want to revisit ZOM, XOM, because that was another one I was taking a look at. Okay, so there are definitely baby dips during which one could jump in. So next time I see a swoop down, I think we're going to hop in the XOM pool. It does have movement on, the general energy stock rise. We have movement, we have momentum, we have patterns that are enjoyable. I think ZOM might be a winner for me. Should we jump in? Looks like Meta is going down again, so I should probably deal with my poor Meta trade and see how much we want to cut our losses. Is Parazero still printing?
It is, but Meta's been an absolute rocket, so I kind of like the fact that you jumped on that because you remember how it did on Friday? What was it, like $14 worth of raise?
It was nuts, yeah. I mean, that's why I want to stay in for now, yeah.
All right, Ms. Adara here. We got the beak wetter at 43, so we are now 5 pennies lower than high a day on this last little move up here. There is the 43 beak wet, and now we're back down below 40. How much are we out of here? We're still holding about 33. Oh, that's not good. 33% of the position right now on PRZO, Parazero. I keep wanting to say like parajumpers. Or, I mean,
because it sounds like that, right? Like the para.
The jacket, the parajumper jacket.
Yeah.
Anybody in the South, don't worry about what we're talking about here. This is all Canadian stuff. You need not concern yourselves. No, but yeah, it's a big winter coat. Like if you guys know, what's it called? Moose knuckles. Say again, Fabian. Oh, animations are down. No worries. Okay. We will not be hitting the bangs or any of the lovely animations that we have at the moment. But yeah, forget about what I was talking about, parajumpers. It really doesn't have anything to do with it. Now, what are we going to do here? What's the move here? Because this will likely retrace now that we are at resistance levels unless it prints anything above 250. That will be really bullish if we break above and stay above 250. We have a 248 high, so we know that that is just, a couple of pennies sub 250. We haven't printed a higher high, but we have several higher lows. Trough, 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 and yet you guessed it, trough. But we don't have any new crests, and a new crest is going to have to come through a 250 break. So if we get that, that'll just be aces. But if we don't get it, what's the plan? Well, VWAP is at 213, lucky number 13. On this chart, it's 14. It varies depending on where you start the VWAP. Is it at 4 a.m.? Is that at 6:30 a.m.? VWAP is very much dependent on what time it was started, and on these charts, it's 6:30. So a bit of a variance there. Now, if it breaks and makes a lower, this 215 area was clearly an area we had trouble with. That was the first area where I took profit. It comes right back down, holds 2. If it breaks below 215, I'm going to cut this trade, even though my entry is at 2, because it's no longer valid if we break this, we make a lower high, okay? So that's what I'm looking at there, but ideally, we get something through 250 and we stay above 250. I don't want to take too many out in case we really get squeezing here and start going to $3. Right? And then all of a sudden you're lamenting having gotten everything out ahead of that $50 to de-risk this, that, and the other. You guys know the drill. So looking at this one, it's the one that I'm focused the most on, but there's a whole bunch of others moving. I talked about Kellogg. I talked about, what's it called? WW, keeping an eye on that. And then obviously, how could I not mention the NQ, back at 15,000. I'm going to suggest to you today that the ES is absolutely outperforming the NQ. And that hasn't been the case lately. It's been usually the NQ outperforming the ES. We're down 0.71 on the NQ. We're only down 0.33 on the ES, and the ES decidedly above that 4,300 resistance level. We are way far away from that with a 42.99 low, whereas, we're really having trouble staying above 15,000 right now, which I'm not trying to say those are, interchangeable levels by any means, but they're obviously important levels when you're charting the support and resistance. So ES, very strong. I'm going to suggest to you it is as a result of oil being up 4.2% as I'm looking right now, 4.25%. On the CL November contract, oil very strong. It's probably lifting up the ES over the NQ Adair.
Yeah, so let's reflect on the trade we are still in, which is Meta. Looks like I might have taken some of my, I'm just going to switch to the 3-minute here. Looks like I might have taken some of my shares out too early because we are at 30.1664, which means we are about 64 cents in the money with the shares we do still have. Because, I kind of realized I did want to stay in because, like as Sharif mentioned, Meta has been on quite the run recently, A. And B, we did have that specific news, what with the Wells Fargo news maintaining the overweight. And then we also had the news about the Threads features. So, we're encroaching VWAP. We're approaching VWAP. Looks like we're going to break VWAP. So we're going to stay in this trade for a while. We might add a couple shares if we dip to a level I like. We're going to see here. But, for now, I think one of the big things I'm learning is just patience in a trade. Staying in. Should we have gotten out half our shares? Maybe not, but we handled the mental for now. But I think generally experimenting with larger trade share sizes, position sizes, so that if you take out some, you're not kind of messing with your whole trade. And then also just patience. Those are two things I really want to work on today. That is, I think of note with regards to my trading strategy and what I'm kind of learning. But I like the whole VWAP approach. We're going to stay in Meta for the time being. I have no complaints. Meanwhile, one I want to look at because it looks like it's doing a nice little swoop, and I would love to get in on this on a dip, is Google, what have you. Yeah, so I like what's happening around the VWAP with Google. Honestly, if you got in a long at the open and just took it out around here, that would have been, that's a great scenario. Look at this. We're kind of, retracing a little bit, hanging out around VWAP. I want to see how much higher it goes from here, because I want to see if we're getting higher highs, right? So if we're going above this 138, if we're approaching that 138 area, that might be making higher highs might be a time to jump in. I would like to kind of see how the pattern unfolds on Mr. Google before I decide to say hello. by which I mean adding to the trade, getting into a position. And then let's look at ZOM again. Okay, yeah, so if we get a little bit more of a dip on ZOM, XOM, ExxonMobil, Mobile, I might. Like I said, this guy I'm keeping an eye on my side charts. Keep on checking in because I do think that XOM could be a good baby dip play because we do see that, that long-term these long-term gains here. So I think for me, that one's still of note. Another one I want to look at that Sharif was mentioning earlier that was being mentioned earlier, in the day is Disney. We had the Nelson Peltz move. Yeah, okay, I like the VWAP stuff around Disney. I kind of don't love this plateau that we had here. So I want to wait to see what this next kind of dip below VWAP, if we get one, does. This is another one where I want to kind of wait and see the action before I join the trade myself. Because like I said, patience is a virtue, not necessarily one I always have while trading. So, we're going to learn, we're going to grow. Another one I want to look at, because someone was mentioning potential baby dip play on Tesla in the chat. That was a while ago. So, but yeah, I do like what's happening in Tesla. I do not hate what's happening in Tesla, but I've been burned by Tesla before. Sometimes it's stressless, sometimes it's bestla. We're gonna have to see how he goes. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking. This is another one where like XOM, I would be looking for an opportunity to jump in if we just dip a little bit lower, because I want to see if we're going to continue to swoop a little bit higher here, or if it's going to be another situation of lower highs, lower lows.
I'm gonna have to ask. You know about the Salt and Pepper song?
Shoop? Yeah.
Oh, wrong one. Sorry.
A fail.
No. That was incorrectly pressed.
Yeah. So it's I have it like shoop. Yeah.
Era, man. You know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I'm a very big rap head. For those who are not, I rap, 80s, 90s rap, R&B. Yeah. But yeah, no, didn't even like make the connection until just now. But yeah.
Yeah, I know, because I think the people in the chat were like shoop, shoop, shoop. I kept looking at them like, where do I know that from?
Yeah.
And it is Salt and Pepper. My sister used to love them. My sister's older than me. They were more like around when my sister was listening to that kind of music, and I just kind of, would steal her tapes. Yes, they were tapes and CDs back then.
Look at that.
And then she got a lock for her room, and that ended that. So, yeah. Shout out to my sister, who now lives in California, and I don't get to see that much. But all right, guys, still in this PRZO trade. We're having trouble at that 2 1/3, 2 1/4. We haven't come down to that 215, 214-ish level where I'm going to cut this trade. But we definitely, again, did find resistance at the $half mark with another high there coming at 43s rather than 48s this time. Can't really seem to clear that 50-cent area. Oh, as per usual, I've forgotten to load trade ideas, and I need trade ideas for the short float, so we're going to do that now. As we keep talking out of storm, Big Chungas, did you walk around with a boombox? Did I ever? I had the best boombox, and I had the best plug on batteries, because if you were walking around, you needed those double D batteries. What were those, double D batteries, Mr. Katina? The big ones, the big round ones that you put in a boombox. They were Ds, whatever, D batteries. So that's the look there. Let's find out PRZO. We talked about this one on Friday, and it doesn't have a short float. Okay, so we don't know what the short float is. Maybe we'll have a look there on floatchecker.com. Give me a second. Let's load up that bad boy, because we need to find out what the short float is on this. Let's bring in OB over here. What a good-looking gentleman that is. Let's go floatchecker.com. There we go. And we're going to type in PRZO. All right. What's the float on this? Okay. Let's go, bro. All right. Short float, a bit of a mixed bag. You got 4 3/4, 6, 4 3/4, and then the other two don't know. So it's not negligible, but it's nothing really to concern ourselves with. Let's go and have a look at the daily chart on PRZO, where we, other than the 50 penny area and obviously the whole dollar area at 3, we could encounter resistance. All right, here's a look. This is a multi-day runner, guys. This ran on Friday. Okay, it was a sub $1 stock, 62 pennies, and then shoots up into 2.5. Huh, interesting how this would run on Friday. Huh, okay. Just my conspiracy mind running right now, but we'll keep that to ourselves. All right, 222 right there. That's the top wick on September 8th. We don't get anything above that. However, on August 7th, we got a 294 touch, all right, which is just a smidge below 3. Okay, so 3, definitely the goal here if 250 is cleared. And then, beyond that, we're looking at 4, and that's kind of like the IPO launch or whatever, whether direct listing, IPO, I don't know what this was. Back in the end of July, July 27th was the first day trading on this bad boy. So keeping an eye, let's see what we get. Definitely don't want to cut this too quickly. Adair making a fantastic point there. Patience is an absolute virtue, but you need to know where the trade is no longer valid. And in my opinion, the trade is no longer valid if it breaks this higher high over here. So keeping an eye on that. And yeah, Kellogg's continuing to make a move up, 11 1/3 now. Kellogg's finding support. Palantir as well, finding its legging at 17 bucks. And now it's popping back up into 17.10, but sub VWAP, so still a little concerning there. I mentioned Hassie earlier, possible double top here coming in on HASI. Other than that, I really don't have any other trades, but Disney looking good, man. Recovering off that 83 bottom, now looking to knock on the door at 84, so we'll see.
Yeah, so we're still in Mr. Meta. We're trying to add some more shares to Meta. I'm trying to get in. Oh, it looks like we just got in around that 316.80 because I was noticing that was a bit of a point of a resistance. So yeah, I mean, like we're just trying to add. We're trying to bulk up. See how we do with this Meta trade because we were dancing around $1 in the money, other than the shares I originally pulled out. But yeah, so we're doing okay with Meta. I like how Meta's doing. I'm gonna just let him do his thing, 21 for a moment here. While actually mentioning bulking up, I want to look at ARM. Because it might be ARM day today. And by that, I mean we had a lot of analysts coming in, initiating coverage on ARM. We had Deutsche Bank and Goldman, among others. They both were saying buy. Okay, so we are down in the day for ARM, but this could be a dip play. Because, I would like to see, though, a bit more, see what we do with that VWAP. The volume here is not great, though. We're like 2.5 mil. The spread gives me a skosh of anxiety, book moving a little slowly. So yeah, we'll see how I end up feeling about ARM, but it is one I want to check up on just because, like I've said, like I've been saying, if I see news, in the morning, I think sometimes it's still worth checking out those stocks later in the day to see how they do. Someone was mentioning Tesla, my sometimes friend, sometimes enemy Tesla, mostly friend, in the chat here. Okay, so yeah, so we took whoever mentioned Tesla is right. This looks like a Tesla long. But like I said, I want to see if I can get in on a little baby dip here. Speaking of dips, it looks like we just got in on the ZOM baby dip, or the dip XOM here. Yes, we got it around 111.40. Yeah, position board. There we go. Also 2 trades at once. This is like a new thing I'm trying. Trying to see if I can practice managing multiple positions. But yeah, so we're gonna 2 longs right now. We're gonna see how we do. We're dancing around where I got in right now. So we're going to wait and see. I don't love, the big red candle, but generally the movement I'm seeing, given how far we are up on the day, given the patterns, I'm going to stay in XOM for a skosh longer with the strength of energy stocks, see how we do, see how we're feeling, dip our toes in it, wet our beaks, to reference Sharif saying here. But yeah, we're going to see how we do. Yeah, I usually do long plays. Like I said, I mentioned this, I think, last week. I'm generally more comfortable with longs just because the risks of shorts kind of stress me out. But yeah, we'll see how we feel for the day. Here we are. We're in XOM. We're in Meta, both names that have movement, both names that do have news behind them. We're going to cross our fingers. We're going to, pay attention to the charts, and we're going to see what happens. What I have going on right now. And how are we doing with PRZO?
It's good.
Still good?
It's good, yeah. I just noticed that XPEV is down 10.8%. Thanks to Comp SRX1 for that. I don't know why it's down. I messaged Brendo to find out what's happening there. Lee's also down 4.5. Neo's down 5.85. This looks like it's XPEV driven, just because the fact that XPEV is down like double what the others are. So I have no idea what's going on here. Here's what I see. XPEV and WW are consumer discretionary movers, and I don't have anything beyond that. So if anybody knows why XPeng is tanking here, 10.8% on 14.1 million shares. Brendo doesn't see anything either. It was a holiday week. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's it because, we're not tanking on any of the other names. It's EVs really that are coming down here. It's Baba's down 1.95, Baidu 1.25, PDD's up 1.25. So I'm not really sure about. I already mentioned Li Auto. Yeah. So that's what I'm looking at there. I don't think it's that. So anybody who knows why XPEV is moving down, tag me in the chat. I really have no idea. We talked about this morning that Tesla's China productions was definitely down. We kind of knew that already because they missed their delivery target, and we assumed that the Shanghai facility was probably one of those reasons. Comp SRX1 could be what you mentioned in China. On TWN, chips are stable, however. Not sure if that's that either. I'll keep an eye out, but maybe somebody's offloading a big position on XPeng and everything else taking a hit. I really don't know, and I don't see anything on my blotter, but that is a big mover. XPEV was 10.8, now 10.23. Have a look at this chart, man. This is like unforgiving. Look at that big move down, flat, 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 flat. Then the opening print comes and huadunk goes the dynamite. So it looks like somebody was waiting for that market on open order to really offload a plethora of XPeng chips there. All right, we'll keep following, and we'll find out what's happening. As I talk about that, the market is making an absolute recovery here. The ES is about 3 points off the high. We're at 43.35. 43.38 is HOD. We're about to make possibly a higher high here after making a newer low on this. What was this? What was the closing print there? The closing print was 43.16 on this trough, and now we're well removed off that. Not quite there with respect to the NQ. 15.066 is a high. We're at 15.038, but a nice bounce off 1500. So if you were looking for that 1500 defend, looks like you did quite well. Shout out to you guys for that. Back to PRZO. Now we're back above 2 1/3. We're at 236. I'm looking for that 2.5, man. Not going to take this off for no reason. It's holding the levels, but I definitely want a 2.5 touch. If we get something in the mid-40s, I'll be wetting my beak around there too, just to de-risk a little bit of there.
Yeah, so we're in ZOM. We want to get out of ZOM, I think. I don't love that we're continuing to swoop lower here. I was hoping, for another like flip up here. It looks like we might not be getting that. I'm just gonna keep my eye on it for now. If we dip before 111, I'm out. Or dip below 111, sorry, I'm out. Let's take a look at Meta, because we did get some of our shares out of Meta over the $1 mark. So we got in, at first we got in at 316 even. Then we got half our position. We kept half our position, and then we actually reloaded a little bit here around VWAP. But yeah, so we got out half of our shares that we still had in, about $1.30 in the money. Can't complain there. I still have half my Meta position at 316.80. So it looks like I might unload that soon, depending on what we're doing around this VWAP area, because we're dipping a little bit to a degree that I don't necessarily love. But we're gonna stay in for now. We're gonna, we got half our shares in. We're gonna keep popping, see how it goes. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely, it looks like XOM is dipping below that 111, so I think I'm probably going to get out of XOM. But yeah, I mean, like, lots of interesting movement in the market. It does seem in general today, with all, the volatilities, what with, geopolitical conflict, just news in general, I think it's one of those days where you're generally going to be playing, if you're, at least if you're doing longs, you're generally going to be playing on smaller movements versus like larger scale. You know what I mean? Like swoops up, with the exception of maybe Meta, just because Meta has had, a strong track record as of late. I also want to look at Google in terms of the big tech names. And Google, there was some news this morning. I want to pull up the exact headline here, but I did see some Google news. Yeah, so I guess Google Cloud has announced AI search capabilities designed specifically for healthcare workers. That's cool. I mean, Google had like such a VWAP play. We swooped up here. Now we're I'm going to see if I can get in here on a dip. But like I said earlier with Google, I would have liked to have seen it break that 138 area. We didn't, so it could be slightly higher lows, but we did slightly lower highs, sorry. But we about made the same high as before, so I'm not like too concerned about it. I am just going to keep my eye on Google, though, see if we can get in on a dip here, because I don't dislike the movement, and I do dislike that we have a news catalyst. Another big cap one that I would like to look at. I mean, we always like to look at Tesla. Tesla did have some negative catalysts, though, as Sharif mentioned, but with the Chinese deliveries being down. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about the movement here. If we get one more dip and it looks like a VWAP play, then I would probably try my hat, because I find, I've had generally, VWAP, I find VWAP play to be pretty helpful. Tesla in general, I find with VWAP, you can kind of play well. And I mean, obviously, not every stock is going to do the same thing every time, mind you, but it is something, that I like to keep an eye on. And it's something that I think could be of note for me heading into the day. Yeah, let's look at Microsoft too while we're looking at the big cap names here. Okay, Microsoft has some VWAP action as well. So I'm going to switch to like a 5-minute to get a better sense. Yeah, okay. So we had like a swoop down here. We swooped around VWAP. If we get a little dip here, Microsoft might be worth my while as well. In the meantime, I want to check back on XOM before I send it back to Sharif. Yeah, XOM. Pardon?
Do your thing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so XOM, we're up a little bit. We're about 20 cents down from when I got in. So I think we're going to keep in XOM for the time being. But like I said, if we see like a definitive dip below that 111, going to cut the cord there. Meta's still above that 317, sorry. So we're going to stay in Meta, what we have left of Meta for now. Yeah, lots of stuff happening right now. It'll be really interesting to see how the market kind of goes today because of, all the news we've had. And generally, it's been kind of, when I was doing the sector watch earlier today, too, during the morning show, it has been a mostly red day. So it'll be interesting to see how the market kind of flips itself around.
You see 21 come out for Drake's concert?
What? No.
Apparently, it's the first time he left the United States.
Oh my
God.
God.
I didn't even know that. Like, the
That's
dude's
crazy.
never been outside America, and he's a multi-millionaire. He's never been
Well,
allowed.
yeah, because he was from Britain, right? That was that big shock that 21 was
no
British.
idea.
Oh my gosh, he was
Yeah,
deported.
you didn't know?
Yeah, I knew. That he was deported.
Yeah, he
Yes, right.
came
That's
out.
probably why he can't. That was crazy.
I know. Canadian border security is amazing. All right, guys, Mara. Who's asking me to take a look at Mara? I think it was our friend Nimit. Well, Mara's up 1.1%, guys. Not a bad look. Crypto is not up. And by crypto, I'm talking about BTC and ETH. BTC down 1.41, ETH down 2.77, yet the mining names are up. Riot 1.21, Mara 0.99, essentially 1%. You have a big move up here on Mara, breaking through Friday's highs, 834 HOD. We're at 816 right now. Still, we haven't printed that higher high. It's going to have to come through that 8 1/3 break. But it's a nice recovery off that 790-ish area, 8. It does break through VWAP, so if you were looking for strict technical levels off which to get a bounce, you were probably a little bit disappointed. But the fact of the matter is it's recovering, and I really don't know why this is running in the face of a weak Bitcoin and a weak Ethereum. Let me have a look here if I can see anything. Nothing coming in for today. They're all news blotter items from yesterday or from Friday, so nothing for me on that. So not sure why the mining names are running, but in any event, they are running, and keep your eye on it. I don't have technical levels on this. This one doesn't really respect technical levels, as you can just see from this chart. There's nothing from Friday's price action that would have warranted a 790 bounce. Maybe this little piece of consolidation at 790, but I don't put too much stock in that. It breaks VWAP, it breaks $8, and it's kind of marching to the beat of its own drum. The other one I wanted to mention, SOFI, I think it was Comp SRX1 or somebody like that was telling me to have a look at it. It's still negative on the day because we closed out right at that 799 Friday. I was looking at the daily chart on SoFi. It's been a decent runner. I mean, we still have that volatility from the student loan forgiveness. It looks like Biden forgave a few more people their student loans. I think it was all people with government jobs or somehow within his purview area of comp. I'm not too sure about who's getting what, but somebody's getting something. In any event, we are still, it's an inside day. We're not above or below Friday's price action. To get above there, we're going to have to break above the 810 mark. And then we've got multiple levels of resistance with which to contend. 817 from October 2nd. And then we got to go all the way to that 830 from September 29th. We're still lower lows and lower highs. So look at this downward channel starting from around, mid-September. We're still printing lower. We're going to have to change the trend, but, likely consolidative, if anything, within the range here of, I want to say $7, 6 3/4. It's a tough chart and a tough stock to trade, no question about it. But yeah, interesting. I think someone was saying something about the RSI being possibly oversold. I'm not sure what time frame they were talking about with respect to SoFi, so keep your eye on that. Now, back to the trade at hand. PRZO, we're getting right back into that $2.40 area. We just printed a higher low. Look at this trough over here at that 2.25. We hold that 2.25 quite nicely, but you know, that higher low is nice and all, but if we don't get that higher high, it means little to me, okay? So I've got that profit taker set up at 244 to possibly take advantage of that, and then we're going to look for a 250 touch, but I'm looking for that, you know, upward channel on PRZO, probably better demonstrated on the 5-minute chart here. Here's what I'm talking about on PRZO. If you were to draw an upward channel like so, something like this, essentially, where you're bouncing off the lows, making higher lows, and then higher highs. But again, hate to belabor this point, that higher high comes that 250 break. We still haven't charted the big cappers on the day. I'll do that once we get back from Madeira.
Yeah, so we are trying to, Meta looks like it's flushing a bit, so we're trying to get out of the rest of our Meta position here. It looks like we can't really hold 317 at this moment. We keep kind of flushing around that, you know, 316.90, 316.80. So I do have a stop set in place. I'm trying to get out just below 317 because that seems to be where we're having some resistance, but we're continuing to flush lower, so I am not loving Meta at this moment. I'm happy we got some of our shares out while we did, but yeah, we're like flushing below VWAP, and it's not a great time right now. In the meantime, we're also going to try to get out of XOM because it looks like that is also having a bit of a struggle here. So we're gonna try to get out of that as that flushes below 111. Great times, really fun, slightly stressful times here today as everything hits the VWAP and then swooshes below. But yeah, I mean, other trades to keep an eye on here. I'm still kind of looking at Tesla, but generally it does look like everything, all of these big caps are kind of going lower right now. I mean, I think the market in general is kind of heading lower. So it's, yeah, as someone who was in longs, maybe that wasn't a great idea, and it's definitely something we're going to try to get out of as everything kind of swooshes lower, especially the two positions that I am in as longs right now. So not a great time for me to be in the longs that I'm in. We're going to try to change that. We're going to see how that goes. Hope for the best here, especially as, like I said, Meta continues to dip below that VWAP that we're seeing here. And Meta could reverse just because, you know, like we've said, Meta has, you know, Sharif was saying, like, Meta on Friday had a crazy run. Meta has good news today. That's why it was, you know, something I decided to get into beyond, like, what I saw in the chart movement. And we're still kind of cycling. But, yeah, I mean, like, it could be not necessarily a day for the longs at this point. So, you know, we got $1 into Meta, so who knows? Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on it regardless. I mean, we're flushing. We're going higher again right now, so I'm going to take a look. But, yeah, another one I want to look at is we're going to look at this Spotify here because I guess there was some news today that Redbird Atlantic downgraded to neutral.
I want to complain about this app.
Spotify?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
You have it?
I'm so old school. This is always really embarrassing. I'm still on iTunes. And by that I mean I buy songs individually. I don't mean Apple Music.
Good for you. Why is that so bad?
Well, I think a lot of people find it very retrograde or old school. I think my thing is, this is like the music nerd in me, I like making very hyper-specific curated playlists. And everyone's like, well, you could do that on Spotify, and I could, but I think if I had access to all those songs, I would literally spend hours making playlists. And I don't think that's healthy for me. So I like to curb the amount of songs I have access to. And that is why I use...
That's a very good point, and it's very specific to you,
right?
I feel,
it's super, yeah, because everyone, when I explain it to people, sometimes they're like, oh, okay, I get it. Also, because a lot of the rap I listen to like unreleased mixtapes and stuff, right? So those aren't necessarily going to be on Spotify. And so it's like, you know, at that point, I'm just going to listen to YouTube, right? While, you know, getting ready and stuff like that. Yeah, so, I mean, I use it occasionally. I would love to hear your complaints.
I have lots to complain about.
Please do. Let's do it.
If I've downloaded something, if I've already downloaded it on my phone using the download feature on Spotify, why are you trying to access the internet and making me wait while you load? It's such a bad bug. When I'm in the basement of my garage, I don't have cell phone reception. And I'm trying to load up a podcast, right? I've done my due diligence. I've downloaded the podcast. It's ready. It should work offline. Why, oh why, is Spotify trying to access the internet when I'm trying to load something that has been already downloaded? That's number one. Number two, it glitches with Apple CarPlay all the time. All right, I actually have to close the app, reload it for it to jive with Apple CarPlay. Sometimes it'll just say can't load. And I'm driving. I can't touch my phone while I'm driving. Otherwise, I get point deductions on my insurance app. I have so much anger for Spotify. I am willing to switch. What? Yes, of course, bro. It's called distracted driving. The Kenobi one was asking, he's like, does your insurance app track when you touch your phone
I've
while
never
driving?
heard of that.
Yes, yeah. Well, bro, I get 25% off. I'm willing to give it privacy. You give me 25% off, we'll have a conversation about anything, right? The Kenobi one is very displeased with the fact that they are tracking me. The Kenobi one is saying that's very invasive and he would never be accepting of that. I respect his opinion. I respect his opinion, but 25% is 25% to me. In any event, I've got a lot of bones to pick with Spotify. I find it to be a very glitchy app on a phone that is not glitchy. I don't usually have any glitches on my Apple iPhone. So yeah, do better, Spotify, or I'm switching. Sorry to complain.
Yeah, it's okay. In the meantime, I have gotten out of Zom, so we can breathe a little easier. So you know what? I'm not going to complain. I will discuss my XOM loss in a moment, just trying to, see how things are shaking with Meta. But let's look at XOM. We can admit when we take L's. And here we did. I mean, it looks like it's going up. Looks like I should have stayed in. But in the meantime, I saw us hit that VWAP. We were below 111. I was freaking out a little bit, decided to cut the cord, cut my losses, etc., what have you. Now it looks like we might be cycling back up. Maybe if I'm feeling confident, we might get back in. But generally, I think I'm going to avoid Mr. XOM, Mr. Exxon for the time being. And see, now we're cycling back up. And it's, this is another thing about patience, right? But at a certain point, it's like one thing, too, that I'm trying to kind of, figure out within myself, deal with in my brain here is the line between patience and just like lacking initiative. You know what I mean? Because at one point, you want to be patient. You want to have that opportunity like, oh, should I stay in? But the other point, it's like you need to act, right? If you're noticing a turn down, and you're not loving where it's going, you're feeling a little bit stressed with the action, at one point you need to act, right? So it's definitely, I think, that balance that I'm still working on figuring out. And I think that'll help too, getting more used to reading different charts, making better decisions before entering a trade, I'm sure is a massive part of this. So it's just, a big learning curve. But yeah, I think with patience comes also, knowing when to hold them and knowing when to fold them, to use a massive cliche. But yeah, so here we are. That was XOM, not the win that I necessarily wanted it to be or hoped it would be. In the meantime, I want to look at Amazon. Actually, no, let's look at Apple first before I go to Amazon, because I've not looked at Apple yet today. And at least not in a serious sense. Oh, we had some nice VWAP play with Apple here, and then we swooped. Yeah, I'm seeing a skosh of a dip here. So let's see. Let me look at my 5-minute. I don't love the dark pools. Now that I know what they are, because at first I just thought they were annoying angry wicks. But last week we learned they're called dark pools, and I don't like them. But yeah,
very annoying.
They're very extra. Yeah. So we'll see. I like the kind of dip formation we've got with Apple. So if it gets a little bit lower, we can maybe, insert, see what we can do here. I would like to see what news we have specifically with Mr. Apple to see if this is something worth getting into. Barclays reiterates equal weight, maintains 167 price target. Okay, that's something.
On Apple?
Barclays on Apple maintains 167. But then Bernstein reiterates market perform and then maintains 195 price target. I was going to say 167 feels low for Apple for a price target. It's below what it is now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so I mean that's
you must
it's
want to
$10
buy more.
lower. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So that's something. Yeah. So I mean we're going to see if we get more of a swoop down here or if we kind of stay flat. Because like I mentioned, and I mean maybe this is just a weird thing. I find if I notice a bit of a plateau, on the 3-minute or the 5-minute, I always get a little bit nervous that it's we're gonna either swoop up, which would be great, or we're gonna fall down. So I would like to see a bit more of a dip before I decide to throw my hat in the ring with our buddy Apple. How goes the PRZO?
Look at what we're doing here on PRZO, bro. That's the dollar winner right there. We're gonna hit the dollar club. Oh, baby, I love small cap gappers de jour. Look at that top wick on BRZO. Had to use the flatten key for that. Well, it was a partial flatten key. I'm not out the whole thing, am I? I'm not crazy like that, am I? No, still holding a decent amount of size here, man. Very pleased with this move up. Top wick so far. That 82 print, I think it got to 85. PRZO, 130%. This one is squeezing. There goes the $half that we're talking about. Now we really need to look at that $3 as the main area of resistance, as it is very clear on the daily chart that was a level. If we can get by $3 and, we're definitely looking at 4. I know that's kind of obvious. The whole dollar level is usually resistance, but it's actually reflected on the chart. But very, very move up. Sorry to yell, guys, by the way. Cools like Sharif. That was a very scary scream. Dara got scared.
I jump at anything. I literally jump at anything. So at least I can't just talk for anyone else, but
you get scared quickly, in other words, so not.
It was not you. It was not specific
to jump
to Sharif's
up behind
scream.
you. So nobody on the floor should scare Adara like from behind her there. Otherwise, she'll
It doesn't
get
take much to do it, to be fair.
Well, I'm just kind of putting it out there for people to do maybe on Halloween. But yeah, we'll have a look there. PRZO, what a move up now. Clearing it very nicely. I'm talking about that 250 level. Got a beak wetter at 45, then shot up into the 85 area, and we got some out there. So very pumped about that. Let's see if this one can run more. Not going to take it out here, but I should really, make the point that these ones have a habit of flushing off new highs. Because the liquidity vacuum is a real thing. Someone holding a lot of shares intraday, they get their majority of the position, their entire position, whatever, out there, and then whoop, goes huadunk all the way down, right back into lows. But PR Zoto, what a mover, multi-day runner. This one started running on Friday, and it's continuing today. And it's a drone company in the middle of a war where drones are likely going to play a large part. So it's got a catalyst, whether you like it or not. You want to talk about the human aspect of it. Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more. But there's a trading aspect to it here, and that's what we're here to do. It's a trading show, not a news show. So this one very much has a very relevant catalyst right now, being a drone manufacturer, an Israeli drone manufacturer. You guys get it. Up 130%, looking for more, no question about that. Looking at the side chart here, keeping my eye on Weight Watchers holding above that 1175. Keeping my eye on Kellogg holding above 1120. And that's basically it. Disney was one that I was looking at, not so much anymore. But yeah, looking for more on PRZO.
Yeah, people are mentioning Meta having a time today, and by time I mean having a sad dip to the downside. As someone who was in Meta, that is a sad face time for me. We're trying to get out right now. I've noticed 316 is like a skosh of a point of a resistance for Meta, so I would like to see what it does hovering around this 316. But, that being said, I have very little faith in my friend Meta. And the issue here is, what I've learned is I got a little too excited, got a little, too greedy, and I should not have taken extra shares of that 316.80. And, at least we still got some of our shares up above that, that one, that 317, like 30 level. That was nice. Should not have taken more shares. Lesson learned. We live, we learn, we grow. But yeah, that was maybe a bit of an L on my part because it looks like we will be taking an L for real on Meta. I do not love what he is doing. Let's look at another one, Tesla. I'm hearing some whispers of Tesla in the chat. We know I love to look at Tesla. Let's look at Tesla. Okay. So like I said, I'd be very curious. I mentioned this, I think, however long ago. I don't know how time passes here, 5-10 minutes ago. I'd be curious to see how Tesla does with this VWAP here. So, this is the 5-minute. We're seeing a little bit of a slow stutter step towards the VWAP. If I see a bit more of definitive action, a little bit of a dip, a little bit of a movement up, I might hop in because I like the opportunity to hop in on our boy Tesla, but I would like to get a better sense of what he's doing because right now I'm a little bit confused. I think Tesla's a little bit confused. I would like a better, kind of sense of direction here. In the meantime, I actually would like to, because we reflect, we learn, we grow. XOM is now kind of up to the point that I got in at. I'm still happy I got out when I did because, arguably I should have gotten in lower. I should have waited to see what it did at VWAP, and I didn't. I was a little bit too, excited. I got in a skosh too early, I would say for sure. I was going on past movement. What I was seeing here with these dips, I thought this would be the dip and the swoop up. It actually wasn't. So you know what I mean? We learned our lesson. It wasn't the greatest move of my life, and I don't know if I would get back in. But yeah, definitely I would say I should have gotten in the VWAP here. But, I'm bringing this up to show, mistakes. I'm definitely, still making mistakes here, learning and growing. But yeah, so XOM is maybe back on a swoop up. We'll have to wait and see on that. In the meantime, we are out of Meta. We got out. I set my stop at 316.40. So we did end up losing on Meta in you know, at the end of the day. And maybe I should have stayed lower, see what it does around VWAP. Maybe we'll get back in. I do not know. But yeah, in the meantime, I was kind of freaking out with what it was doing around 316. Just wanted to get out for now. Lesson of the day here, I should not have taken extra trades. I should not have refilled here at this level because I was trying to get out, you know, it ended up, or should have gotten rid of everything here. But yeah, I mean, you can reflect, you can learn. Not a massive meta fan at this moment of my own meta trade. But yeah, we're gonna see. I should have bought this one lower for sure if I were to reload. And I thought maybe around the VWAP. Alas, no point in ruining it. We learn, we grow. How is PRZO?
It's good.
Nice.
It's still hanging out the $0.75 level. Just took a small piece out here at 3/4 in case it really flushes. Now what I'm looking for is for it to hold that 245 level. That was the breakout level. So if it dips below 245, that'll be the end of the trade for me. We'll keep an eye on this one. But looking for that $3 touch. If we get it, that'd be great. We'll see. Still holding a decent size, about 18%, 20% of the original position. We'll see if this one runs. I don't have any profit takers, though. I should probably put some profit takers out in case it gets going, but it's finding support at 275. So we shall see what this one does, but the upward channel absolutely still going strong here, baby. PRZO Havana Woody, PRZO catalyst is not war, it's Australian law that made drone deliveries legal Friday. Completely agree. But wouldn't you say that there may be some overlap here based on the events of the weekend and the current trading? I don't know if the Australian thing is really such a huge market. I know they have, what do they have, like 35 million people, 36 million people, something like that. I know they're a little bit less than Canada. And Canada is about like 41 now. So we just broke the 40 mark. I was surprised about that.
I did not realize that.
Yeah,
That's
well,
crazy.
we're letting in about a million people a year, about 1.5 million this year. So
Look at that.
it's getting up there. In any event, 275, 270, we're dancing at that level. We'll keep an eye on this one, but I'm keeping my eye on others too. I hate to belabor the same point, WW, KLG, and Disney. Disney looked real good, got to $84, and now is retracing off it a little bit. This is a look on Disney. We made that big trough in the morning, kind of breaking through that flat bottom break that some people were talking about. Somebody was mentioning that to Sean, about 83 1/3. You make a newer low there, 83. Where do we get there? 83.12, 83.13. Higher highs, higher lows all throughout. Good upward channel, aggressive, but gets to that whole dollar level and now flushing. But now doing a bit of a fight at 84. Can it hold? Good spread for a $90 name, $83 name. 1 penny spread here, showing good liquidity on Disney. What has it done in terms of volume on the day? 4.85 million. Is that right? You can load that up here. DIS. Let me just make sure that that's not BS. No, 5.74 million. So yeah, a decent amount of volume for Disney on the day with the Nelson Peltz headline. So keep your eye on that. What else? I have really nothing else. Let's look at the scanner here. ACXP. This one's running Accurex Pharmaceuticals. No catalyst for me, but it's got 45% worth of movement today. Let's show you guys here on the scanner. Yeah. Hello. Load. It doesn't want to. Double clicking, I guess, not good enough for it. Yeah. 121. No, that's okay. Come on, bro. Load, load, load. There we go. ACXP, 1.83 million shares of volume on this name. Not too much, but a good channel there. Upward channel. Got from about 190 now to 290. So a good dollar move, and that accounts for about 43.25%. MNTS. Somebody was mentioning that earlier to me in the chat. And a decent move here on MNTS, Momentous Incorporated, kind of sparsely traded earlier on after the bell, but $1.10 low, 149 high. Nothing really for me to trade here. Super low on volume. I talked about this one, HUSA, Houston America Energy. This one about 27.5% with only 2.85 million shares of volume though. Good move though on the market on the chart. 227 HOD, currently it's at 223, so very much near highs at the moment. But the volume on it is just not enough to size in with any aggression here. So keeping an eye on that. We'll see what else happens with those. Let's bring in the big tech side charts and have a look at what these guys are doing on the day. All right, who's strong? Apple is at high of day right now, about to go green. Apple was one of the weaker ones. It was kind of red on the day. Now it's back up into Friday's close at 177.5. This is Apple right here. Bring in the ticker. And this is where it closed out on Friday. Big move Friday, closed very much near the highs, 177.5 with a 176 kind of consolidation area, even though we have a lower print than that. Look at the majority of the closing prints holding 176.5. Now getting into that high of day, or sorry, that Friday close. We'll have a look and see what Apple does. Microsoft as well, with an interesting headline today as well with respect to chips. We'll see how this one does, but it is just getting to flat, much in the same way that Apple is at the moment, as the NQ does retrace back near its high, still down 0.42 on the NQ. What else we got that's strong? Google, I mean, it is green on the day, double top though, possibly forming here on Google. Not really calling that, just, you know, cursory view. 138 seems to be a resistance level, now coming back into 131.71. We shall see what these bigger caps do on the day. How's Tesla looking over here? Tesla looks like it's like the laggard, I got to tell you the truth, down 2.5%. Far off Friday's close, where it closed at $260.50. We're talking about a 254 fight right now, right at VWAP. Having trouble breaking through that VWAP there on Tesla, but maybe a 256 and a 2/3 break would kind of help fill the gap a little bit. That's where we gap down from Friday's close, and then this morning's 4 a.m. open and the pre-market highs are all around that 256.90, 257-ish area. So we'll keep an eye on these names. Yeah. You guys saw Obi as well was in Amazon Adara. He was doing that dance this morning with Amazon. The Amazonian himself trading Amazon. It's down aggressively 1.3 on the day.
Yeah, so I got in on Tesla. I was noticing that slow swoop towards VWAP, although, you know, as Sharif just said, like it's definitely a slow mover. It's definitely lagging on the day. But I mean, like we're running towards VWAP. We're rushing towards VWAP. Right now, I'm happy I'm in it. I don't know how long I will stay in it because we made that mistake with Meta. We should have gotten out earlier than we did, although now it looks like it's going higher again. But yeah, Tesla, I'm going to be patient. Patience is a virtue. In the meantime, I am trying to get a dip buy on our friend Amazon. Again, like we're just trying to play the baby dip. We're trying to get in, get out type of vibe. With Amazon and Tesla both being lower on the day. But yeah, I mean, like we're about 50 pennies in from where I got in on Tesla, right? 50 pennies up, sorry, from where I got in on Tesla. So I am okay with that. I am praying. You know, we're hoping for a BOVESPA day and not a Stressla day. So we will see how that ends up going. But yeah, let's pull up. Oh my God, Meta is skyrocketing again, and I'm sad I got out. So let's look at Meta. I guess skyrocketing is like a strong word, but we did have this nice candle here. We're now dancing around VWAP. So yeah, if I had stayed in, we would have been up like 20 cents. I mean, again, you know, it is what it is. You win some, you lose some. I'm gonna wait again and see what we kind of do around VWAP and how we continue from here to see if this is something I would like to re-enter. But Meta did have catalysts. You know, it does have some chart play around this VWAP area. So you know, it could still make sense as a trade depending on what it does from here on out. In the meantime, as Tesla kind of does his thing, and I'm liking what Tesla's doing in the side charts, I'm gonna leave him be for a bit. I wanna pull up Amazon and kind of explain my motivations for trying to get in. I'm trying to get in around that 126.20 because I see this as almost like a baby dip play. I see this as, you know, we're getting like these slightly higher highs, right? So we're dipping a little bit, and then we're going higher from there. That is the movement that I'm hoping I'm seeing here. We're gonna see what happens. But again, this is not like Tesla. This isn't something I'd wanna stay in super long term. I kinda wanna see what it does, get in a couple cents or, you know, 50 cents, whatever, get out. That if I do end up getting in on Amazon, like who knows if I'll make it, right? But if that happens, then that would be kind of the vibe I would like, because we did have some nice VWAP action with Amazon, kind of starting around this 111, having that nice swoop to the upside here. I'm gonna pull up what news do we have specifically on our friend Amazon right now. I definitely heard something. Oh, Amazon's winning its bets on NFL rights. Okay, so it's landing some of the broadcasting of the NFL rights for the 2023 season. Also, I guess my Amazon voice assistant, Alexa, under fire for inaccurate election info. Okay, so we've got some hankerings of news on Amazon. But yeah, so I mean, I'm gonna wait and see what happens now. We're about like 15, 13 cents over from where I was trying to enter. So we will see if we get that dip. We'll see if it's something we even want to stay in, should we get it. But yeah, I mean, like I said, lately I've been kind of trying to play the bigger tech stocks, and whether or not that's a good idea, or like, you know, who knows. I think the reason, my justification kind of for these big techs is A, I think there's always something moving them, and B, I find, like I said, I'm still working on patience. I find those smaller, you know, stocks, like other than AMC, which is something I will trade, like I said, if there's news, I find it a little bit easier for myself to get a handle on those ones that have a bit more movement, a bit more volume, and are more likely to kind of have those ups and downs and those runs. Yeah.
Good call.
Thank you.
Good call. All right, 15,069, new high a day. Right now on the NQ, now it's down to third, and we are almost flat on the ES as we come into Friday's close at 43.41. We actually have a 43.41 high, so possible resistance at the Friday close on the ES. Really definitely buoyed by the strength in oil today. Oil up 4%. Not seeing much else really to help buoy here. The the ES above the NQ. Maybe some infrastructure names are all green as well. Airlines are down, cruise lines are down, banking is down, consumer defensive is down. So any of these S&P plays that are not necessarily on the NQ, not really helping it, except energy and infrastructure, I would say. At least that's what I'm seeing from the moment. Haven't looked at utilities and healthcare. But yeah, good move up here on the ES. We'll see where it ends up on the day, but nice upward channel on the NQ. Following suit, but still negative on the day, down 1/3% on these names. We'll keep an eye on that. What else we got on the day? Nat Gas having itself another good day. I'm not really sure if this one plays too much into the Middle Eastern narrative, but look at the daily chart on Nat Gas, guys, that we are now with a bit of a leaning upward channel here. If you're charting this one from April, look at this, higher highs all throughout, higher lows all throughout, even though this is called the Widowmaker, and justifiably so, because it can definitely mislead you at times. We haven't been this high since essentially March, okay? And we're getting into the winter. If we have a tough winter, this is really going to go. I'm happy with the position that I've got on UNG, over $1.20 now in the money on this one. On UNG, getting really a lot of those 6 prints, 6 1/4 prints, 6 1/2 prints, and now we're almost at $8 on UNG. But what I'm charting here, what's most important, is these higher highs and higher lows on the Nat Gas November contract. I should have put that in. NG November 23. And yeah, what is it up today? It's up about 1.5%. Again, I mean, it was a multiple day runner. This one could turn around just as easily, though. So, yeah, don't get too complacent with this one. Nat Gas and oil, all the energy names, looks like they're having a real strong day today. So keep an eye on that. Back to PRZO, still really working at that 250 area, retraced off that 285 top, comes all the way back down here. Kind of a bull flag, maybe, if it holds 250. I want to say if this one breaks below the 240, I'm just going to cut this trade. I really need to have it hold this top. This is the top where, you clearly had an area of resistance, whether it was like at 10 a.m. or whether the 11:15 print. That 245, 250, definitely a resistance level that we finally broke through on this candle. If we break down and really stay down below that, I think the trade is no longer valid, and this will just be looked as a blip, essentially, on the daily chart. So, yeah, looking for the 245, 240-ish area to hold. If it doesn't, going to cut this trade and just take the profits. We're long 208s, so well in the money on this one. But obviously, I really would like a $3 attempt at it on Friday. What are people talking about here? Ryan G says DKNG, DraftKings. Let's see what DKNG doing. What is it doing on the day? It's down 2.16%. Let's bring in the chart here so you guys can follow along on DKNG. This is DKNG, guys. We closed out at 29.64 on Friday. Very much an inside day. We're within Friday's price action, completely being engulfed by that. Nothing for me here on DKNG other than maybe like a 28.70 bounce, which is a random level off which to get long. So nothing for me on DKNG. Let's see what else the chat is talking about. HUBC. HUBC.
That one's a small cap. I think, yeah, it was mentioned this morning. I couldn't find any like specific news, but it was having some strength.
Okay,
yeah.
We'll have a look at HUBC. This one is called Hub Cyber. Okay, ooh, not a bad look there. Sub $1.
Ooh.
That's why it's not showing up on my scanner. But there you go. Is it halted?
Oh.
50. Okay, it looks like it is halted. No, it's not halted. Okay, so it's just very sparsely traded. Just jumped from that high into this right over here. Okay, we'll have a look at this. It doesn't show up on my scanner because I filter everything sub 85 cents. But HUBC, we'll look at the deets about this one in a second. HU, we put in the ticker. And there we go, HUBC. What is this company all about? Hub Cybersecurity. Michael Noss telling us today that there was a clear cybersecurity cloud, twist to some of his scanning today. A lot of them seem to be strong on the day. Hub Cybersecurity, what has it got here in terms of a float? 73.6 million share float, $55 million market cap. What does a daily chart on this bad boy look like? Yeah, a downward trend like most of these penny cap stocks, but breaking out here. Clearly resistance at that 65 penny area, and then again at 82 and 2/3 as well, 67. This is probably the better resistance area, that 66 cent area. The Kenobi wants to know what's going on with Apple. Apple's a rocket ship, bro. I've got it in the long term, and what can I say? The Kenobi one is displeased that Apple is running without him apparently at the moment. And he said he sold his Amazon long too early, which is now, up a quarter point since the bell. Amazon AMZN looking to possibly go green. It's still down 1% on the day, though, but is up almost now 1/3% since the bell. Okay, let's get back to the current trading. PRZO breaking down below that area that I said that I wanted it to hold, but a quick wick. Is this going to close? You know what? I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to put in a stop here. If this breaks below 235, that's the end of the trade for me.
Yeah, so Amazon, I unfortunately missed the party in Amazon. I tried to get into the party at 126.40 or like 20. We tried a couple stops because I was kind of moving it, seeing how, what we were looking like was a point of resistance or a point of entry. I missed it. We're trying to cancel that because I don't want to fill that if that's kind of headed on the downside. But I'm going to keep my eye on Amazon because, like I said, I do like the dip action we have here, and it looks like a strong long. For right now, we'll see if we kind of edge. We're still down on the day, but I think it's definitely one to look at just based on movement that we have. And let's talk about Tesla because we're almost $1 in the money on Tesla. Not Stressla right now. We're switching it up. But yeah, okay. So I'm really proud of where I got in here. I'm going to be really honest. I'm very happy with where I got in. We got in at 254. We are edging close to 255. So it was I got in because of the VWAP, just playing the movement. And to be fair, Tesla didn't have really a positive catalyst. We had the all of the news with the Chinese deliveries. But yeah, we've got the VWAP. We're over 255 right now. We're going to let him do his thing. We're going to let him roll because I'm happy with where this is. But yeah, I wanted to just mention the Tesla trade because I was a little bit nervous getting into this one. But I'm happy, based on the movement. Really happy it worked out. Look at all these other, hopefully I still get it to fill on Amazon. I don't think that's happening, but you know what I mean? You do what you can. I want to take another look at Meta to see how that guy's been doing since I departed. Okay, so Meta looks still like it is hanging around VWAP, although we're getting slightly lower highs, sorry. So, I think, let's look at the 5 minute, because that was the 3 minute here. 5 minute, yeah, so it does look like we're seeing lower highs on Meta, but it does look like if you're doing a short-term VWAP play, that would probably be the extent to which I would mess with Meta again, because, it was a mixed bag for my earlier long, mostly just because I shouldn't have taken a second fill when I did. So there we go. That's what we have going so far. Hopefully we can get the Amazon dip. I want to take another look at Microsoft because I'm liking some of the movement I'm seeing here. And Microsoft also did announce that it's going to have a chip coming out soon. It's releasing a chip, so that is of note. Okay, so Microsoft, we had some VWAP action here. We swooped. Now we're seeing a little bit of a slow plateau that's looking a bit positive. And I don't want to discount the slow plateau because that's what we had with Apple before that blew up. So we're going to keep an eye on that. I think, again, these big tech names are all ones I want to get in on. In terms of other stuff to look at, I'm going to pull up a weird one. Let's look at Amtrak, AMRK, because that one was actually, or ARMK. Oh, sorry, Amarac, because this one, I don't know why I thought Amtrak, sorry. Morgan Stanley maintained equal weight and lowered the price target. Okay, yeah, so we've got, this is another one where like it might be a dip play. We're gonna have to wait on seeing this, but I am intrigued, and I'm not saying no just yet, because I kind of like the vibe we're having. How are you out of the PRZO?
I'm done.
Completely?
Yeah.
Oh, nice, okay.
Into my stop, and as per usual, my stop is bottom wick, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, we'll see if it continues to print lower. Looks like it's going up higher. I put it in at 229, and it triggered at 227. I put it from 229 to 225, and we got that print in the lower end of the range. Kind of frustrating, but you know, it won't be frustrating if it prints lower lows here. But really good, solid trade. We get an 80-penny winner on the move up into that 283, 285 area, just a little bit less than 80 pennies on this name, but the majority out before that, and then we got a nice chunk in there at 275. Look at it hold these levels. That's so frustrating to get the bottom wick stop like that, but that's just the way trading is. You're always displeased whether you're winning or losing. You always could have done better some way, somehow. So we'll keep an eye on that, but this market is absolutely rocketing to the high side. Now green on the ES, breaking through that 43.41 high, our close, I should say, that we made on Friday. Good move on the ES, really being buoyed by oil and some of the infrastructure names. Going green here. This is the closing print on Friday. The NQ really going as well, 15.084. Looking to take out Friday's close at 15.112. And then you'll see, I mark these now so you guys will be able to see that. 15.112. Good look today on the NQ and the ES after some early weakness. No question about it with some of the tumultuous headlines that came out on the weekend. Let's look at the big tech names again. We already looked at these earlier, but there has been some changes. Tesla was weak. We talked about this one having trouble breaking through VWAP at 254. It's cleared that and then some. Now at 255.5, looking possibly here to get into this area where we talked about this 256, 257 area. There's a big gap between the pre-market action on the morning and Friday's close right there at that 260.5 level. So Tesla possibly doing real well here. And Apple is just rocketing up. I'm going to look at the daily here on Apple. What do we have here? Yeah, we still have a downward channel, sadly, on Apple. No question about that. We'll continue to have a downward channel unless we clear this 185. Look at this. Yeah, still downward channel-ish. And the reason I say that is because we made a lower low on this trough over here. We got into 167.43, while the previous trough had 170.170 low. So even though we've had a couple of decent days on Apple ever since the early August sell-off, it has been, you know, a downward channel. So we're still not out of the woods. I'm talking about for the daily look on Apple, just because it's in my long-term account. But the intraday look on Apple, fantastic, 178.07. Let's see where we could find local resistance. Let's go to the half-an-hour chart on AAPL. Last time we were up here, it's got to go all the way back to September 20th. We got to that 179.50, and that seemed to be a resistance level. 179, probably the better level. Most of the closing prints are around 179. That takes us over the span of September 18th, 19th, and 20th. At that time, we really had trouble breaking through 179. We have a 178.07 high today. Maybe we could see 179, but expect resistance around there, going back into late September. Past that, we're looking at 180, obviously, and that level comes in September 8th, 11th, and 12th, where we had all trouble breaking through that 180, saving except for the day on the 11th, where we got to about 180.82. But that was short-lived as we ended up retracing all the way down that same day into 177 and a third. So keep your eye on 179, then 180. So the whole dollar levels essentially, and then there's a bit of a gap between the 180 area and this 187 area where we really started huadunking. And this was, you know, the early September sell-off with the worry about rates. So keep an eye on that. Good move here for these big cappers. We'll maybe try to bamboozle a trade or two on these ones, but we'll have to wait for our levels to come in.
Yeah, so we took out half our Tesla trade, $1.50 in the money. So, you know, I'm very happy. I can kind of talk through it. I also can explain why I'm still in. because I would like to see if we hit. I was mentioning this in the chat because someone was mentioning, what's your plan with Tesla? And I said, I just took out, what I just said. We're now $1.50 in. I'm getting a little worried because we seem to be seeing a bit of a point of resistance with that 255.50. So maybe I should have taken out everything there. I'm going to wait a couple more minutes. We're going to see how the cookie crumbles, how the tape, how the tape looks, how the book spins, et cetera, however you want to say it. But yeah, so we got in 254, happy with where we got in, happy with where we got out half our shares. Wanted to keep half of them in too, just to kind of see, stay in the party for as long as possible. Jimps, thank you. Nice trade, appreciate it, thank you. So let's kind of see how we go with our friend Tesla. But I am like, as we get around 255, we might just, take the win there, take the W there, and see what we do. In the meantime, I also want to look at our friend Amazon, because like I said, I'm trying to get in on an Amazon dip. That's the other trade, the other big cap trade right now that I have, a vested interest in. Not vested necessarily, just, it looks cool. I like the movement. So we tried to get in on this dip. We could not get filled. It was a sad time. While we're seeing a bit of a pullback here, a bit of a dip here, this is something I might be trying to get in. We're at like 126.62 right now. If we get to that 126.50, 126, 55, 45, that kind of general vicinity, I'm going to keep my eye on what Amazon does here, because I'm trying to plot my, my entry here, trying to see where I wet my beak, where, dip your toe in the water, what have you, etc. Yeah, so we're going to look at that. In the meantime, I also, I'm always liking to look at the other stuff. I want to look at Ford and GM, because both of those guys did have news catalysts. So we had, they both had price target decreases from Jefferies actually this morning, which is interesting. Yeah, so we're seeing, okay, I'm going to pull back here because it's kind of zoomed in, and I want to look at my 5-minute. Okay, yeah, so it looks like a VWAP play, but we are seeing slightly lower highs here. That could be interesting. We're going to have to wait and see how that goes, what that does. But it could be a nice point of entry, for like a couple cents here for a bit of a VWAP play. And now our friend GM. Also, the other thing, too, with the auto companies, why I wanted to mention them, was because we also had the UAW strike actually expanded with Mack trucks. So that was announced late last night. That began, I believe, at 7 a.m. this morning, the Mack truck expansion, what with the strikes. Okay, so GM also could potentially be a dip play, but I would like to see what it does from here, because like I said, I think what I'm still trying to learn too with buying the dips is making sure that you're actually have an opportunity to swoop back up, and you're not just buying as something continues to go low. Sorry. One more thing I want to look at. I want to, pay homage, pay a visit to my pal AMC, one more time. Yeah, so AMC, AMC around VWAP. Don't tempt me, AMC. Yeah, volume is like 11 mil. I like the spread. We have a 1 cent spread. My friend AMC might just be tempting me to hop in and jump in the waters here. I don't hate what's happening. What with this chart pattern, other than the slightly lower lows, but I mean, I might get in a little bit lower because, we're like right at VWAP. I want to see where it goes, but I'm not hating what my buddy AMC is showing me right now. Let's see if we have any more news on AMP, to quote Sharif. Mm-hmm. No, yeah, nothing new other than I think Friday, all eyes are going to be on AMC with the Taylor Swift release. Mark my words. We'll see how it goes, because last Friday we saw even with the pre-sale, right, hitting that 100 million. I would love to see what happens with AMP once the actual movie comes out. So yeah, we're going to have to wait and see there. In the meantime, let's see how we have Amazon, and let's see if we're getting our fill there. Okay, yeah, so we're getting a dip in Amazon. I'm gonna, change my buy here, because it looks like I could potentially get a fill. And I would love to, dip my toe into Amazon while the rest of my Tesla trade continues to run. But yeah, so that's what we got right now. Still big caps, but keeping an eye on those dip plays for AMC, Ford, GM.
ACXP. Accruix Pharmaceuticals, I mentioned this one earlier. The volume wasn't there to support the move up. Now the volume is really coming in here, as you can see on the bottom chart. Look at that volume really pick up way higher than it had been at any time in the morning, even though, that was a more liquid time of day. It's really coming in here. Each 1 minute candle getting about between 100 to 150,000 shares of volume. In the last 5 minutes, it's done about 700,000 shares of volume now total. Shares done on the day, about almost 3 million, 2.93. So the vast majority coming in the last 5 minutes. And you also had that 3 break, which was an interesting level on ACXP. Looking at the daily here, probably have to load this up. Where's my daily? There we go. Pretty sure I linked these two, and I don't. Let's go ACXP on this chart and go to the daily on this bad boy. Okay, where are we going to find resistance? Wow, very choppy daily chart. Kind of hard to chart these ones because kind of a shot in the dark as where you're going to find support and resistance because there's so many levels. All right, let's zoom out a little bit more. Looks like that 450 may be an interesting area, but we'll have to get there first. Nothing really here doing at 375, maybe a little bit of 375. Yeah, this one's going to be a bit of a rando, I'm going to say. Maybe at the $0.50, whole dollar level, you'll find support and resistance. It's been a multi-day runner. Had a good day Friday as well. Started out the day at about $1.45. Got to 193, ended up closing out the day much higher. Then the lows, about 186 was the close. And now you have a 330 high day on ACXP. What does this do? Clinical stage biopharma company developing new antibiotic for infections caused by bacteria listed in priority pathogens by the WHO. The float on this one, 10.59 million shares. Let's see what the short float is on ACXP. Negligible 0.13, so nothing really to worry about there. But good levels. Maybe a dip trade off 3 if it can hold 3 and then cut it if it breaks below that 285, 280 area. The only thing, well, it's a 1 penny spread right now, not too bad. Okay, so the spread's not too bad on this bad boy at the moment, but up now 60%, was up higher. Yeah, I don't have a trade on this one quite yet. Watch how it trades in and around 3. If it can hold 3, maybe we'll take an exploratory long with a tighter stop. But that's it for me at the moment. Somebody else was telling me another one was moving, small cap gapper world. What was that? MX something? Yeah, it's gone off my list now, which means it probably tanked. Yeah, don't see it anymore. That's fine. It started with an M. Yeah, it's no longer there.
MTech or no?
No, that wasn't the one. In any event, we'll keep an eye on ACXP, looking good. But PRZO looks like it's given up the ghost. So happy I got out here. It looks like it's coming right back down into my stop, even though it bounced a little bit into 2.5. Now 2.5, looking like it might be the resistance level that it was previously on PRZO. Keeping a look at that, but this one might be the one going forward here if it can hold 3. ACXP up 61%.
Yeah.
SMX. Thanks, Dan McIsaac. That was the one. SMX. That's the one I was talking about earlier.
Right. Oh.
It kind of.
It went off the radar, as the small caps are wont to do.
Yeah, typically.
Yeah. So we're still half our shares in TSLA. I'm gonna see. We're kind of. I don't love how it's holding around that 255.50 area. We already got half out at 255.50. Let's see if we can get the rest out around that because I kind of want out. I like what we did. I'm happy, and that's why I decided to do this route where we got half in, got half out. Let's see if we can take the rest out here at this 255.45. And see how that does, just because, I mean, we can, we're out. Good, cool. I'm happy with that trade. We can always get in later if we want, but in the meantime, I was getting a little bit, thank you. I was getting a little bit stressed, though, about a stressla, if you will, about how Tesla was going to continue past that 255.50. So that's why we got out where we did. In the meantime, we're in a nice Amazon long, so I would like to address that. No, address is a weird word, just mention it. Talk about it, yeah. So we're going to see if it makes these higher highs. Generally, it has been doing that. We're going to, if it can't make those higher highs, we're going to be out. But, yeah, we're like 20-ish cents from where we got in. No really complaints. Again, I probably could have gotten in a skosh lower here. But we're in the long. If you're in the long, you're in the long, right? I mean, we're going to see. This is the 3-minute chart also, just for reference. We're going to see how this goes. I would love to see it swoop past this high to make a higher high. I think this could be like a good little baby trade for me for today. Let's look at someone mentioning HAS in the chat here. So yeah, shout out to HPDS, HAS. Let's look at our friend HAS, or not our friend. We don't know him yet. So our new acquaintance HAS. Hasbro. Okay, look at Hasbro. Okay, what news do we have? Ooh, okay, Hasbro could be a dip play from what I'm seeing. Although I don't love the volume. It's like 270, almost 300,000. The book is a little bit slow moving. I have a spread of about 2 cents, but I do like the dip play. So if we got a little bit more volume, I could be tempted to jump in. Okay, so news. I mean, as of Friday, we had Roth MKM reiterating buy and maintaining the $80 price target. I can't really see that being the reason for this movement, especially because we don't have that much to begin with. But I like the pattern on it. And honestly, if there was more volume, because like I said, I watch volume and I do watch the spread especially. If there was a bit more, although now the spread's like 1 cent, so we'll see. But yeah, I don't dislike the movement. I would just like to be more kind of certain of where it's going, especially with regards to that volume. But yeah, thank you for mentioning Hasbro. Happy I got to take a look here. Yeah, let's see. Oh, someone's mentioning Tesla reload time, so let's see. It looks like that might be taking another swoop down. Okay, yeah, I'm happy I got out when I did. Although, like I said, I might get back in. Might be reload time here as we do get a little bit lower, and then you can kind of swoop back up. But yeah, let's see how it does with this 255 because it's been kind of holding over 255. So yeah, I'd be curious to see what it kind of does at this level, at least intraday. But yeah, and in the meantime, Amazon looks like it's kind of coming back down from its high. We might stay for one more dip. We shall see what happens with our friend Amazon. I'm going to pull that up one more time so we can kind of see what's going on here. Yeah, so I mean, like we did make a newer high with Amazon. So we're going to stay in Amazon for a little bit longer and kind of see how that shakes out. Someone's mentioning Mara breakout is imminent. How is Mara? Oh, okay. Yeah, so I mean, let's look at the 5 minute on this guy. I mean, we're kind of like hovering around this level, right? So it'll be interesting. Yeah, like we could break out from beyond here. We do have lower, we had like crypto trending lower, right? So it'll be interesting to see how these mining, this and other like coin adjacent, crypto adjacent stocks are doing. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see how that one goes. How are you? Are you in anything right now?
I'm keeping my eye on ACXP here. I nice. Tried to get a fill at $3. It was a bit of a liquidity vacuum. Wasn't able to get the fill. Now it's curling back into 310. So, yeah, kind of, I don't know. I mean, I still have substantial amount of up room. It's already at high day of 330, retracing at 3, but kind of a random level, other than the fact that it's a whole dollar area. We'll see. Well, it's getting some support at 3, no question about it. And there it goes, right up to 310. We'll wait and see what we get. But I want to talk about the future here because we did about almost a 15-1 touch on the NQ. We got to 15.095, and then we had a bit of a retracement down into 15.060. And now a couple of red 5-minute candles coming in here. But look at this former area of resistance right at that 15.060. Now looks like an area of support. Do we hold these levels? You know, the futures doesn't sometimes trade in that way where you're holding like tops and bottoms, but we'll have to wait and see. One to keep an eye on, no question about it, but that 15.1 definitely coming into our purview today. To go green though, we got to get up way above that 15.112. That's the close on Friday. So just 12 points above that 15.1 area. I'll keep an eye on that. But I'm definitely looking for something interesting here on ACXP. I don't know. Maybe I should be trading these big caps. I kind of alternate. Big caps one day, small caps the other. Why not? We'll keep it interesting. Whatever is really moving, whatever is tickling my fantasy on the day, no question about it. We'll definitely jump into that. We do both. We do both. We go both ways. And it's not the way that you pervs in the chat are going to intend, but kidding, of course. We love the chat. All right, guys. Not much going on for me. You know, it's kind of a bit of a dead zone at the moment as we retrace off the highs on the NQ. Really waiting for something to develop here. I'm not just going to jump into anything for the sake of jumping into it. But keeping my eye on the scanner, keeping my eye on the watch list. And yeah, if anything really comes up, I'll be definitely jumping on that. NVIDIA, though, I really need to mention that this one is down 2.17%, really counter market because some of these other big cap names are all green, for the exception of Amazon and Tesla. But, you know, a bit of an outlier here is NVIDIA. 2.13 was down a lot lower, in fact. Here is the 1-minute chart on NVDA. And you got it to a high as 450.5, rejected that 450, got as low as 443, started recovering around 11 a.m. when we started making the move up on the NQ, but a bit of a double top here showing at 448.5, and he just broke that 447.25. So this one could, possibly see its way back down into that 447 area where, it had a bit of a resistance top. Not much else. Keeping my eye on that. ARM was green on the day. It had a couple of upgrades. Not a couple, a lot more than a couple for ARM, as a lot of these banks had kind of staved off making any sort of analyst buy or sell or hold recommendations until 30 days had elapsed from the IPO. And yeah, have we been 30 days since ARM? There's no way. There's no way. No, I'll look. Don't worry.
I think maybe almost.
No. Where we are here. No, it was September 14th what we got. So not quite yet. 3 weeks or so. Yeah, almost. It's been a while, man. Can't believe it's been that quick. September 14th. Anyway, a whole host of new analyst actions coming in on ARM, most of them to the buy side. I'll show you here what I'm looking at. Let's bring in the top chart and show you analyst actions. Here it is, guys. Look at this. Everybody and their mother talking about ARM today. Whether it was from JP Morgan, Loop Capital, Rosenblatt, Deutsche Bank, TD Cowen, Jefferies, Barclays, BOF Securities, Goldman, Mizuho, Citi, Guggenheim, HC Wainwright, everybody really talking about ARM. Then you have a couple of other ones who are a bit of outliers. Wolf, HSBC, and BMO not really giving it the nod. You got BMO with a market perform and a $60 price target, HSBC with a hold at 57, and a Wolf pure perform and no price target. The highest, though, of these bad boys here had to be Rosenblatt with an $85 price target Adara. The majority of the other ones, though, mid to low 60s. So should mention that's the general consensus among these rating bodies.
Yeah, the ARM, I was noticing also for price targets, like ARM was one that was on the watch list this morning. It was also one that was in the pre-market video, before the morning show at 8:30. I will say, too, with ARM, yeah, I was noticing mostly that 60-65 range is generally kind of how analysts were feeling about ARM. But, yeah, I mean, right now I've got Amazon open to kind of like look at what we're getting at here. I'm noticing some issues getting past 126.80, at least right now. So that could be where we take a bow, where we step out of this trade. Like I said, I was really I wasn't super planning on crazy long-term Amazon, just kind of, getting in, getting out. We stayed a little bit longer to kind of see how it's shaking. But yeah, we're getting out at 126.80 for now. And the nice part is, if we want, we can always just get back in. So yeah, so we're out of Amazon. I don't mind the action here. I'm happy I got in where I did. Could have gotten in a little bit lower, but always reflecting and growing. Yeah, that's Amazon. That's my Amazon trade. There we are. We're out of that one for now. In the meantime, let's look at Tesla, because that one I'm seeing some people saying like Tesla might dump here. That would be interesting how that goes here. Oh yeah, okay. So Tesla, I mean, we'll see what it does if it swoops up from this point, right? Because I'm happy I got out of Tesla when I did. I will say that. But we're dancing below that 255 now. Because like I said, I was kind of interested in seeing what it does from 255. So yeah, this is like a level that I'm going to pay attention to kind of see, is 255 a number that it can hold, or is it a number that is stressing it out a little bit? We're going to have to wait and see on our friend Stressla or Besla, your choice depending on how it's doing. Airbnb trying from Tyrone Hamilton. Let's look at Airbnb. Airbnb.
I think I said tickle my fantasy.
You did.
Tickle my fancy.
I knew what you meant, I think.
So funny.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We all like,
when you talk
things
a
get
lot
bungled,
on the show,
right?
and you're like at 10,000 words or whatever, yeah, you're going to spit out a mistake or two. So sorry about that, chat. I meant tickle my fancy. I know that. Sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you. No worries. Yeah, so Airbnb, I agree, Tyrone. It looks like it is trying. I would love to see what it does from here, because the movement on this is interesting. I'm trying to see if there's news. I'm not seeing any. Let's.
On what?
Airbnb.
Oh, there was a downgrade today.
Was there a downgrade today?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
thank you, Sharif.
I'll tell you who it was.
So we are down on the day, but who is it?
Barclays.
Barclays. Okay, so very interesting. Yeah, we kind of jumped at VWAP, and now we're like swooshing upwards. I like the action. I agree that it is trying. I would like to see, kind of what it does on a dip here. Volume is not like horrendous. It's not great either, though. We're just like 1.64 mil. Spread stresses me out a little bit more. We're at let's see, what do we have? Like a 10-ish cent spread. I'm not super enthused with the spread. I'm going to be really real. But yeah, we shall see how we do with our friend here with Airbnb. It is one I'll keep an eye on, though, if that spread improves, just because the movement on it is interesting. And we did have that downgrade, so at least there is something that's moving on. Look at, okay, Meta's taking like a swoop down here. So I mean, to be fair, I think we're seeing some red candles down on some of these big tech names, but Meta, so now we're kind of flying back up here. But yeah, this is what we got with Meta. Again, some VWAP play here, right? Like, I think definitely this is one where you kind of get in, get out type vibes, kind of like what I was doing with Amazon. I don't know if this is something I'd want to stay in super long term, but yeah, we did have a red candle to the downside. Now we're climbing back up, but it looks like, I don't really know if Meta's going to get beyond that 316, 317 today. It's interesting because originally we were calling 320 Meta. I'm seeing some of that in the chat. But yeah, we shall see. We shall see how Meta does, because I mean, I don't hate the idea of a dip play, but it looks like we could be swooshing further to the downside right now. Let's look at Cart from Mikey. Let's look at Cart.
How is that doing, by the way?
Yeah, I was curious. Okay, so Cart. Yeah, Cart is he's a sad one. He's a sad story. Bit of a tragic case. Yeah, so we flooped down here. We took a nice swoop right after the open. Like, there was, bounced off VWAP, didn't even break VWAP. Flew down here. We tried to swoop back up again. This dude is struggling to break VWAP. Cart is having a bad time breaking VWAP. And then we continued to kind of go lower here. We're looking like we're making lower lows if, we go here, here, here. I'd like to see what it does from here, but, like, the book on this does not make me super happy with my life. We're 4-cent spread, volume below 1 million. Price is like $23.75, which when you think about the IPO at 30 is kind of depressing, because this one IPO'd even like later than ARM. So that, I mean, like, crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, so the only article I'm finding, choppy waters for IPO, startup struggle amidst, why can I not say this word right now, rising interest rates. So yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I'm seeing. Since we've opened it, Cart has taken like a 20-cent dip. So, I mean, I would say sayonara to Cart for myself right now. Not something I would super do, but, interesting to look at. Let's also look at Apple looking like a fade from Finch Jane. Because, yeah, Apple is one of those ones that was catching a little bit of heat earlier with that nice swoop. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're fading out on Apple. It'll be interesting to see if this is like, because we had the same kind of movement here, though, before we swooped up, where we were kind of having what I noticed was a skosh of a plateau. We're kind of, swooping down here, then we flipped back up. So I'm going to pay attention to Apple, because if it does what it did last time, it could be an interesting long. We're going to have to wait and see, though, what it does from this point. It looks like this could be potentially a crucial level.
Yes, ma'am. And Apple is at an important level because it's at the closing print from Friday.
Oh, okay.
So here's where it dipped down to. Just make sure this is accurate. Yeah. So our closing print on Friday was 177.49. We break above it, we reject 178, we can make a 178.07 print, and then we come right back down to that level we knew we would likely find support at. We didn't really encounter too much resistance at that level. It kind of broke it decidedly to the high side. But for whatever reason, we're finding it as a nice support level on the way back down, coming back into that 177.50, and now bouncing up about 25 pennies back into that $0.25. So we'll keep an eye on that. But the trade that we're in now is this ACXP. Tried to get this, as Neil says, on the back end after it made a break through 3, held above 3. Now this one I'm going to have to give a little bit more room than $3 because it is a bit of a wicker. Let's call it that. Okay, I'm going to give it to about 290 or so. About, so that'll cost me about 23 pennies worth of range on this one. This one could really get going in a hurry. It's already done 60% to the good today. The chart says, we've possible more up room here, but it's a bit of a bamboozler because when you try to look at the daily chart on this one, it's all over the place. So we're going to have to play the momentum game, and we'll see if we'll hold the whole dollar area at 3 can hold. Got in a little late at 13s. I tried to get in initially at 3, but there was a kind of a, what do they call that? Liquidity vacuum in and around there. Then hesitated, thought about it. Ended up getting in at lucky number 13. We'll see if we hold above 3. Maybe if we come down to 3, I'll get a better cost basis. Small size on this one because of the nature of how it trades. Really unsure about it because of the daily chart. So we'll wait and see what we get on this one. ACXP, a couple of profit takers here at 21s and 29s if it makes its way up there. But yeah, that's basically it. We talked about the 15.1 rejection off the NQ. Bouncing off 15.050 right now. We'll see if we get that continuity, but it's definitely been the ES stronger than the NQ at the moment. Gone red again, the ES. It's, what did I just do there? What did I just do? I just put my daily movers. We'll put that back. There we go. No biggie. Fix that. Okay, I'll fix that after. But yeah, in any event, it's been the ES a little bit outperforming the NQ. 43.41 is the close on Friday on the ES. We're at 43.36, so just a couple points below, but we got to get to 112, pardon me, on the NQ to go green, so still down about 1/3% on the NQ. Nothing else happening. Keeping my eye on the chat for any ideas, keeping my eye on the scanner above for any movement. Somebody asking why XPEV is down 12% now. Yeah. Well, I think we really don't know. Here's a new headline: XPEG down 12% as company just delivered hundreds of EVs to Israel. What the hell does that have to do with anything? Monday, less than 2 weeks after it made a large export of electric vehicles to Israel. I think that has nothing to do with that. September 27th, the Chinese EV maker said it 750 vehicles to Israel, the largest single export batch of 2023. The models delivered were the P7 and G9. XPEG brokered an agreement with Freesby to develop a sales and service market for its vehicles in Israel. XPEV has said it's also looking to expanding its export to other parts of the Middle East. Yeah, we knew that. They're also subject to the investigation of an EU probe for subsidies that the European Union alleges the Chinese government was giving them. So we're not really sure, again, why Chinese EVs are taking it on the chin today. It's just the way they are. It's XPEV leading the way, 12+%. NIO second in command with 6%. And Lee not far behind, 5.5% on Lee today. That's not good for my long term, but it's balancing out. UNG up huge. Apple definitely in the money on that one, and Caterpillar also that. So 3 for 4 on the long term at the moment, but Lee definitely taking on the chin. It continues to take it on the chin as these Chinese ADRs, especially the EV names, are having trouble finding any sort of a bounce. And yeah, you've just got to scratch your head as to why, but that's just the way the market is, man. It can stay irrational far longer than you can stay solvent. Somebody in the chat, I think it was CompSRX1, telling me you might want to have an interesting short position. You might want to, get on the other side of the position to kind of hedge your bets a little bit. And I was talking back and forth with them about possible puts on Li Auto in the short term to kind of counter the move down. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. That's the look there. Not much else doing though, Adara, on these names.
So we're doing a dance in Tesla, which I got back in on, and I can explain, it wasn't just blind Tesla love. It wasn't Tesla blindness. I did have, I had a strategy, I had a reason. I'm working on that, before entering a trade. Got in at 254.50 because I was noticing that was where VWAP was. We were kind of playing around that. And we also, we were kind of having candles around here, right? So I was like, hoping and kind of seeing a bit of a movement upward. I do not plan to stay on this crazy long. Like I don't, we saw that dip here, which kind of terrifies me. We're basically, if we can get to 254, if 255, I'll be happy. But yeah, we're 20 cents in the money right now from when I got in. So we're gonna keep an eye on this guy. I do not dislike what it is doing, and yeah, we're gonna see how that unfolds. We're gonna let him do his thing. 21. Let's look at Pepsi because that one has earnings come out tomorrow before the open. And the earnings forecast, let's see, we have analysts have been kind of lowering their price targets on this guy, including, I believe we had an analyst lowering a price target this morning. Let's see.
On who?
Pepsi. Pep. Our friend Pep. Yeah, Wedbush maintained, outperformed, and lowered the PT, the price target, to 195. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, lower high. Let's look at the 5 minute because the dark pools are kind of playing with my ability to look at this here. Oh, this is even worse. Okay, let's zoom in a little bit. Yeah, so I mean, we're kind of we're dancing around VWAP. It looks like we're going slightly lower. I'm trying to find like a way to not have this crazy distort. Okay, so yeah, lower low, lower low. Looks like we could be breaking a lower low. Let's see. how this one does. Let's see how this dances around. Volume is like 2.5 mil. We're not actually that far down for the day. We're down like 0.77. Let's see how Coke's doing, just because I know last week we had Pepsi, Coke, Mondelez, et cetera, all significantly down on that Walmart weight loss report. With the weight loss drugs, basically Walmart was saying, weight loss drugs are selling really well. Because they're selling well, we're like, some of the grocery sales are actually going down. So the pharmacies were doing well with weight loss drugs, and the groceries itself were struggling a little bit because of the weight loss drug sales. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit. Okay, so Coke is still down for the day. I want to see if we have any new news on that, or if it's just generally like the weight loss drug stress. Why Coca-Cola stock is moving. Oh yes, it looks like, the assumption is still that this has to do with the Walmart CEO comments with regards to the weight loss drugs. KO has absolutely been destroyed from Stephen Canoro. Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, we're down 2% on the day. We're seeing, like these kind of slow inclines towards VWAP and then a straight swoop down. Every time we see a bit of a move up, we're seeing much more surely a move to the downside today. So we'll see if we could break VWAP. I don't think it's something I want to get in on, like even as like a short-term dip play. But yeah, I wanted to bring up Coke just because Pepsi is on the mind. And with that in mind, actually, let's take a look at Walmart as well. What with that whole report? Walmart's also down on the day, although could he be a VWAP play? I don't know. Let's see what news we have on Walmart. Because that report was from, I think, last Thursday, but it looks like it's still maybe moving the market, so we'll have to see. Okay, so I guess some pharmacy chains are reporting ongoing delivery delays from their wholesalers, while Walmart and Walgreens are actively offering updated COVID. Okay, so no, just like stuff about COVID vaccines, not anything that I think would like be super moving. Oh, here, someone mentioned here, Walmart is closing down the auto cashier lanes with the belts to add more cashiers. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Really?
Shout out to Fat Figa.
Fat Figa, apologies.
Shout out in the chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, so that could be what's happening here. But the Walmart could potentially be a VWAP play. We have like a good, I don't hate the book. We have like a 1-2 cent spread. Volume is around like 2.3. Not terrible. Yeah, like we'll keep an eye on our pal Walmart. But yeah, for now, I mean, the long we're still in is Tesla. We're going to see if Tesla can inch towards that 255.
Are you a self-checkout person, or are you like a human checkout?
I like self-checkout because I find human checkout can sometimes be like too tense and weird. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I feel like, because I'm the type of person, I like to shop like early in the day. Like, I'm like, when I can, we go to the grocery stores when it opens, we get our things and we get out. So sometimes then you have to do, because like, especially, I go to like Freshco or whatever, and sometimes legitimately they will not have the self-checkout open before a certain point.
Oh, they don't?
Yeah. So like, I don't know. And then I have to deal with people, and like sometimes it's kind of weird. I don't know. I prefer self. What about you?
I'm self as well, because I don't need the snarky comments when I come with like 12 cartons of eggs. Right? Like, yeah, I know it's unusual. I get it. You don't have to live the way that I live, but I don't need to encounter the snarky comments every time, right? And they're well-intentioned. I don't mind them, but it's just like, yeah, I've heard that one before. Thanks. Okay. But yeah, the less interactions that I have,
I agree. I think that's the thing too. Is like, I don't know why they feel they need to comment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of what it is with me too. Just because I'm like, I'd rather get my thing and get out than have this whole like strange interaction, with this individual. Well, I'm literally just trying to buy like whatever. So yeah. So there we go. I agree. I mean, yeah, so it's interesting. We'll see how Walmart does with that self-checkout news. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I guess I feel like it'd be hard-pressed to find people who aren't pro self-checkout because I think it's become such a norm.
It is.
But yeah, we'll see.
And what I don't like is at Costco now, they're starting to look at your picture.
Oh, I overheard this being mentioned a couple weeks ago,
I know people out there, not myself, of course, that use their parents' Costco executive membership. And yeah, those people don't appreciate being met at the cash with hey, can I have you look at your card? In any event, I love Costco. Costco.
Those people aren't fans. The hypothetical people, no.
Right, Dan McIsaac. It's cheaper to do self-checkout too. Eyeball. I'm not saying that, my friend, but I know exactly what you're hinting at there. But no. In all seriousness, though. Yeah, I'm a self-checkout person, but here's a law that will probably play into this whole Walmart hiring cashiers thing. In New Jersey, did you know that there is no self-serve gas stations? They're all full serve.
What?
Because they want to keep employment up, or that was a look. At least it was. I don't know if they've changed it. Fact check me, chat. If you're from Jersey, am I accurate on that? My understanding is there's only full serve, and that's to keep the jobs.
Oh, okay.
Right?
That's interesting.
Yeah. So same with Oregon, says Alex Davis. Dan McIsaac, correct. You can't pump your own gas in Jersey. Yeah, so I am right on that. Oregon, too, says, yeah, everybody's basically saying that. Yeah, so, I mean, it's not the most unheard of tactic where you kind of re-employ people to keep jobs up. And I know it's not a good look for a lot of these discount retailers to be doing mass layoffs because they're going to be laying off a lot of their customer base. I mean, you know, I love Walmart. And if you start laying off my friends, I'm not sure how I'm going to feel there. I may shop a little bit less. Or I don't know what I'm saying. In any event, guys, I've been in this ACXP trade for a while. It's been holding $3 for a while. I'm going to give this one to about 290, 285-ish area, but it's going to have to hold that general 3. I've got a couple of profit takers above that 320 and just a smidge below that 330 should we make its way up there. It's been quite consolidative at that area. I got the opportunity to add at 302 to kind of average in my 313 initial entry, now holding twice the position that I wanted to hold on this one as a result of the ad, but we're gonna have to deal with that one. Now, the bad thing about this one is the volume's kind of dropping off a little bit here. We had a big surge in volume around 11:30, continued into that 12:20. Now it's just dropping off a scotch, to use one of Adair's words, but definitely not, definitely not a done trade at this point. So keeping my eye on this trade, looking for a possible 320 break here. I think, if you definitely get and close above 317, that'll alert me because we really haven't been able to print anything above it since around 1240, even prior to that. Looks like the last time we had anything around there was at 1228. It's 1 o'clock now. So maybe the volume starts coming in again as traders come back from lunch at era. Keeping my eye on some of these daily movers. Not much else going on the ones that I was watching earlier today. They're all kind of giving up the ghost. Even that PRZO, definitely not doing much. Has been, above that 2 1/3. PRZO, let's just show you guys real quick. This is so frustrating getting out bottom wick here, but that's the way life is. Definitely having trouble between 230 and 250. And just as I talk about PRZO, it absolutely huadunks right there. I know, thankfully I'm not in this, but it's still within a range though. Like,
that's
look,
crazy.
Yeah, that 225 from the bottom and that 250 from the top, that takes us all the way back to about 1215. It's almost 45 minutes worth of sideways chop between that 225 and that 250 area on PRZO.
Nice.
Keep your eye on that one. Maybe you get lucky and get a nice little print. Everything else here, HUBC.
I just saw some mentions of that in the chat. Oh, okay, thank you. Yep. So yeah, we've, small cap city over here, small cap nation. Not me, I would like to get more in small caps. Currently, I'm not. But yeah, I mean, Hub is blowing up. Hubc. We're at around 170% up on the day, which is like nuts. Also this was something I had in mind. I'm out of curiosity. How does one decide when to get into these sub $1 trades? Because I will say, I think just how small the movements are makes me kind of nervous. So how does one kind of decide to get in on a trade like this, where you are talking about a stock that's shares that are trading under $1?
Well, under $1?
Yeah.
I personally just I do it for my own preference.
Okay.
So because I usually have my scanners littered with sub $1 stocks.
Okay.
But I think technically they're the same. The only difference is that they don't trade by the penny.
Oh,
so you look at your book.
So you're trading by the sub.
Yeah. So here I've got 2 decimal places after, right?
Yeah.
You've got 4 there.
Yes.
So the increments are different. That's really the only thing. But I would say the charts probably are going to trade technically the same.
Okay, yeah.
That's my understanding.
That's interesting, yeah.
Neil is quite good at these, and he doesn't scan, he doesn't filter as high up as I do. So I filter 85.
Okay.
I think Neil's is a little bit higher. So you'll find Neil in a lot more of these than you'll find me. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And the chat usually alerts us quite quickly.
If there's a sub, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. You know, it was just something I wanted to mention because I know you trade small caps and you're right. Always I hear Neil talking about the small caps a lot, the sub $1 one. So yeah, it was just something as I pull up that I wanted to ask. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like the actual chart action on this guy, I'm going to zoom out a skosh here. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing some dip play. We're kind of, bounced off the VWAP, took a little bit of a swim up, jump, little bit of a dip, flew up, dip. It's, like we're seeing kind of a clear pattern here. It'll be interesting to see if it does break this high of day. HOD is 66 cents. So let's see how it does. We're here around like 64 cents. Let's see if it can break that 64 cents. Because I am not super well versed in small caps, let alone these like little baby micro caps, I do not know if I would hop in today. But now that I've like kind of understand it's mostly just kind of chart reading, or it should be, then I think that is something of note that I would like to keep an eye on for myself. I want to mention some things mentioned in the chat, and then I will talk about how I exited my Tesla trade. But yeah, so we see some Apple. I see some Apple whispers here. About Apple. Okay, so we're doing that. Like I've noticed Apple. Oh, it's been like that little plateau I was kind of mentioning, right? We're kind of like pushing around here. It looks like it has faded, as someone mentioned earlier. Apple's looking like a fade. It does look like, I think, a fade. Let's see though if it goes kind of lower from here, our high, because it's been around this level for like almost 40 minutes now, which is kind of insane. So I mean, yeah, let's look at the 5 minute on this guy, see how he goes. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the 5 minute and the 3 minute are really similar. So it looked like, that was a 3, we just saw the 5. I think like this pattern is interesting, and I think it's one to keep a little eye on. Let's look at our friend NVIDIA, because some people are saying NVIDIA looks like it could be breaking out. So let's see how he goes. NVIDIA, yeah, down 2%. Oh, okay. Let's see how, okay, I want to zoom out on this. Let's see the 5 minute, because we got a lot happening here. Yeah, I mean, some crazy wicks. Like in general, just NVIDIA is like nuts. We're at 18, almost 19 mil for volume. Yeah, like we kind of saw here, like if you were at a long NVIDIA around 11 a.m., like go you, congrats. This is crazy. Like we had that huge swoop up here. It's like, what, like $4 if you stayed in all the way. Now we're kind of seeing like, baby dip, little bit of a swoop up. I will keep an eye on this. But like I said, I'm trying to practice buying in the dips better. So we shall see what we shall see with regards to NVIDIA. That being said, I like the general chart pattern, and I do feel like it could be poised, as someone was saying, for a breakout, for a potential break to the upside. And now let's address the Tesla trade. So far, Tesla hasn't been stressful for me today so far. We got out a little bit early, but like I said, I wasn't really planning on staying super long for Tesla, so I'm not super upset about it. We got in, what did we get in at? Like 254.50, I think, even, and then we got out 254.85, 35 cents, no complaints. Now it's up above that 255 again. If we see another kind of dip down, as long as it's not like a lower low from this point, so as long as we're kind of like above that 254.50 when we dip, I could see myself dipping my toe back into Tesla, because I've been enjoying playing these longs on Tesla today, because I think, now Tesla just shot up to almost 255.50. Holy cow. So yeah, like this is, we're gonna keep an eye on our friend Tesla, Stresla, Besla, what have you, because I'm liking. I mean, he's been Besla lately. Yeah. We can't always malign him with Stresla. You know what I mean? We got to switch it up. Thank you. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Oh, I'm seeing Greg Moore. NVIDIA has a better breakout long above 449. It's been on the struggle bus between 447 and current levels now for a few hours. Okay, let's act. I want to look at that now. Thank you.
Struggle bus, I
love that term. And thank you, Greg, for the insight. That's interesting analysis. And I'm going to switch to the 15 for this. And we're going to zoom in. Yeah, you're right. That 447. So around here, yeah, it looks like it kind of cannot, it'll kind of swoop down, and we kind of struggle to stay above that 447, 449. That's an interesting point, Greg. Thank you for that mention. Let's look at the 10 minute too, because I got the 15 minute up. Yeah, it looks like intraday at least 447 has been a time for NVIDIA, to say the least. Although it does look like we're kind of slowly climbing. But yeah, I think I agree with Greg more. It shall be interesting to see what we do at that 449 level. So eyes on NVIDIA. Eyes still on Tesla. Someone's mentioning Tesla's up on the chat. So we'll see if we have another flush down. Let's see how we hop in Tesla. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I still have my eye on big caps. I also want to take a look at my pal AMC, AMC. Shout out to Sharif, because I was last time I checked, let's switch to the 3-minute for kind of this stuff. Yeah, so last time I checked him, he was around here, and I was like, oh, this could be an interesting dip play, but I want to see if we wick upwards first. It looks like we could be taking a slow stutter step to the upside. So depending on what kind of movement I see here, we might dip our toes in AMP, although we don't really have any news on AMP other than the ongoing
100
Swifty excitement.
pre-sale?
I mean, that's still news. You're right. Like that news is going to last. So I mean, buy AMC in a pickle. I love your username, and I think we might buy some AMC. I'd like to see if it gets to that 910, 905 level on a swoop, a little baby dip, swoop up. Yeah, we'll see what we see because I don't dislike AMC. AMC is one of those ones that I do kind of trade regularly. AMC and Tesla weirdly have been my go-tos. I don't know, weird combo, but yeah. So we'll see how that goes. Gonna keep my eye on those ones heading into the rest of the trading times. How is ACXP going?
It's flat, still at that 3, but it looks like it's going to break below. So I've just put in my stop as I finished talking to you. But people want me to have a look at HUBC. This one's moving up quite nicely here, up 117%. 50 penny stock. So yeah, it is that sub $1. What's going on with the Hub cybersecurity stock? Shares of HUBC are up on very heavy trading volume Monday, which may be due to the conflict between Israel and Hamas, as there is heightened uncertainty surrounding the possibility of cyber attacks. Yes, that is something that we also have to keep in mind now. When there is actual war, now there is going to be war in cyberspace. Hub Cybersecurity is engaged in the development of cyber products, risk management software, and the quality streams. The company provides cybersecurity computing appliances as well as a wide range of cybersecurity professional services. But this one was running, wasn't this one running on Friday? I mean, I got to wear my tin hat. No, it wasn't. Okay. So I was going to wear my tin hat real quick here because that would be the other one that was running because this PRZO, whatever, the drone company was running on Friday. I know it was an Australia headline that had it going, but yeah, no, this one wasn't running Friday. It's done over 175 million shares on the day. It's kind of wicked up into that 72.50. Now it's back into that 51 penny area. To have a look here at the levels of support and resistance, all the closing prints are south of 67.5 cents. That takes us all the way back into early August when we had the last move up here. But the daily chart, as you can see, lower highs, lower lows. And this one's obviously a catalyst-based move. It's not, at least for the moment, a fundamentally based move. But now it's above the 50-period moving average, definitely breaking above the wicks that we had on August 15th and 16th when we got up to about 65 pennies and 64 pennies, respectively. Keep an eye on this one. The daily chart, let's have a look at the intraday. Oh, well, that was a big move down. Is it halted? I think it might be halted.
Oh, look, that wick is
look at that.
terrifying. It hurts my soul.
Right?
Yeah.
Here's the big move down. I do believe it is halted. I'm not sure. This chart has been acting up. I can load it up on P-Pro 8, but it's not moving off that level, likely halted. In any event, 73 pennies the high, and now 50.99 LOD. Not LOD, but that's the low. Let me just pull it in on my star chart here. HUBC. This stock is not halted, and yeah, the chart was absolutely incorrect. Sorry about that, guys. The chart is acting up. It's actually very much near day's highs. It got to that 73 penny area, and now it's at 64.5 pennies. So completely inaccurate what I was just saying. That was a frozen chart. Forgive me for that. But stair-stepping up, higher highs and higher lows. This looks good. It's not dipping aggressively and giving you opportunities to get in. But if I had to choose, that 65 penny area looks really interesting. You have a couple of tops. The initial crest around here, then you had a bit of a consolidation area at 65 pennies. That's how I like to get into these off possible dips. So we'll keep an eye and see how this one does. Maybe a halt candidate. It's up well over 100% on the day. Back to ACXP, about 5 pennies in the money or so on this one, but still definitely, you know, kind of holding 3 as the bottom, but not breaking through the 17 area that we talked about, which was a local high. I've got profit takers on this one at 22 and in the mid to high 20s there. If we can get a print, that would just be aces, please, up 60% on news. So we'll see how this one does. What is the chat talking about over here? Swoop. Lady A is a rock star. They're talking about you.
Thank
Era.
you.
Wow, totally in the groove like a girl version of Sean, says Greg Moore. We're going to smash some bangs for that. That is a flaming endorsement if I've ever seen one. Chris Bex, Bears versus Bulls. Okay, no, I'm sure they're talking about something between themselves. Fat Figa saying HUBC offered dumb money. Congrats, people. He coming in hot there with their opinion. Matt Booth. Boo, duel the lady, calling me out because I won't duel Renata because I took her money last week and now she's trying to get her money back and I'm not giving it back to you, Renata. I'm sorry. It's all my money now, man. 500 points I took off your hands and I'm keeping it, baby. Let's see what else there. Not much else being talked about in the chat. Let's look at the Future because the Future finding a second wind after making that dip back, and by Future I'm talking about the NQ, dip back Adara into that 15.050. Now finding a second wind, bouncing off 15.050, coming back into 15.075. We know the initial one, the initial 100-point move into 15.1 was rejected at 15.095, and we made about a 50-point move back down, but now we're curling back up. I mean, we could go green on the day, seriously here, guys. Yeah. On a day that I definitely didn't think we would go green, especially in power hour. This could really start curling up, especially if we break above and hold above 15.1. I'm getting called out in the chat here. Yeah. Renata's calling me a scared boy.
You're getting roasted in the chat.
Roland Joe, you're funny, Roland. I'm going to read that one out. But, yeah, anyway. And then now 420 Bud Monster is trying to duel me for 80 points. Nah, the money's staying here, baby. Not giving up any of my money today. I just got to figuring out how this whole thing works. I hadn't actually used any of this before. And the Katina man's trying to get in on the action now. He's like, duel me, baby. Duel me. He's trying to take the smoke. He wants all the money. He's feeling good about himself today because the Packers are playing. You see the Lions? 4-1. You might have some catching up to do, Mr. Katina, man. Forget about the Lions, he says. He don't care about no Lions. Lionize this, he says. No, kidding, of course. All right, time to talk some Premier League here at Daryl. So you can go to sleep. I'm just joking.
Appreciate the warning. Appreciate the heads up.
All right, guys. Everybody knows the match of the week that everyone was waiting for. Sunday morning, 11:30. Where were you guys when Arsenal beat the treble winners, a.k.a. Man City? Look, we didn't play well. I got to tell you, right off like the cuff. Arsenal was pinned in their zone. Man City played the high press amazing. Anytime we tried to pass the ball in the back between our defenders and the goalie to try to kind of make space between the lines, which is what Arsenal does, they played the high press like the professionals they are. Hats off to Man City. They're a very good team. But it really didn't come down to that. It came down to Arsenal's defense absolutely neutralizing Erling Haaland. He didn't have anything. Saliba dominated Haaland. That should be the headline of the match. Saliba dominated Haaland. Haaland is usually dominating the defenders. He got dominated. And that was exactly what happened in the Community Shield game. He didn't have one shot on goal in the Community Shield game, which was a game between number 1 and number 2 in the Prem because they won the FA Cup and the Prem. Usually it's the FA Cup winners versus the Prem winners. In this case, it was 1 versus 2. But in any event, I digress. So Arsenal looked like, you know, they were being outgunned in terms of being able to play out the back with a team who plays really well with the high press, but it really only took one opportunity, and I would suggest to you that the opportunities were basically break even between the two. Possession was break even. Passes completed was break even. Corners, fouls, you name it. It was basically a break even match, save and except for a couple of opportunities I think that could have went Arsenal's way. And City had a couple of opportunities too. But City should have been playing with 10 men because Kovacic should have absolutely been sent off for that second challenge. The initial one on Odegaard, that got reviewed for a red, and he just barely hung on by the skin of his teeth. And then he had a second one where he went and studs up again from behind. He should have been off. Arsenal should have been playing 11 versus 10. That's my little Premier League rant of the day. Adele.
Nice. Yeah. Go Arsenal. Looking at Palantir, is someone mentioning Palantir go stupid? Yeah, I mean, this was a beautiful VWAP play, if you could get it. We had this nice little, if you bought the dip here and you kind of had a nice swoop. I mean, it's kind of been doing this all day, right? Like we've had like the baby dips, especially around VWAP. Like this was a good place to probably buy for a long, you had a nice swoop up here. We saw the same thing around here. We're swooping. Let's see if we have any news on our friend Palantir.
We had a good move on Palantir.
Yeah, it's been a nice, consistent. It's like very, easy to chart. Trading higher. Okay. The people are just saying it has to do with the tensions in the Middle East. So that could be. I mean, that makes sense. That tracks with what they kind of do with regards to the government contracts, and they had that $250 million Army contract like 2 weeks ago now. So I think that would track. In the meantime, I guess I should address the trade that we hopped into, which was NVIDIA. This is my first. I love saying NVIDIA. It's way too much fun for me to say. I have a problem. So NVIDIA was like, so the reason I got in on that, and you know what, maybe I got in a bit too early. I should have waited. I know some people were saying like, wait to see kind of what it does around that 449. The reason I got in when I did is I was looking at a couple different levels of charts because that's the big thing I've been learning from the chat and from Sharif. Like, look at different charts. So on the 10-minute, we had these nice, also I really like where I got in here, like right at the bottom of the red wick. Gotta say, I'm pretty proud when I look at it like this. But yes, we had like all these gorgeous green wicks to the upside, right? Like looking at a 10-minute, I was like, I like the movement I'm seeing. 15-minute, same kind of idea. We are seeing this, stutter step up. So I decided this was the time for me to hitch my wagon to the NVIDIA train. Beep, beep, let's see if it leaves the station. I don't. Greg Moore saying now you're probably good about 448.35 or so. Thank you, I appreciate that. Greg Moore has been like the NVIDIA man in the chat, so shout out, thank you. So I mean, like, I like what NVIDIA's doing. We're gonna wait, and this seems like more of a longer long, like, and by that I mean, that sounds kind of redundant, but basically I wanna kind of wait and see what happens before I make my move, just because it does seem like it's a bit more of a longer term play, hence why I was pulling up that those 10-minute charts and the 15-minute charts, right? So we're gonna stay in NVIDIA. We're gonna let him like soak in a little bit. In the meantime, I wanna look at our boy Google, because Google looks like it is getting some movement to the downside, moving down a little bit. Let's take a look at Google. Oh yeah, okay. Let's zoom out on Google. Yeah, so I mean, we're kind of, this is interesting to me. So we played off VWAP twice. We had the nice swoop up, and honestly, if you got in like around here either time, go you. If you timed your Google long really well, you could have had a decent Google long, I think. Although right now I would be probably myself hesitant to long Google. But yes, we had a nice swoop up here. Then we kind of had that little baby plateau, dipped a little bit. It looks like we are kind of steadily dipping down, and I want to pull up the 1 minute only just to kind of show the movement because I think it's fascinating. So we really are just seeing kind of a steady, it looks like we're kind of down. Although when it's high, but it is kind of, we're seeing like the, down, stutter step down. I would probably be hesitant to get in Google myself at this moment, as I mentioned. But yeah, I think this is one time. I've been trying to stay away from the 1 minute because I used to be very reliant on the 1 minute. But just kind of looking at patterns, I think the 1 minute on Google is interesting. And I do kind of have 1 minute on the side, so that's kind of why I like to reference there. So I also want to look at my friend Tesla or Besla or Stressla, depending on the minute. So it looks like we could have another little dip play in Tesla, a baby dip play, if you will. Let's look at the 3 minute. I mean, if we get a little bit lower, if we dip a little bit more here, because like I said, I haven't been trying to stay super long in Tesla beyond this initial long we had, which I honestly, I really only stayed in because I was like hoping for that VWAP play that ended up working out. Generally, I prefer like slightly shorter longs, a medium, I guess, if you will. But yeah, we'll see if we have another, like a more of a solid dip here. I might dip my little pinky back into Tesla. In the meantime, NVIDIA continues to be slowly heating up. So I'm going to do one more little flash at that so we can kind of see how that's doing. Happy I got in where I did on NVIDIA. It looks like a nice longer term play. This one's not a medium. It looks like a full blown long. We shall see what we shall see in NVIDIA. We're going to stay in for a little bit.
All right. I believe it was Jameson wants me to look at RAD, R-A-D. Rite Aid, it's been beat up stock. No question about that. The volume on it today, a little suspicious though, 3.5 million shares is 65 penny stock. Let's put in RAD. It is up though 19 and a third %, so it's nothing to sneeze at by any stretch of the imagination. No headline though. The headline takes us back to the 6th, and this is what I see. Rite Aid helps families prep for fall with the right way. Right is spelled peculiarly there. A right way with family immunization day. I don't know if that's really the headline there. Let's move back a little bit.
It looks like an ad for Rite Aid, especially with Rite Aid being spelled the way it does.
Exactly.
I think it's an ad.
They probably paid for that presser, and there's ways to bamboozle it on there.
I mean, it's not even subtle.
No, it's
with the
not,
spelling,
right? Probably I haven't read it, but probably reading through it, probably even more obvious. But good catch there, Dara. Anyway, in any event, bouncing up here, let's look at the daily to figure out where the resistance and support levels are. Definitely something around that 80 penny area, multiple touches around 80 pennies. Nothing really in that $1 vicinity. Going back a ways, I mean, we'd have to look to August 25th. Last time we were above $1. We made a recent low at that 40 penny area. Good area of support at 40 pennies. There's definitely a buyer around there, whether it was a 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, again on the 2nd. All those 40-cent dips were bought up today. We've got a 65 penny high on the day, but I would say 80 pennies is really where I'd be looking to close above. It's been a while since anything's closed above there. Last time was September 5th with, obviously that dollar being the ultimate look. But in any event, the 5-minute chart here, let's look at the 5-minute. Look, it's good. It's good. It's just, to me, it lacks a catalyst, right? And then I'm going to really have to go back and chart on the half an hour to figure out why it's pulling into these levels and to figure out where to find possible areas of support and resistance. Okay, so here is the half an hour look on Rite Aid. Now, that 59 penny area, interesting to me, that takes us to the 27th, and to the 3rd. We had definite resistance at 59 pennies. We almost got there on Friday. We got to 58.5 pennies. So 59 was an interesting level. If it makes its way down to 59, maybe a buy. But for the area where we're at now, 65, I got to zoom out even further. So let's go to the hourly. All right, and then the hourly. All right, so a couple of areas here on the 15th and 18th. So a Friday and a Monday. We definitely had support at 66 pennies, 65.5 pennies. We wick, but look at all the closing prints north of that. So what does that mean? Former area of support could become resistance here. So as we're coming up, we could see some resistance at 66 pennies. If we break above that, we're looking at a possible nice 72 pennies here, a bit of a top as well. And then you really got to start looking at 77 pennies for that wick that we got on the 15th. But Rite Aid won't be one that I'll jump into, to be honest with you. It's not, my cup of tea, but a good move nonetheless. 19.33%. Again, nothing to sneeze at. This ACXP is lulling me to sleep. We've been out of the money, in the money 5 pennies, out of the money 3 pennies. We're long 308s. It's printing 305, so we're out of the money 3 pennies. But it's definitely not printing anything above that 315, 317 area. And I'm worried this one could be a flat bottom break waiting to happen south of 3. I've got my stop already set up. If it makes a newer low through this crest over here, that'll be the end of the trade for me. We've also got VWAP at 285. Keeping my eye on that. But the real story now, guys, the real big boy story or big girl story, in Dara's case, 15.1 has been breached, okay? And you must be printing on your NVIDIA.
Yeah, I'm crying tears of joy.
You're probably waiting for me to shut up so you can talk about it.
I mean, I'm good with whatever. He's still, NVIDIA's still doing his thing. I'd like to shout out everybody in the chat who mentioned NVIDIA. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of the advice and support. Lots of people in the chat with NVIDIA. Shout out to Jonathan. Shout out to Greg Moore. Shout out to everybody. Really appreciate it. We're nearing days highs in NVIDIA, and I am so happy I'm in this trade. This is the first time I've traded NVIDIA. We are just over $2 in the money. We've broken days highs. I am, as we can tell, I'm a little happy. Oh my, literally cannot handle my life right now. Go NVIDIA. Yeah, it's been a good trade. I honestly can't talk. I'm just so happy it's doing its thing. I'm gonna take out half my share around that 451 just to kind of, you know, enjoy the wins while we can. Now we're dipping below that 451. Let's see what we can do. But yeah, I'm like really happy here with how this went. Overjoyed is a word. Again, thank you to everybody in the chat being awesome here. Really appreciate all the, you know, the help and the recommendations there with our friend NVIDIA. Let us also, you know, while I let NVIDIA bake here, while I let it cook, I'm just going to make a slight adjustment to the NVIDIA position here. And then we're also going to take a look at Disney again, because someone was mentioning Disney reaching high of days as well, as NVIDIA also did. Disney. Yeah, okay, Disney is like literally like having a day and a half here. You know, we had that little baby dip here. We swooped down, we flew up a little bit. Now we're flying. We're at that high of day. Also interesting because I was, you know, I was thinking, why does Nelson Pelt sound familiar to me beyond the business investor thing? His daughter is married to Brooklyn Beckham. So interesting time. Yeah,
Beckham's daughter?
Yeah. So David and Victoria Beckham's son, Brooklyn.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't blame you. Brooklyn is married to Nelson Peltz. It's like, I guess, quite the power couple. Nelson Peltz's, it's a hard name to say fast, daughter. So yeah, anyways, that's just of interest. But yeah, so this wasn't in the news because of Nelson Peltz, which is why it has been mentioned. But yeah, so Nelson Peltz basically wants to, I guess, increase the shares in Disney and like no potential board position. So that is interesting. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll see how this one goes. It does look like Disney, if it dips a little bit lower, could be a play to the upside. In the meantime, I would like to take another look at AMC, another, you know, entertainment company. And we did see, yeah, shout out to Sharif for AMC, because that is, AMC was his creation. I cannot take any credit for AMC. But yeah, we this is one where I was considering buying on the dip here and I didn't, and some people in the chat were like, buy AMC. I really should have. You know, oops, it is what it is. But yeah, so this one is definitely, we'll see if it hits the VWAP. And I think part of the reason I was worried is just because I would have liked to see like a bit more of a stutter step, you know what I mean? A bit more of a sense of the pattern before I hopped in. But yeah, I mean, AMC is having like a day and a half. I mean, it's been having like such a week since those $100 million pre-sales for the Taylor Swift movie. Someone mentioning Apple. Let's take a look at AAPL.
Go on, baby.
Okay. Yeah, Apple is having a lot of these big tech names. Like I said, I don't know why I keep doing this. I keep saying like, oh, the plateauing that we're kind of seeing in Apple making me a little bit nervous. You know what I mean? And then it keeps swooping up, so I should stop questioning it. You know, we were dancing again, kind of in that plateau. Then we had another swoop. So I mean, go Apple. Also, shout out to William Knight in the chat. Fun NVIDIA fact: NVIDIA in Spanish means envy or jealousy. We are all envy and jealous of NVIDIA's move today at Adara. Thank you, William. Yeah, I mean, that's a great quote. I did not realize that, so that's a new fun fact. Still love saying that word. And then Dan McIsaac saying, should have dipped your pinky in Tesla when you mentioned it. Should I have dipped my pinky in Tesla? Let's look at Tesla. Well. Oh yeah, I should have. I really should have. We can't complain because we did have the NVIDIA trade. Like, I'm not going to be, you know, a sour Sally. I don't know. I'm not going to be sour about it, right? Sour Sally. Yeah, we're not going to be sad about it. But I really should have. It should have been a pinky dip move. But here we are. I mean, yeah, we're like, this was another fly to the upside. Yeah, I mean, like, the NQ, honestly, and this was another day like Friday where I was saying I was a little bit concerned, you know, how is the market going to do? The market has been, like, incredibly resilient. You know, and today was another morning where we were worried, like, oh, no, what's going to happen? But, yeah, so definitely of interest. I'm going to see if I can dip out of my friend NVIDIA as he drops a little bit. How is ACXP doing?
It's flat. It's the same thing, no question. That it is a flat trade, not doing anything, 1 penny out of the money at the moment. But the real news now is the NQ has just gone green. We broke above that 15,112, 15,126 now the HOD. To get through Friday's high, we got to break that 15,160. So we could see that. This doesn't have to be an inside day. So far, it's an inside day. We haven't touched Friday's lows, and we haven't touched Friday's highs. But that could all change. What a big move up, and it's really gotten the big tech, big cappers, the Mag 7, whatever you want to call them, moving as well. Look at Softy, went green on the day, 0.61 now, up into 329 and a third. Meta back into 318. It's off its highs, though, was strong early on at 320.25. Look at Amazon. Amazon was absolute dead money on the day with that 125.25 kind of consolidative area. Mr. Kenobi probably peeved that he got out of his long here. 127 2/3. Big move up for Amazon. Possibly going green if we can get to that 128 area. Great move there. AAPL, the gift that keeps on giving, baby.
Doesn't ever.
10 now, Adara. It broke through that 178 area. It had done a 178 break earlier and was rejected, but then it definitely held. This would have been a good entry area on my part. 177.50. That was a missed trade for me. That was obviously off Friday's close, but here we go again. 178.10, looking to take it out. By the way, Apple, not an inside date. It is higher than the high point on Friday, which was at 177.98, I believe, 177.99. We couldn't break 178 on Friday. We've broken it today. Apple, but again, I showed you guys this on the daily. We're not out of the woods on Apple. There's still a downward channel on the daily, right? With lower highs and lower lows, we can get above that by breaking above that 183 area, 182, depending on where we are in the trend line. But any event, great day for Apple. Tesla trying to go, to that 256 area. It's got a lot of room to move up to go green. 260.5 is where we're going to have to go to get green on Friday's close. But Google also up 1 1/3. It is also or just that. I don't want to say above. It is at Friday's highs. 138.16, I believe, was the high on Friday. And we are 4 pennies off the high on Google. And there you go. Miss Adara absolutely dominating that NVIDIA trade with possible more uproom because think about this. I mean, Friday's close was 457. This one could get going in a hurry. You could find yourself like $10 in the money. Who knows?
Yeah.
Right? 455 also a very interesting area as well. That was the area where it danced in the aftermarket the majority of the time. But great move up here on the future. The NQ, the ES, both strong right now. The ES up 0.21, breaking through that 43.50. So we were talking about a 4,300 hold on the ES. Forget about that. Now we're talking about a 43.50 break. And to get above Friday's highs, since we're playing this game, we'll have to break above that 43.58. We're only like 6 points off that from high day. So good move up here on the future. I couldn't be happier. I want October in full effect. We're long everything. Lee Otto's rinsing my account. So if these other plays can kind of help buoy the account a little bit, I would just be very thankful for that. So yeah, keeping my eye, by the way, guys, I see XBEV continuing to head down 11 3/4. I think it was down 12%, finding a bit of reprieve right now. XBEV, Lee Auto, NEO, all down aggressively. We don't have a headline. We don't know why. ADRs are mixed, Chinese ADRs. By the way, let's look at that chart look at the watch list real quick. You got some green, you got some red. I would say the majority are red. Baba's down, Baidu's down. PDD, the Temu app owner, continues to be strong. It's been strong for a while. It had a great day Friday, by the way. We don't really know why it was moving up. Broke through 100 like nobody's business. Got up to about 107.5. That was a high Friday. Now today we have 109 touch. So PDD continuing to be strong. Really counter market to what the Chinese ADRs have been doing. So if you've been in that, shout out to you, man. You guys picked the right stock there. So nothing doing on this ACXP trade. Adara still flat on this one, 308, long 308. So
I mean, at least you didn't, you didn't lose anything, right? So
no, not yet.
Yeah, that's true. I feel a little bit too.
Yeah, give it some time.
Skosh too optimistic there, perhaps.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Why not? Yeah, so right now I've got Boeing up. We'll talk about NVIDIA in a minute. I just have Boeing up, so I may as well keep it up. Someone mentioned Boeing in the chat, Mark E. Yeah, I mean, Boeing, like, flying past this VWAP here. This is just a gorgeous move. We had these little tiny, like, starter steps up, then we had baby dips, and then from, like, around 1, I guess on the hour, we just kind of started having this nice, beautiful swoop. It looks, all I can find here is unusual options activity for now. It's interesting too because a lot of the airlines are struggling this morning, what with the news, with the conflicts going on in the Middle East. But yeah, so I wanted to keep an eye on Boeing for that reason. Another one I wanted to check, because we had some movement in the chat, was Palantir again. This is another one that is likely moving because of the conflict we have going on right now, or the tensions. Yeah, oh my gosh. Okay, Palantir's been like a beautiful VWAP play. Like, you got it here, we swooped up, we're seeing a higher low story, and now we're having another swoop. Let's see what it does with VWAP here. I do not dislike what Palantir is doing. Absolutely one to watch. I am before I go to NVIDIA, I just saw any thoughts on LLY, Eli Lilly, and I did have my eye on that one earlier because that was one of the few health tech stocks this morning that was actually kind of trending up. Oh, okay. A little bit of a VWAP play here. Ooh, okay. I'm going to keep my eye on this because I believe we did have a catalyst, but I would like to clarify what the catalyst was before I go speaking on that. Okay, yeah, so Cantor Fitzgerald reiterated overweight, maintained 630 price target. Wells Fargo maintained overweight, raised price target to 650. I think this one could be an interesting VWAP play if you go to the dip here. I like what's happening. What stresses me out a little bit more is the spread, because we've got at least a 20-cent spread here. Not a huge fan, but yeah, I mean, let's take a look. I want to we're going to mention NVIDIA, right? We have to mention NVIDIA. I got out of NVIDIA. It looks like maybe a skosh too early, but I'm not going to complain because, we made some money. Thanks again to everybody in the chat who called that move. This was crazy. We got in at 448.50 or 448.45. We got out half our shares at 451, the other half at 451.60. I was noticing a little bit of resistance at that 451, like 60, 80 area. Now we've swooshed above that. We're swooping maybe close to 453 here. But yeah, I mean, NVIDIA's been gorgeous today. I'm going to maybe return to it. Love this. Huge NVIDIA fan. And the first day trading it, happy it went well. Thanks again to everybody who called that. We also have a super chat here. Okay, yeah, I'm going to pass over to Sharif, but thanks again, NVIDIA people.
Adham Abu Sahil. We're going to give you multiple bangs for that $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Adham. Thank you for all you guys do. Thank you for all you do, guys. Same thing. I loved your show. Question for you. Will you see familiar Husa and Endo plays like Mar and June 2022? Thanks a bunch. Yeah, it's a good question, man. I mean, we definitely had a lot of those type of plays around then, March and June of 2022. Yeah, those were good times for some of these names. It's hard to tell. But what I can say to you, Edhem, is, these small cap gappers, especially the ones that go 100, 200, 300%, they're very cyclical, and they seem to come in waves. One will get like everybody's juices flowing, and then all of a sudden you'll see multiples the next day, because then a lot of people will be trading it, okay? Let me just interrupt myself here because I got to take some profits on ACXP. We're not getting the fill quite yet, as there is a bit of a liquidity vacuum here. But yeah, to go back to the point, Adam, once there's one that really moves the market and gets the market's attention, you could see another one coming right after that. And so it's kind of hard to tell when they'll come, but they seem definitely to come in waves. And once they're here, that's when you should really be increasing your size on them. Same principles apply, though. You got to have the same type of technique. You're looking for that breakout. You're looking for that dip trade off key levels, however you want to trade it. Make sure your technique is the same, but it's at those times when they're really like in season, so to speak, that you should be sizing up on those trades, and use the other time in which to practice, right? Getting those, 15, 20 cent base hits or so, to use a baseball metaphor. But the point is to get the reps in, to get the idea of how to do it. But the small cappers definitely come in waves. All right, ACXP breaking out above these levels now. Can it hold? We've got multiple beak wetters here. It's just not having that same follow through that we saw on PZ or PRZO earlier in the day. It's showing you like its intention to break out, and then it's pulling right back. So we're going to try to exercise patience on this one, even though there's about like 18 minutes left in the show. You never know when you'll get the print. Stop is in place. Profit takers are in place. We'll see what else is up happening. Tobbs, Mara apparently is moving. Okay,
yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of Mara in the chat, yeah.
Earlier on, we were saying, how come Mara is moving when Bitcoin is down 1 1/3 and Ether is down 3 2/3? Ether is really having a bad day today, breaking south of 1600 on ETH, yet these mining names are running. Well, whatever, you don't really have to explain it, but the fact of the matter is Mara is making a move. Let's have a look at the mining name Mara. Just make sure that there is no headline on this. No, nothing since yesterday, and most of them are from the 6th, which is Friday. All right, guys, 834 high. We made that earlier in the trading day at around 1020. But since that time, you know, it's been making higher lows, right? We troughed out at 790, and then the second trough there, we defended 8, bouncing right off VWAP on my chart at 804, but holding that 8 level, and then breaking through this top at 820 now into 828, trading currently at 827, looking for that test of 8 1/3, 834 high. But we are well above Friday's highs. So let's go back and look at the 15-minute. Sure. So 850, definitely going to be a resistance level if we get above there. Look at the bottom on September 29th. Sure, it wicks below, but the majority of the prints are at that 850 level. And then again, we have an interesting, I don't want to say interesting action in the pre-market because it was all earlier on. This was like at 5, 6 a.m. when we were at 850, and then we really sunk there on October 3rd, making a 7 1/4 low. Yeah, we'll see. 850 looks like it might be an interesting resistance level if we can get up there, but Mara and Riot really running counter trend, and decent amount of volume too for Mara. 19.4 million shares on Mara, 11.4 million shares on Riot. Mara is up 142% year to date. Riot up 197%, right? That really rivals Coinbase. Coinbase is 123. MicroStrategy is about 140. It really has something to do from about where we came from. We were really beat down in crypto last year, so you know that is not really saying too much. All right, before I send it back to Adara, we got the fill there at 318, so about 10 penny winner so far on ACXP. Next level, we're looking at 22s, 322s, and then 328s if we can get some of those prints. But it looks like it's breaking above that top. And there it is, Adara. We get that. Patience pays, baby. On the move up on ACXP. 2 for 2 on the small cap. Let's call it the old one. Crappers, because usually they end up crapping by the end of the day. We'll use some PG language around here.
Of course. Yeah, so I see a lot of talk about Walmart. I am going to show Walmart in a moment, but first I would like to talk about my Tesla trade. We did get back in on Tesla. I got back in on Tesla because I was noticing these levels kind of around like 257 even. We were seeing a little bit of resistance. We weren't really going below that point. We're seeing a bit of support, sorry. So I was like, you know what? Let's slide it. Let's slide it at 257. Let's see what happens. I'm happy with what's happening so far. Even if we get to like 257.50, I'm not going to be complaining. You know, it's about taking the wins that you can get, right? I also saw, just a shout out here, that I saw because I enjoyed it. Let me find this quote here. Art L, market is flying, keep buying. I love a good rhyme, and it also seems like it's very true right now. We are seeing these gorgeous swoop to the upside for a lot of things, especially these big cap names right now, including my friend Tesla, Stressla, Bestla, what have you.
I love Bestla one. That's like the best one of the bunch.
It's the Bestla.
Yeah.
No, I just love puns too much. It's my fatal flaw. But yeah, WMT Walmart. I've seen some mention of Walmart. We were looking at Walmart earlier as well. Someone's saying fix my collar, so I'm going to do that. Thank you, chat. But yeah, Walmart, we, oh my gosh, we had this beautiful swoosh, swoop, swoosh, what have you, right around VWAP. We were mentioning Walmart earlier too because it was originally trading lower. From what we could tell, we were trading lower because of the news last week that basically Walmart published the report that as its pharmacies were selling more of the weight loss drugs, its groceries were actually struggling. So I don't know if that is still what's happening here with the news. I'm not seeing anything else. But yeah, that was what hit. It hit Coke last week. It hit Walmart. It hit Mondelez. It hit Pepsi. But yeah, I mean, we had like Walmart's having this gorgeous VWAP swoop here. So thank you everybody mentioning Walmart. Look at that.
I just wanted to mention basically your point when you said their groceries were starting to hurt. That really like caught my attention because they were killing it on the year, like comparing Walmart to Target, because they were selling groceries and they were really doing well because of that, right? Because everybody was like shifting to more like staples rather than discretionary items. Now that's going to actually hurt them. That is crazy. I never wrapped my mind around.
No, it's interesting. So they were saying like the pharmacy is still selling more weight loss drugs, but they were saying kind of as they're seeing the increase in weight loss drug sales, they are seeing a little bit of a, there's some issues with the groceries. So, so this was a report. This was on Thursday. That was why I was watching like Mondelez and stuff on Thursday. But yeah, I mean, it's still Walmart's still kicking. Someone mentioned Dad Trader. Mentioned what happened to my Nvidia position long, so I can go over that one again. I did get out. We made in the money. I got out early. Obviously now it's going to hit that 454. But I mean, we'll take profit where we can get it. I'm just happy I got in the first place. We got out 451 initially, over $2 in the money. We got out half our position. We got the rest of our position out 451.60. I got out around there because I was seeing at that time I was getting a little bit worried about us keeping that 452 level. So I can state, you know what I mean? Like my thing, I was mentioning this a bit last week too, and I'm going to restate it here. My whole thing has been like before, I like to be able to justify it in my head. Like, is this a position? Why am I doing this? Why is this my stop? Why is this where I'm getting in or out? So that was kind of what my mental process was in getting out in NVIDIA. I'm not going to complain. A moneymaker is a moneymaker, right? So there we go. Let's look at our friend Tesla. One more time. I'm still in Tesla. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a jump. I would like to see what, if we get that 257.50 perhaps. Not super, we're not super stressful about Tesla right now. We're gonna see what he does. We're just gonna let him run. How are we doing?
Still doing well. About 25 pennies in the money. Waiting now. We've got some profit takers set up through the break of 335, then into 40, 45. Layering the outs as I typically do with the small cap gappers because they are, again, I'm going to keep saying this over and over, but they don't tend to stay in the profit-taking area for all that long. So either you're going to be watching it like a hawk and use hotkeys, or you got to have resting profit takers. And these hands, they're too old to hang, so we need the profit takers there. And besides, the hotkeys on here aren't that great. But in any event, coming back down now into that 315 support level that we initially had as resistance, hoping we do get a bounce off 315, and then we move back into that 330 area. But keeping my eye on that now, my cost basis, because I've taken out the entire batch of shares that I got at 313. Now my cost basis at 302 gives me much more breathing room for retracements rather than having it at 313. So happy about that, but definitely want continuity in the name. Looking forward to that possible 350 touch. Whether or not we get it in the next 8 minutes while the show is still live, we shall see. The other thing I want to talk about here, the future. How can you not talk about the future? Everybody's asking, why are we moving up in the futures?
Yeah.
That's a good question, man. Well, it's October, that's why. And if they ask you, tell them I told you. October,
there you go.
right?
That's all you need to know.
That's all you need to know. 43.65 3/4 Adara is the best that we've done today on the ES, at least for now. Maybe we get a bit higher later. 0.5%, 0.55 on the ES. What a good look that is. 0.43 in the green now on the NQ. We broke above break even at that 15.112, and we've made a 15.180 high. And now we are no longer an inside day Adara. We have now broken above Friday's highs on the NQ, and now we have made a higher high on the daily chart. That is good if you are, an espouser. Is that a word?
Yeah, it's a word.
Good.
Or, espouse. We can use espouser.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
I want to, use it in the possessive. But, right?
Heck yeah.
Of October, if you were an espouser of October, we want, you're definitely looking for that higher high on the daily chart, and we definitely got that today, assuming we do close above it and just doesn't act as a wick. But yeah, Great, because I did not expect this, to be honest with you. I thought, coming in, negative headlines on the weekend with war breaking in the Middle East and oil rising as a result would, create more inflationary pressures. The inflationary pressures caught, we talk about interest rates and, higher for longer, yada, yada, yada. I don't want to belabor this because you guys are probably already very knowledgeable with this now because we've been talking about it for so long. I thought we definitely would be in red territory today. Looks like we started the day that way, but not continuing for now. Andrew Peterson, DXY is down, pushing equities up. Yes, they usually move in the inverse direction, as do yields. I'm keeping my eye here on the 10-year, the 2-year. The 10-year is down 2 3/4. The 2-year is down 2.15. The U.S. dollar is actually negative against the loonie today, and I haven't been able to say that for a while.
No.
Actually down 0.47 against the Canadian dollar, 1.36 now, the conversion rate. I don't know if do you remember 2012? When
I was 12 in 2012.
All right.
So maybe not.
All right. Well, in 2012, Videra, it was 1.12. 1 Canadian dollar was almost 1.2, 1.15 American. So I was living in Buffalo.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Lots of shopping because not only notionally are the prices cheaper, but when you did the conversion, now you were actually gaining.
It was better. Yeah. It was way better.
So that was a great time to be alive and a great time to be.
What a time to be alive.
Yeah, right? I know. My life's hopes are quite small. No, kidding, of course. But yeah, that was a great time, and it hasn't been anywhere near that since then. I think 2015 onwards, it started really tanking, but that was the heyday or the good times for the Canadian dollar. Obviously, it hurts exports because as the value of your currency increases, it makes exports less lucrative to those buying them abroad, but not like really Canada exports anything other than potash and oil. So that's the issue with this economy. We need definitely more productivity, but that's neither here nor there. How is Tesla?
Tesla is $1 in the money. Just over $1. We got in 257. We are at 258.06. Wow, the high of day that we just broke and now we've kind of come down from is 258.16. Midday's almost over. I'm going to get out of this soon. I'm going to say bye-bye to BOVESPA soon for now. But yeah, I mean, like I got to say, it was been a good trade so far today with Tesla, especially given that we had negative news. I think it was just the rally kind of, towards the positive. Some people are saying we might hit 262 in Tesla. I have no idea. I will be leaving Tesla soon. Like I said, we're doing that. We're not doing longs, we're doing mediums. No, I'm joking. Just like, not holding on to stuff for crazy long, right? Just I think to kind of, as Obi's always saying, preserve the mental. That's kind of what my strategy is. You know what? We're going to tap out of Mr. Tesla, Besla, Stressla soon. But yeah. So night, hello Tesla, goodbye soon Tesla. Yeah, I mean, one more that I want to mention because I've seen some whispers in the chat is CART. Also ARM, so we'll do both. So yeah, oh my God, someone was Mikey mentioned getting in a CART at 24. That is beautiful. Also, yeah, sorry, so negative news on Tesla. What we saw was just that the Chinese deliveries were down. That's what that was, sorry, to reference what that was. But yeah, so CART, yeah, I mean, if you got out a CART around like the VWAP, it'll be interesting to see what it does around this VWAP. This will be interesting. But yeah, I mean, I want to look at ARM now as well because I saw both of those getting some love in the chat. Yeah, okay. ARM was like a beautiful long, I mean, like ARM, we had that analyst news, right?
Yep.
We did have that analyst news with ARM. A lot of analysts were saying buy. Price range was usually, like target price range was usually 60 to 65. I know Sharif was mentioning one analyst had like an $85 price range, which is crazy. But yeah, so ARM could be like a dip play. We'll see what it does around VWAP. But yeah, it had this gorgeous swoop around VWAP just below here. Let's go back. I want to see what my friend Tesla is doing. Oh, Tesla's almost at 259. Happy I stayed in Tesla. We're going to let him run up. Let's see. Yeah, we also have GM and Ford, which people were mentioning. I also mentioned earlier. Ooh, okay. Sorry, I got really excited there. Apologies. Yeah, so we flew off the VWAP, took a baby dip, a little bit of a high, a little bit of a low, and then we had this gorgeous swoop up. Yeah, no, I mean, GM has been gorgeous, especially given, we did have price downgrades from Jefferies for both Ford and GM, which is why they were on the watch list this morning. Also with the news about the Mac truck strike, additional strike for the UAW. But yeah, I mean, we're almost done. So I'm just going to wrap this up. Ford and GM are weirdly like both really great dip plays and VWAP plays. Yep.
Yep. Just one last thing here. The Hayes Records, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much, good friend of the show, the Hayes Records. He says, please tell me Obi-Wan still holding AMZN? Question mark, Obi-Wan. Put the camera on the Obi-Wan. Oh, that's okay.
That was so sad.
I think by that look, you're able to discern that he is not holding. What's that, Obi? He's got to get good. He is getting good. 128.25 AMZN now in the green. Amazon up 1 2/3 since the bell. It is at highs, as is the market. The market is looking to knock on the door of 15.2. Oh, baby. October is in full effect. It is a thing. It is scientific, and it does make for a nice word, October. So
yeah.
And I'm kidding by it is a thing and it is scientific. Nothing is a thing. Nothing is scientific in trading. It is, you're going to have to take risk every single time. But yeah, I'm very, very pleased with the move on the market today. I'm pleased with my trading. I think you had some outstanding trades.
Thank you.
I'm going to spend the money for you there. You had a couple of bangers, one on Tesla, one on NVIDIA. Great trading there, Adara. And I love how you're able to, decipher and interpret the price action on the chart. So good luck for you there. NVIDIA, I should mention, is knocking on the door of 455. We've talked about that level earlier in the day. It is now still only down 0.7. It was down over 2%. So NVIDIA, big recovery. But it is 2 o'clock. So Adara and I will be on for the full time tomorrow as Neil is still off. So Obi will be covering on the midday show. Adara and I will see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Brendo is at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. Couple hours left on a pretty busy Monday afternoon here. That's turning into a choppy one overall for the market once again, but